Merci. Merci beaucoup. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that while I'm on my feet, I would move, seconded by the member from London West, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Hear, hear.
Seconded by Ms. Kayabaga, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Yes, the honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil.
I request a recorded vote.
Call in the members. Question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Kayabaga, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guibault.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Saanich Suk.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Center Suk.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Miss Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Clausen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Ilson.
Mr. Elson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Nathan.
Miss Wien.
Miss Wien.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Que tous ceux qui sont pour
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Bedford Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Aboteif.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeReeder.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Miss May.
Ms. May.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period to end.
Je désire
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now raise their hand and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, I had trouble logging into my app. I'd like to record my vote as a nay.
Mr. Lloyd, nay, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 157, 157.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government orders. Government business number 11. Consideration of a motion governing proceedings on Bill C-26, an act to authorize certain payments to be made out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the purpose of improving housing supply.
Mr. Robertson for Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moves that that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, may I dispense? Yes, okay. The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rise to open the debate on Government Motion 11 and to highlight the importance of Bill C-26, an act to authorize certain payments to be made from the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the purpose of improving housing supply. This motion will allow for quick passage of C-26, putting our government in a position to make payments to provinces and territories up to a total of $1.7 billion to support efforts that improve housing supply across Canada. It is a targeted measure designed to get funding quickly to provinces and territories for measures that get homes built, including reducing development fees or levies on new home construction and making incremental investments in provincial and territorial programming that's already in place to spur housing developments. Far too many Canadians are struggling to find an affordable place to live. And every member, I believe, of this House agrees that Canada is in a housing crisis. Solving that crisis requires a multitude of different tools, and it requires immediate action. We need to bring down the costs, cut red tape, improve productivity, and build more quickly. To meet the current and future housing needs of Canadians, we need to ensure that housing supply can keep pace with demand and that homes can be delivered at prices that are affordable for Canadians. I want to speak to the urgency of this motion and the need to move quickly on this motion and this legislation. We need to move quickly to solve Canada's housing challenges by bringing down the costs. As I said, cutting red tape, building homes at a faster pace. Bill C-26 has been designed to unlock housing supply across the country. This legislation will deliver a $1.7 billion federal investment to provinces and territories to support measures that increase housing supply. And these funds could, for example, help lower development fees or levies on new home construction, which are particularly significant in my home province in BC and in Ontario. They can also strengthen existing provincial and territorial programs that are already focused on building more homes through targeted incremental investments. And in addition, the federal investment can provide support provincial and territorial efforts to streamline regulations and boost productivity across the home construction sector. Ontario's recent HST rebate announcement on new homes is a key example of how these transfers will improve supply. And as part of tax relief efforts, the Ontario government, thanks to federal support tied to this bill, plans to rebate the full 13% harmonized sales tax. That's the HST in Ontario on new homes valued up to $1 million, which saves buyers up to $130,000 on a new home at that $1 million price. It is clear strong partnerships with provinces, territories, and local governments are essential to building more homes and improving housing affordability for Canadians. Proceeding swiftly with C-26 through this motion will get these funds to provinces and all the work that continue across the country at pace. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, last week I spoke at the annual meeting of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. While I was there, I spoke of my own experience as a mayor. I recalled how I had appealed to the federal government for the investments and the support that my community needed. I remember well the years spent trying to get Stephen Harper's Conservative government at the time to recognize this growing issue. I remember well how, time and time again, they refused to even sit down at the table, let alone to collaborate on finding and implementing solutions. But today things are different. Today, Canada has a new government, a government that is firmly committed to taking action. Thanks to our government's investments, we are supporting the community infrastructure that people rely on every day. Community centers, recreational facilities, parks, and cultural spaces. This includes new construction, expansions, renovations, upgrades, climate-resilient changes, and replacement projects. Colleagues, to put it simply, it is impossible to build housing if you don't have the roads and the water infrastructure in place to support them. Rather than leaving our municipal partners to shoulder these responsibilities on their own, or by passing the cost of this infrastructure on to homebuyers, we are making essential investments through the Housing Infrastructure Fund for Canada, and now through our new and historic Building Strong Communities Fund.
The result of these investments are real projects that will improve people's lives. Mr. Speaker, last April we announced $25.9 million for water infrastructure in Regina, Saskatoon, and Moose Jaw, enabling construction of more than 29,000 homes. Last December, we announced $8.6 million for Charlottetown PEI to build the infrastructure needed to build up to 525 housing units. And just over a week ago, we announced our comprehensive partnership with the Government of Quebec on community, health, and transportation infrastructure. So historic action is being taken to build stronger communities with good neighborhoods and the homes that people can afford.
Hear, hear.
These investments are complemented further by the important work of Build Canada Homes. Since launching in September, Build Canada Homes has already advanced 6 direct build projects in Dartmouth, Longueuil, Ottawa, Toronto, Winnipeg, and Edmonton, and secured 6 major partnerships with the City of Ottawa, the provinces of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Quebec, and BC, and a tripartite agreement with the Nunavut Housing Corporation and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. As a dedicated agency with a mandate to build affordable housing, Build Canada Homes is already doing important work to move thousands of new homes forward. We announced 1,100 new homes, including 700 supportive and transitional homes within the next 12 months, announced in BC just this last February. Build Canada Homes will build up to 750 homes across Nunavut in partnership with the Government of Nunavut and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. And through the partnership with New Brunswick, that will accelerate the delivery of up to 1,200 shovel-ready affordable homes with the potential to scale up to 1,500 new homes in New Brunswick. A few weeks ago, we brought together both the Build Community Strong Fund and Build Canada Homes by delivering approximately $350 million in housing and infrastructure investments in Yukon. Now, these are just a few examples of the partnerships and progress that Build Canada Homes has accomplished in less than a year. Yesterday, this House passed Bill C-20 at third reading, the Build Canada Homes Act, taking us one step closer to turning Build Canada Homes into a Crown Corporation with even more tools to get more homes built. So whether it's through the Build Community Strong Fund, through Build Canada Homes, or any of our other programs, now is the time to work together. Now is the time for all levels of government to get on the table and identify our priorities so we can get building. We are in uncertain times, but when we work together, we can give ourselves more than anyone can take away. And that's why our government's taking action on these different fronts across the housing spectrum. both reducing barriers, investing in housing enabling infrastructure, and catalyzing a more productive home building sector. Bill C-26 is an important tool within this broader effort. The reality is that housing needs differ from region to region, and our response must be just as nuanced and targeted. The barriers faced in a fast-growing urban center, like my home city in Vancouver, are very different from those in smaller or more remote communities. What Vancouver needs versus Iqaluit, Chicoutimi, or rural Canada generally differs significantly. Bill C-26 reflects this reality by giving provinces and territories the flexibility to find solutions that are best suited to the regional challenges that may impede housing supply and would best meet the housing needs of those jurisdictions. By empowering provinces and territories to direct funding where it can be most impactful in addressing the housing supply barriers, we can help ensure that these federal investments align with the on-the-ground realities. This federal funding will be transferred to provinces and territories with the understanding that it will be used exclusively for measures that increase housing supply. For instance, this could include, but is not limited to, reducing development fees or levies on new home construction. The funding could be used on new home construction. The funding could also be used to make incremental investments in provincial or territorial programming already in place to spur housing developments. Ontario's HST announcement in March 25th of this year is an example of how these transfers will help home supply in Ontario. So the key element here is partnership, which is also central to our broader housing approach. Strong collaboration among all levels of government, Indigenous partners, and with nonprofits and private industry is needed to address the housing challenges that we face across Canada. Provinces and territories are well placed to determine how federal support can augment their provincial and territorial efforts to unlock additional supply across different regions, and C-26 will help enable that effort. We are already seeing the effectiveness of partnerships. On March 23rd, the Prime Minister announced a partnership with Ontario to reduce development charges and support new housing supply, demonstrating how that collaboration can directly lower costs and accelerate building. As I outlined earlier, the federal government is also working with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to deliver more homes, affordable homes through Build Canada Homes and the Build Community Strong Fund. So these examples show what's possible when the Government of Canada works together with provinces, territories, local governments, Indigenous groups, and other key partners. Bill C-26's approach complements that broader work that is already underway to increase housing supply across Canada. And we are bringing partners together, aligning these efforts, ensuring that every dollar contributes to faster, more effective housing delivery. On other housing measures, cet projet de loi...
Well, this bill is tailored to meet the needs of our partners and the country. But I'd also like to take a moment to highlight some other important programs.
As I noted, Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action to support building across the housing spectrum. The work of Build Canada Homes to scale up the supply of affordable housing nationwide is in full swing now. Other measures such as targeted tax relief, such as removing the 5% GST on new purpose-built rental construction, that are lowering upfront costs and helping move projects forward. Programs like the Apartment Construction Loan Program and the CMHC's Mortgage Loan Insurance products, MLI Select being a great example, help builders secure financing. And these programs are very significant across Canada, more on the market side of housing, but certainly in enabling historic levels of rental housing to be built right across the country. This program is making needed capital available to make more apartment projects financially viable and get shovels in the ground. That's the key piece, particularly in these uncertain times. Recently, in the spring economic update, we announced that we would be kicking this program into even higher gear, the Apartment Construction Loan Program, accelerating over $7 billion in low-cost financing to speed up rental home construction even further. The Housing Accelerator Fund is also a program that helps unlock supply, reducing barriers reducing red tape, and speeding up approvals at the local level. We have 241 agreements that were signed with local governments on the Housing Accelerator Fund, and that is delivering tens of thousands of homes on pace that would not have been seen otherwise. Just to conclude, Mr. Speaker, right now there is momentum like never before to deliver on housing. But we cannot do it alone. Our success relies on working together to tackle the housing crisis from every angle and deliver results for Canadians. By enabling targeted, flexible funding and reinforcing collaboration across provinces and territories, C26 helps to ensure we are not just investing more, but we are investing smarter together. This is how we will deliver the homes that Canadians need. This is how we will create more prosperous, resilient communities. This is how we build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
In Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his speech today. He covered a lot of ground, but ultimately C26, I believe, is a sham of a process. Why, you might ask, is a sham of a process? Because the Minister and the government already have the ability to come to provincial agreements. So that he could go to the NDP government in our home province of British Columbia and do a deal, and then go to the Minister of Finance and have it funded through the estimates process. To be wasting this chamber is more, in my belief, Mr. Chair, is to address the Minister's shortfalls when it comes to be seen politically as being competent and to be supplying housing as a priority that was made out in the last election. Will the Minister just not admit today that C26 is just a fig leaf for his government's lack of action and a waste of this time of this House?
Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As I've said in my remarks, we are in an affordable housing crisis across Canada now. Canadians expect us to take action and deliver in every way possible. For the last 2 days, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been moving motions to shut down this House early, to send us home for the summer, with hours of work left to do. Order. With hours of debate left on important legislation like this that will deliver affordable housing for Canadians. If they're interested in longer process, more time for debate, circuitous route, taking forever to deliver for Canadians, that will not be supported by this side of the House. We want to see action taken. We want to see partnerships advanced with provinces and territories and investment into affordable housing.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for La Pointe-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it somewhat ironic that there's this gag order on C26, even though it could have been adopted much faster if the government had been more transparent. They refused the information session in the beginning. We weren't sure. We thought it'd be like usual. The government would impose a series of conditions which would have complicated and delayed the transfer of funds. And when the bill was presented, we understood that the funds would be transferred directly to Quebec for it to spend how it wanted on housing, and it would have solved a lot of issues. How come they weren't transparent right from the start? It would have been easier. The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker.
We have been very transparent in terms of all of our housing funding allocations, in terms of our partnerships, in particular with Quebec. We have an unprecedented partnership on housing through Build Canada Homes, contributing funding from the federal level in partnership and at a collaboration table with Quebec to get affordable housing built, including supportive and transitional housing, which is a big priority for many communities, as well as the province of Quebec, to help solve homelessness. This is an additional investment that can be made to provinces and territories, obviously including Quebec, to get them funding to take next levels of action. As I mentioned, there are many tools that we need to bring forward. This is one that needs to be expedited.
Comments, Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I have a question. Obviously, the member has been on the municipal level before, and we know that we cannot build homes without cities and the partnerships that we need with the provinces and the partnership with municipalities. My city of London has been a great example of that, how those partnerships have yielded to a lot of funding in a housing accelerator fund. But yet we've seen the opposition take jabs at mayors. Can you talk on the importance of partnerships with mayors, with provinces, to make sure that we can build homes fast that are needed across Canada?
Great question.
And I'll just remind the Honourable Member to address her questions through the Chair and not directly to the Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To that point, thanks to the member for the question. Having served a decade at local government level, both in the City of Vancouver and Metro Vancouver Regional Government, I'm obviously very familiar with the challenges faced on the housing front, but also in the relationships with provinces or territories and the federal government. And historically, it's been very difficult for cities to work with other levels of government. That's why we're in the predicament we're in with housing. Cities have a critical role to play, but in years past, certainly in my years as a mayor, there was not direct support. A program like the Housing Accelerator Fund did not exist, nor were there transfers or investments that enabled the cities to take action and build. Nor were there adequate programs through the provinces and territories. In this case, we're working with all of these partners, collaborating, investing at historic levels, and we want to make sure that collaboration creates affordable housing.
Questions, comments, Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
The Honourable Minister, I'm struggling with C20. I voted against it last evening, and I'm looking at C26. As the Honourable Minister of Housing, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping he can explain to me the good work done since September by Build Canada Homes as a special operating agency. It seems disconnected from the new Crown Corporation, where in C20 we don't even know who the responsible minister will be, because that hat can change based on what Cabinet decides at any given time. Can the Honourable Minister explain to me why it is that we have put so much effort into transferring a special operating agency into a Crown Corporation with nothing new in C20 and work already underway?
Well, Minister for Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member, obviously, thanks for the question. I was surprised to see the member and members on the other side of the House oppose the Build Canada Homes Act at third reading yesterday. This is an agency that will be 100% focused on delivering affordable housing in Canada. We have never had that before. So the rationale, as the housing minister, I will be responsible for the Crown Corporation, as I am for the Special Operating Agency currently. Special Operating Agency has very limited tools to do financing, land acquisition, to expedite bringing on human resources to get more housing built. The Crown Corporation structure will get more housing built in the long run, and that's the goal overall. And it is accountable to Parliament through the Minister, so I see it as a very significant advancement in terms of getting affordable housing built. And in this case, with C26, funding that also goes to provinces and territories to enable and expedite.
Question comes on member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the Minister for the speech. The Minister is promising 500,000 homes every year. According to CMHC, Canada housing start are projected to fall as low as 212,000 so far. According to PMB, parliamentary PBO, even though housing start built, the Liberal news agency Build Canada Homes will add only 5,000 homes per year. That is 1% of the 500,000 or 500,000 homes promised. How can the minister explain and to Canadians that his plan is the right plan and that's the one who's going to deliver homes to Canadians?
Well, Minister for Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to clarify to the member opposite that the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report related to Build Canada Homes was very much focused just on Build Canada Homes, not on all of the tools that government has to get housing built, which most of which reside within the National Housing Strategy and related programs. Build Canada Homes is far beyond the number stated here, probably triple that right now in the pipeline for construction of affordable housing. And there are many other programs. And this initiative here with Bill C-26 gets additional funding to provinces and territories, expedites that to make sure they have more tools, more opportunities, as Ontario has done as an example, bringing down their HST, making it more affordable for home buyers up to $1 million. It's helping Canadians get into their first homes with first-time home buyers is another opportunity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief question, about 20 seconds. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mississauga, Erin Mills has a massive housing problem where we have over a 10-year waiting period for subsidized housing, where women fleeing violence have a difficult time finding housing. Can the minister please help us understand how this bill will support these people in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills?
Minister for Housing, an equally brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for those concerns. We have to get more supportive and transitional housing built, in particular for our most vulnerable Canadians. And that is a big focus of Build Canada Homes. We want to see this funding expediting housing like that. Not only what Ontario is doing with the HST, but we need to be focusing on the most affordable housing first and foremost, and we will be doing that.
Resuming debate at reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Mission, Matt Squee, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my formal remarks, I want to outline that the City of Abbotsford is launching its consultations this June on the Sumas River Watershed Flood Mitigation Plan. And just earlier this month, the cities of Princeton, Merritt, Hope, Chilliwack, and Abbotsford launched the West Coast Corridor Resiliency Partnership. Excuse my skepticism today, but the bill before us, C-26, and with the corresponding programming motion, we're essentially granting, without any parliamentary oversight, $1.7 billion to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure to fund certain projects at his discretion without any parliamentary oversight. That's what we're debating today. I would encourage the Minister to consider Abbotsford, the 2021 floods that we had. When I see a minister take action like this, I know that we can do the same for a region of British Columbia that is essential for the government to meet its own export and infrastructure goals. But on C-26, C-26 is 2 paragraphs. It basically grants the minister unfettered spending abilities for $1.7 billion. And forgive my skepticism, but I don't want to authorize, and I will not support, another dollar of taxpayer money going to a government that has so resoundingly failed on the housing platform, starting in 2016. So with my time today, I'm going to share a few remarks about fiscal accountability. I'm going to outline some of the most egregious examples of how the government has mismanaged money. I'm going to talk about flood infrastructure in the Fraser Valley. And when I see the government take quick action like this, why can't they take quick action on a project of national interest with clear accountability metrics? Then I'm going to go over the National Housing Strategy that they launched in 2016, the National Housing Strategy Act, what the government said at the time about these bills and what they hope to accomplish. I look forward to reviewing federal program spending on housing affordability dating back to 2019 with the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Some other comments tying all those points together. And finally, I might even bring a motion forward amending the programming motion before us today. So let's start with the fiscal accountability. I want to start by speaking on a cornerstone of our democratic system, parliamentary accountability, specifically how it operates in the context of federal spending legislation in Canada. At its heart, parliamentary accountability ensures that the government, which exercises the power to tax and spend, remains answerable to the elected representatives of the people of this House. That duty goes to the very heart of our parliamentary system and why we are here. Mr. Speaker, the power of the purse is one of the oldest and most fundamental principles of Westminster democracy. It was hard fought over centuries, from the struggles between Parliament and the Crown in the United Kingdom to the evolution of responsible government here in Canada. The principle is simple. Governments may propose spending, but only Parliament can authorize it. And that authorization must be informed, transparent, and accountable. This is not a ceremonial role. It is not a rubber stamp. It is a safeguard on behalf of taxpayers. At first glance, this bill appears straightforward. It authorizes $1.7 billion in payments to provinces and territories to address housing supply. But as parliamentarians, our responsibility does not end with the stated intent of a bill or the comments from one of the responsible ministers during his remarks in the House. Our duty is to examine how public money is authorized, how it is spent, and whether it is subject to meaningful oversight. In Canada, this principle is embedded in our Constitution and operationalized through the financial procedures of Parliament. The House of Commons plays a central role in reviewing and approving federal expenditures. Standing committees examine departmental estimates, calling ministers and officials to testify and justify their spending plans in detail, at least in an ideal world. However, accountability does not end once funds are approved. In fact, it continues through the fiscal cycle. Mechanisms such as the Public Accounts of Canada and reports from the Auditor General provide retrospective oversight, enabling Parliament to assess whether funds were spent as intended and whether value for money was achieved. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts then reviews these findings, further reinforcing accountability. Despite this robust framework, obvious challenges remain. One persistent concern is the complexity and timing of financial documents. Parliamentarians are often tasked with reviewing information with limited timeframes, limited information. This task constrains effective scrutiny and at times shifts the balance of power to the executive over the legislative branch. We've seen the consequences of that in recent years, and it's only heightened now through the fabricated majority of the Prime Minister. The current government has overseen a significant expansion in federal spending, accompanied by rising deficits and growing public debt. While some of that spending occurred during extraordinary circumstances, the pattern has continued well beyond those moments. Nowhere is that more evident than in housing. The government has announced and re-announced billions of dollars in housing initiatives over the past decade. Yet despite these commitments, housing affordability has deteriorated. The cost of buying a home has risen dramatically. Rents have increased and supply has not kept pace with demand. If Parliament had been provided with clear metrics, stronger oversight tools, and more transparent reporting, we might better understand where these programs fell short. Instead, we are left with repeated announcements, escalating costs, and performative motions like the one before us today on more money. A culture of accountability must be maintained and strengthened in this House. This is not solely about rules and procedures, it's about a shared commitment to transparency, responsibility, and respect for Parliament's role. Parliamentary accountability in federal spending is not an abstract concept. It is a living practice that underpins public trust in our institutions, which is diminishing. Each vote on estimates, each committee hearing, and each audit contributes to ensuring that all Canadians have trust in the process. Right now, they don't. In 2017, the government unveiled Canada's National Housing Strategy. The initial investment was $40 billion over 10 years to tackle homelessness and housing supply through a redesigned and expanded federal programs. At the time, the former Minister of Fisheries and member Bernadette Jordan said, "Through these investments, we will reduce chronic homelessness by 50%, end quote. In 2017, the estimated number of chronically homeless shelter users was 28,900, according to Statistics Canada. In 2024, that number rose to an estimated 36,058 people experiencing chronic homelessness. The government made a promise. Learn from the past, act with foresight, deliver real solutions. But nearly a decade later, the results tell a different story. In October, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reported that average home costs 34% more than what an average income household can afford. CMHC's latest outlook projects home building could drop by as much as 18.1% over the next 3 years, and forecast housing starts will be 55% below CMHC's own target to restore affordability. The Federal Housing Advocate, and this is wild, reported that it would take over 1,000 years to restore housing affordability under the current plan. Mr. Speaker, this is a systematic failure. And one of the clearest constraints that doesn't get enough attention in this House is infrastructure. While the minister did outline a few projects about improving infrastructure for housing supply, the scale of the problem is much greater than one-off announcements he has made. More than 11% of Canada's water and wastewater infrastructure is in poor condition, with more than an estimated $100 billion in upgrades needed, according to Statistics Canada. Mike Moffat, founding director of the Missing Middle Initiative, said, and I quote, "Communities simply don't open land for development at all because they know infrastructure can't support it," end quote. So while Canadians are told more housing is coming, the foundation required to build it is missing. It's either outdated or current systems and approaches cannot accommodate it. The government cannot deliver housing partly because it can't deliver infrastructure. And its track record proves it cannot manage large-scale investments at all. Let's look at some examples. In the last Parliament, we were upheld due to a Speaker's ruling on Sustainable Development and Technology Canada. The member from Laurier Ste. Marie held a beneficial interest in Cycle Capital, a Quebec-based venture capital firm that received tens of millions in SDTC grants without any checks and balances. A recording of a senior civil servant slammed the outright incompetence of the Trudeau government, which gave $123 million worth of contracts to companies like Cycle Capital inappropriately. It was so bad and egregious, the former Speaker, the member from Ulmer, essentially shut parliamentary procedures down for almost a year. The Auditor General found the SDTC fund did not follow conflict of interest policies in 90 cases. It spent nearly $76 million on projects connected to the Liberal friends and appointees to run SDTC. It spent $59 million on projects that were not allowed to have been awarded any money. It spent $12 million on projects that were both in a conflict of interest and ineligible for funding. In one instance, Trudeau's hand-picked SDTC chair siphoned off $217,000 to her own company, Annette Vacherin. This is a government with a history of very poor decision-making. Others in this House and in the public have described it as corruption. The Speaker shut down our Parliament for almost a year because the government then refused to comply with basic financial transparency, and then tried to make the superfluous argument that it was a charter violation for the Conservatives to refer this information to the RCMP. What did they do? They prorogued Parliament, and Justin Trudeau is no longer Prime Minister. The second example, the Canada Infrastructure Bank. To great fanfare in 2017, the CIB was given $35 billion in federal financing intended to attract private sector investment into infrastructure. The government plan indicated that the Infrastructure Bank would be responsible for delivering the capital over an 11-year period. Global News reported in 2021 that CIB had committed over $4 billion for projects, but none involved funding from private investors, which was the original intent of the fund, public-private partnerships using federal dollars to scale private sector investment. It just wasn't happening. July 2025, the PBO reported that the Infrastructure Bank is not on track to spend its sector-specific funding amounts by 2027-2028. In other words, they're projecting complete failure. A third example, electric batteries. This one really grinds my gears. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates, the total cost of government support for EV investments in Canada was earmarked at $52.5 billion between October 2020 and April 2024, including Strategic Innovation Fund and special subsidies for production subsidies for Stellantis, Volkswagen, Honda, and Northvolt. Despite funding commitments, many federally backed auto sector projects have been delayed or fallen apart altogether. Stellantis shifted Jeep Compass production from Brampton, Ontario to Illinois. Honda's $15 billion EV supply chain project in Alliston delayed. Volkswagen has deferred its production schedule in St. Thomas. Northvolt is slower than expected in its rollout in Quebec. And General Motors' termination of BrightDrop EV van production has taken place in Ingersoll. To make matters even worse, despite significant promises, hours of debate, and promises by this government that they were going to create an EV ecosystem like nothing we've ever seen before in Canada, taking advantage of our critical minerals, the advanced manufacturing in Ontario, new opportunities for mining in the Ring of Fire, new export opportunities, all through these investments that were so necessary. The Prime Minister just recently handed 30% of our electric vehicle market to China without guardrails. The very country he said just a year ago in the election was the greatest threat to Canadian democracy. Hear, hear. What in the world? Example number 4, ArriveCan. Originally budgeted at only $80,000, but ballooned to cost Canadians approximately $60 million. A year ago tomorrow, the Auditor General confirmed that GC Strategies, a dodgy IT firm that does not do IT work, is now under RCMP investigation for ArriveCan, was awarded 106 contracts worth nearly $100 million under the Liberals. Despite already receiving $64.5 million from the government, the Auditor General found that in 46% of cases, there was little or no evidence that work was actually performed. The Auditor General called the government bookkeeping for the project, and I quote, the worst she'd ever seen. In an extraordinary rare step, the contractor was formally censured in Parliament for its conduct, something almost never seen in federal procurement, underscoring just how serious and egregious these failures were. Another one that hits, example 5, another one that hits close to home because I represent a sizable Indigenous population was Indigenous procurement policy. In August of 2024, Global News reported that through the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses, the government awarded billions of dollars in contracts earmarked for Indigenous enterprises without always requiring bidders to prove that they were First Nation, Métis, or Inuit. Contracts awarded to Indigenous businesses skyrocketed from $100 million in 2018 to $1.6 billion, 6.3% of all eligible federal spending at the time. Thawinanti Thomas, co-founder of La Flèche Inc., a plastics manufacturing company near Montreal, said it's, and I quote, commonly known, end quote, among Indigenous executives that non-Indigenous businesses were taking advantage of the procurement policies. Example number 6, a recent one. Prescribe IT. The Liberals spent nearly $300 million over a decade on prescribing software. The CEO of Canada Health Infoway was paid nearly $900,000 a year while the program failed across most of Canada. The agency has still not complied with the parliamentary request to provide unredacted documents on their prescribed IT failure. Nearly $100 million went to TELUS Health as the primary technology vendor, with unanswered questions about who owns the taxpayer-funded intellectual property. What a disgrace. And we've just learned the Minister of Health has now canceled the program in disgrace despite repeated attempts for more transparency by Conservatives at the Health Committee that were blocked by the Liberal members. Example number 7, COVID-19 loans, the Canada Emergency Business Account. This is a big one. A 2024 Auditor General report estimated that $3.5 billion went to ineligible businesses. The Department of Finance Canada and Global Affairs Canada, according to the Auditor General, did not provide effective oversight to ensure that the CEBA program was managed with due regard for value for money. Export Development Canada, notes the Auditor General, failed to exercise basic controls in contract management, such as monitoring that amounts paid aligned with work performed. This meant that value for money was compromised. Example number 8. This was a big one in the 2021 election. We Charity. Seems like ages ago. In June 2020, We Charity was chosen to administer the Canada Student Service Grant, a $912 million program introduced by Justin Trudeau to provide financial relief for students during the COVID-19 pandemic. According to a report to Parliament's Ethics Committee, Trudeau family members were paid more than $217,000 for speaking engagements and reimbursed $210,000, which included flights and hotels.
Order. I'll just ask the member to pause for a second. A point of order, the Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to see relevance to my colleague's comments on Bill C-26. I think we've allowed him to continue for some time now, and it's just getting completely out of hand. Relevance, Speaker.
I do thank the honourable member, and just to clarify, we're actually not debating the bill. We are debating the motion number 11, which does provide for a great deal of latitude on relevance, particularly when it's on a government motion of this matter. So the honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford may continue.
These are only a few examples of how the government creates these big blocks of money without any accountability or transparency. What's the point of scrutiny when the Liberals are just going to turn a blind eye again and again to mismanagement? This is one of the most dangerous things Parliament can do. Grant billions of dollars without any metrics of success, without any capacity to see how the money is being used. This is not the way our democracy or public accountability is supposed to work. When we hear promises of new spending, new funds, new programs, new announcement, I am required to ask, will it be any different this time? In my riding of Mission Matsqui Abbotsford, these failures are not theoretical, they touch very close to home. In 2021, we experienced massive flooding that became one of the most expensive natural disasters in Canada. Later that year, my riding was burned to the ground in Lytton, British Columbia. No riding in Canada has ever faced devastation like Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon did in 2021. The CN rail line was washed out throughout the province. The CP rail line was washed out all across the province. The Trans-Canada Highway was washed out and flooded. The Duffy, which connects Whistler Pemberton to Lillooet, was washed out. The Lougheed Highway was washed out. The Southern Rail Line was washed out. Metro Vancouver, the Port of Metro Vancouver, was completely shut off from the rest of Canada. We had to bring in military from Quebec because there was no equipment cache in British Columbia to deal with the devastation we faced. The Sumas Prairie was flooded, compromising BC's food supply. Homes were lost. People died. Our infrastructure failed. I remember walking up to the Sir John A. Macdonald building, and there was a time when the senator from Saskatchewan was kicked out of the Conservative caucus for a while when Aaron O'Toole was our leader, and some journalist asked me, "What do you think about this?" I had just come from a meeting with now High Commissioner Bill Blair to the UK. And I said, "I can't believe you're asking me this. Like, British Columbia is cut off from the rest of Canada. The Port of Metro Vancouver can't move any goods, and you're asking me about a senator?" BC in this chamber is often overlooked. It's not an understood place. Since 2021, I've stood in this chamber in committees. I've pleaded with the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing to help British Columbia, to help our farmers, to help the government achieve its own objectives of doubling exports to the Asia Pacific. None of that can happen unless they pay attention to my riding. Most members in this chamber don't know that 37% of the oil from Trans Mountain goes through the Sumas transfer station in my community to the United States. Without that money, the government of Canada would be bankrupt. Most members don't know that the Enbridge expansion and the Huntington transfer station is right in my riding. Canada can't function without Mission Matsqui Abbotsford. My riding has one of the highest farm gates in all of Canada, and we are a key producer of berries, poultry, dairy, and vegetable production on less than 1% of the land in BC. We are an agricultural powerhouse, and we are also the confluence of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, the Enbridge Pipeline, the Trans-Canada Highway, all three major rail lines in Canada, a border crossing, an international airport that the government just announced where they're going to build Canada's new firefighting fleet through one of the best companies in Canada, Conair. There is so much happening in Mission Matsqui Abbotsford, in the Fraser Valley, that is essential to what the government needs to do to complete its objectives. But when I ask them, when will the dollars that Justin Trudeau promised at the photo ops in Abbotsford in 2021 come to fruition? I saw the High Commissioner at the airport last week, and I said, Bill, I'm still fighting, man. And he's like, good, keep fighting, because we didn't fulfill our promises to Mission Matsqui Abbotsford. My number one duty in this House is to get that member who spoke before me to come clean and support my community, to support Canada, to support our export objectives, to support renewed interest in supply chains. You know, the Prime Minister went to New York, and he talked about looking to the future, about Canada's place in the global economy. We can agree that our future is not just a new trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, it's westbound through British Columbia. Because the next chapter of Canada's prosperity will be written in our relationships with the Asia Pacific, markets that are growing faster, demanding more food, more energy, a more reliable trading partner with expertise in engineering and services, with one of the most educated workforces in the entire world. We can't do any of that. We don't take the $3.83 billion in national economic activity through agriculture in my riding, the role of our international airport, the site of our firefighting fleet, the Enbridge pipeline, the Trans Mountain pipeline, our international border crossing, the major arterial roads that connects British Columbia with all of Canada, our rail lines to the south, our rail lines to the port, the breadbasket of British Columbia in my riding. Every container heading to Asia, every shipment of agricultural product, every export moving through our Pacific Gateway depends on the strength and reliability of the supply chains in the Fraser Valley. As much of it runs, Mr. Speaker, if Canada wants to be a serious player in the Indo-Pacific, if we want to seize the opportunities of growing global demand, then we must ensure that our gateways work. The government cannot accomplish its goal, and I'm going to repeat this time and time again, the government cannot accomplish its goal to double our exports abroad if it does not protect and maintain this critical infrastructure, not just on sunny days, but in the face of floods, extreme weather, and these growing infrastructure pressures. Because it's worth noting, our competitors are not standing still. Other countries are investing heavily in trade routes. in climate resilient infrastructure. And we're seeing it in Washington State, where they're going to start exporting more potash and other goods from Canada because we're not moving fast enough. Canada has to do the same. So the question before us is simple. Are we prepared to invest in the infrastructure that will define Canada's future? Or are we willing to leave one of our most critical trade corridors vulnerable at the very moment the world is looking to Canada and the Pacific to provide some stability in light of global conflicts? The Fraser Valley is not just about the past, it's about the future the Prime Minister spoke about in his remarks in New York. It is about a future where Canada can feed global markets, where it can power economies with responsibly developed energy, and strengthen its place as a reliable trading nation. Everything the Prime Minister wants to do happens in the Fraser Valley. But to my key point, none of this is possible without resilient infrastructure, without protected corridors, without a federal government willing to act with urgency and ambition in a way it hasn't done yet. So yes, let's build homes, but let us also build the foundation of a country that can compete, that can trade, and that can lead. Because when we invest in the Fraser Valley, it's not just about investing in a region. We are investing in Canada's future on the world stage. This is an odd bill. It wasn't in the budget, and it doesn't appear to be part of a coherent plan based on the information before the House today. It feels more like a last-minute talking point, something the Liberals could say, Conservatives voted against housing, rather than a serious effort to address the legitimate things the minister is trying to solve. Canadians do want to see investment in housing and infrastructure, but they also want to see improved processes, because what I will outline in the coming hours shows that they haven't done that to date. But before I do that, I would be remiss if I didn't cover some of the comments, just to reiterate the point that my constituents made in a recent mailer about what happened to them in the flood. Sometimes in this House, we need to bring that personal perspective. These people matter and they pay a lot of taxes. Their voice needs to be heard. I'm going to refer to them by just the first letter of their initials to protect their confidentiality. J&T wrote me, "Our family was seriously impacted when the dikes of Sumas River blew out in 2021. This flooded the Sumas Prairie, where we live on a 5-acre hay farm. We lost everything in our home, had to rebuild the entire inside of the house, from floor to ceiling, including all appliances, windows, doors, furniture, flooring, and personal items. We lost 3 vehicles, tools and equipment for the farm. Federal help is needed to deal with international disaster with the floodwaters." P in Abbotsford wrote, this is a funny one, "Instead of wasting time trying to get the Liberals to do something for the West Coast, why not build a berm along the border? They can keep their water." It's fair. DS wrote, "It appears to me the federal government is not taking the flooding issue seriously. Merritt, Princeton, Sumas Prairie, all their constituencies are not listened to by the Liberal government. Is it because they don't have their party MPs in these ridings? 500 pages of reposting is not sufficient to approve funding for flood-stricken families, ? We pay equally into the tax system in Canada. Citizens should be first." C in Abbotsford wrote, 2021, our property flooded. We had a foot of water on the main floor of our house. We were displaced for 6 months from our home while we let it dry out. Gutted the main floor and renovated. We also have a barn, so animals, goats, horses, and chickens were relocated for a while. My husband has a landscaping business and his shop flooded, ruining equipment and storage areas. It has taken years to rebuild. C from Abbotsford wrote, "I was unable to get to my workplace during the floods. My church took the opportunity to help Ripples Estate with their restoration, and the devastation to their land was exceptional. In a documentary recap I filmed, one of the owners makes the comment that we receive alert messages all the time on our iPhones. How is it possible that there is a failure to use this kind of method to warn about the potential weather impact of flooding? R from Abbotsford Road. My wife with extreme Parkinson's and myself were evacuated for 3 weeks. We went to our sons in Calgary. I live in Sumas Prairie, where the dike broke. Helped move my neighbor and his barn flooded, as well as 2 homes past the bridge on Sumas River, which had to be replaced. My wife recently passed. This was an extremely difficult time. During the flood in 2025, I was stranded for 3 days, as all the roads around me were flooded. At this day and age, this problem must be resolved. Government, change. We need proper diking in Sumas, Washington, and pump stations on Sumas River at Barrowtown. Ann and L wrote, our family has lived on this property since 1957, which my father and mother moved to because of the high location of the property. They lived on an lower area when they migrated here in the 1930s. They went through the 1948 flood threat and realized the situation back then. So until November 2021, our family felt confident that we didn't have to worry. But to our amazement, the dike on the Sumas River breached, and that was that. We suffered water flooding in our basement, costing us over $8,000 and time away from home. At that time, I was suffering from cancer, which was very difficult. D from Abbotsford. I used to live in Sumas Prairie in the flood zone, and the threat of flooding was a constant concern, so we moved to the Bradner area of Abbotsford, out of the flood zone. Our old house was badly damaged in 2021. The Canadian government must pressure the U.S. government to dredge out the Nooksack River to prevent flooding again. That's one of the only solutions as I see it. R from Abbotsford Road. Both the 2021 and 2025 floods cut off use of Highway 1 to interiors for a month. I lost access to my cabin in Hope. And what about the promised infrastructure? How come it's not happening? Let's get it done. Let's get it right this time. We can't go on like this. O from Abbotsford Road. Yes, I saw many affected residents from the floods. We have to find a way to fix this from happening again, by all means. Ian E from Abbotsford, I should say, sorry, said that we need the federal government to work constructively on the Sumas River Watershed Coalition, to work with our American partners to fix this issue. Where is the federal leadership? B in Mission wrote, I lived in Agassiz in 2021 near the fairgrounds. My crawl space flooded. I had huge personal and material losses. I spent months sorting and paying for things that couldn't be saved. J in Mission, infrastructure needs to be built to stop this from happening again. We can't go on. T in Abbotsford, I don't live on the Sumas floodplain, but I do live on the hill above it. My lower level floods on occasion when our storm drainage system can't handle the extra water because it has nowhere to go when the plains flood. When the freeway is flooded, my daughter can't go to work in Chilliwack. R in Abbotsford, thanks for pushing this, Brad. My friend's family cattle were heavily impacted by the 2021 floods. There was incredible destruction and loss around Sumas Prairie. In fact, when he mentions the cattle, some of the only things people remember from outside of the region are the cows swimming in the water during the floods. G and P in Abbotsford. In addition to being cut off from the rest of Canada by the flooding in 2021, our region had to rely on shipments being rerouted through the U.S., Washington State, and then back into BC. Given the trade tensions with the U.S. and our country's resolve to become less dependent on the U.S., do we really want to find ourselves in that position again when the flooding reoccurs? Please get the flood mitigation assistance that was promised in November 2021. SH from Abbotsford. We had to be evacuated in the middle of the night. We had to relocate our livestock. We missed work. Our property was damaged. The Trans-Canada Highway was flooded and closed. There was poor communication on road closures. We lost a lot of livestock due to the flood. S in Abbotsford. While my property was not flooded, my friends had just recovered from the previous flood disaster. To have two floods so close together stings of neglect and disinterest for the people of the Fraser Valley. are in Abbotsford. The recent flood disrupted my work for most of a week. I head up a construction for farmers, fresh mushrooms. These last 12 years, my work has stopped because I had no access to gravel on Sumas Mountain. 3 of my crew lost a week's worth of work because all the roads were cut off. Jay in Abbotsford writes, I don't live in the floodplain, but a percentage of our city does. It is terribly disruptive when the floods take place. I am only inconvenienced, but there are people in our city fighting for their homes, land, their way of life. Do we have to have another fatality for Ottawa to notice? Thank you for your efforts. D in Abbotsford. Again, Brad, you're looking out for your people. Thank you. Not impacted by the flood except by higher prices in groceries and other necessities because freight was held up. The poor farmers affected have been most heartbreaking. We knew the Prime Minister at the time, Justin Trudeau, would not keep his promise to help. He gave hope in one hand and snatched it up with the other hand. Typical of him. Also, go very hard on Soji in our schools. God continue to give you strength. Am in Abbotsford. I haven't been affected personally, but my uncle was flooded in the 75 flood. It has only gotten worse in the 1990s and in the 2020s. My dad had a friend who was a diking commissioner in the Nooksack in the 90s. He was hamstrung by bureaucracies there. It was an international problem that affects the local Americans as well. It missed federal government action on both sides of the border. The Nooksack needs dredging, and we need to improve our dikes. I agree. This problem can only be fixed if the federal government gets involved. P from Abbotsford. She's a professor at the university, and she said they had to cancel exams, and the university was shut for a week because of the floods. She encourages the federal government to take leadership and dredge the Nooksack. K from Mission. I'm going to be 85 this spring. I have a caring heart. We've got to get this fixed. This is not acceptable. And B from Abbotsford. I received your letter, Fix the Flooding Failure, Hold Ottawa Accountable, in the mail this week. This is a few months ago. You asked how the 2021 and most recent flooding have affected our lives. Well, the Sumas Prairie flood was truly an experience for us. After spending the evening of November 15th, 2021, and well into the morning moving files from our office into the shop into the house, we tried to save our daughter's art studio, furniture and artwork. Our other daughter's piano studio, located by the back of our garage, and anything we could from the basement by moving it to the main floor. We never expected the water to rise as much as it did. We moved items and mopped up water for 26 hours straight. By 4:30 a.m. on November 16th, we were completely exhausted and cold. We rested until 6:30 a.m. when we heard police telling us to evacuate. In that short time, the water had rushed in and was already 4 feet deep in the basement. We couldn't reach the breaker panel or turn off the water or gas. We had only minutes to leave. The water continued rising faster. We waded through dirty, freezing water to reach our truck on the road. The road had disappeared, and the surrounding area looked like we were in the middle of a lake. Water was entering the cab of the truck. We were very fortunate to get out when we did. Trying to drive when no road is visible and avoiding deep farm ditches was extremely challenging. We headed south along the mountain, driving through the mudslides and down branches, and made our way to Chilliwack. With the flooding and landslides, it felt like we were in a movie. Cold and wet, we were instructed to register with emergency evacuation services in Chilliwack. Our 2 daughters had stayed at their grandparents' the night before because they couldn't make it home once flooding began at Wacom Road. My husband and I ended up in Chilliwack. Chilliwack became chaotic as people panicked to get gas and food. Gas stations ran out of fuel, and fights were starting because of the long, frantic lineups. We were able to get clothes and food at Superstore since we had left many essentials at home. But later the store closed as shelves were emptied. Sumas Prairie and Highway Number 1 were closed, as were Highway Number 1 East past the Agassiz exit and Highway 7 due to mudslides. Exhausted and considering sleeping in the back of the truck, we searched for a place to stay, but nothing was available. It was November, and daytime temperatures were around 5 degrees. Thankfully, my mom made some calls, and we ended up staying with a distant relative. On Thursday, November 19th, we were finally able to head back to Abbotsford via Highway number 7. It took 3 hours, but we still couldn't reach our house. Flooding was everywhere, even though the water had receded 3 feet. By Sunday, we were able to pull up to our home and assess the damage. Wearing boots, we entered the house and quickly packed what we could from the main and upper floors. The smell permeated everything. Clothing and bedding that could be washed were washed, but it took a lot to remove the odor. We lost all of our office equipment and furniture. The furniture and appliances in our basement and anything we had placed on our shelves, thinking the water wouldn't reach the ceiling. We lost our RV, our chickens and both coops, the art studio, the piano studio, and 4 vehicles. Our business trailers were flooded and we worked with ICBC to have them repaired. Seeing the damage was tough, but we had to move forward and do the hard work to get back to normal. We gutted, dried out, and repaired our shop. We bought new tools and threw out the damaged equipment. Our construction company's head office had to be relocated off the property. With the help of family and friends, the cleanup began. We ended up with 6.5 feet of water, contaminated water containing septic waste, manure, chemicals, oils, and gas. Anything touched by it had to be thrown out. Our house needed to be rebuilt, so we lived elsewhere for 2.5 years. We are still dealing with the aftermath. Damage to the outbuildings is yet to be repaired because our focus and finances had to go towards the house and shop. Our older farmhouse had water up to the main floorboards, and after sitting in water for almost a week, the mold and structural damage made rebuilding necessary. Unfortunately, we had no insurance coverage for overland flooding. Intact Insurance had sent us a letter a year earlier stating that due to failing infrastructure, they would no longer cover floods. I tried to get insurance elsewhere for this, but no one would offer it. The recent flooding only affected our backyard, field, and ditches. That's the one last year. So the house was spared this time. My daughter and I were evacuated at 12:30 a.m., but returned in the morning before Vi Road flooded. Our daughter had recently undergone surgery and was still using a hospital bed, so staying elsewhere was impossible. My husband remained at the house. The stress was still there, knowing how easily it could happen again. One of our neighbors completely emptied their house, appliances and all, fearing a repeat of 2021. We monitored the water constantly to see how quickly the yard was filling. We were still able to reach Chilliwack via back roads, but were cut off from Abbotsford due to closures at Vi Road, Walkham Road, and Walkham Road to Highway number 1 from our work. In 2021, when our dike failed, we realized most of the water that flooded our home came from that failure. This time we watched the direction of the water from the Nooksack, which has flooded before and follows the same path towards Highway number 1. As landowners in the Sumas Prairie, it is deeply concerning that so little has been addressed since 2021. Thank you for taking the time to read our story and share our concerns. See in Abbotsford, 2021, we were greatly impacted by the flood. We lost many of our belongings and animals. We never received any relief funding or even dump fees waived because we were not put on alert. Our house was completely surrounded by water, but because it sits up high enough, we were able to stay. Not once did any first responders or law enforcement ever come to check on us. We continue to flood every winter, but the city refuses to help us in any way. R&D in Mission. I can't access the Fraser River from the Beartown boat launch anymore due to the level of gravel flowing through the Vetter Canal. The Chilliwack Lake watershed was overlogged decades ago, but perhaps is recovered by now. However, the canal needs to be dredged. It's got nothing to do with the so-called climate change, as some try to suggest. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but the testament is clear. My constituents have not received the type of federal support they deserve. They have not received the type of flexibility the government is showing in C-26 in this programming motion to accomplish its goals. But they have not done anything for the Fraser Valley region, which is integral to maintain Canada's supply chains in 2026. In my next hour, I'm going to look a little more closely at what the government has done on housing since they were elected. And it starts with the National Housing Strategy, which came out in 2020. 2016 or 2017. In fact, the member from Quebec wrote a message as Minister of Families and Children and Social Development. And he states, "It is my great honor and pleasure to present Canada's first ever national housing strategy, an ambitious $40 billion plan to help ensure that Canadians have access to housing that meets their needs and that they can afford." Bringing this strategy to life has been a priority for the Government of Canada for the past 18 months. We are making historic investments in housing and planning for transformational change. Because we understand the value of home, safe, affordable housing is a launch pad for better socioeconomic outcomes for our citizens, a more inclusive society where everyone has the opportunity to be well and to succeed, a stronger economy, and a cleaner environment. But for too many Canadian families, a decent home is simply not affordable. Across Canada, 1.7 million people are in housing need, living in homes that are inadequate and unaffordable. Another 25,000 Canadians are chronically homeless. This needs to change. Building on investments announced in the 2016 and 2017 budgets, this strategy signals a meaningful re-engagement by the federal government in housing. It is a key element of our government's plan to help strengthen the middle class, promote growth for everyone, and lift more Canadians out of poverty. Important learnings emerged from last year's Let's Talk Housing consultations, and our strategy is stronger for it. Now the work of implementing these ideas begins. We have set clear goals for the National Housing Strategy, including removing 530,000 Canadian families from housing need and reducing chronic homelessness by half over the next decade. We will track and report on our success and adapt our approach as needed as the strategy unfolds. Our primary focus will be on meeting the needs of vulnerable populations such as women and children fleeing family violence, seniors, Indigenous people with disabilities, those dealing with mental health and addiction issues, veterans, and young adults. The release of the National Housing Strategy marks the beginning of a new era for housing in Canada. We have a strategy that all Canadians can be proud of and support. I encourage you to become part of this nationwide effort to ensure that all Canadians have the safe and affordable housing they need and deserve. Now, I consider the member to be an honourable one, but I will note that every metric, every group outlined in his introductory letter to the National Housing Strategy has failed. Every single one. Not one thing has been done like they said it would be done when the plan was announced. The strategy goes on as the first ever national housing strategy. The Government of Canada believes every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable home. Affordable housing is a cornerstone of inclusive communities. Canada's first ever national housing strategy is a 10-year, $40 billion plan that will give more Canadians a place to call home. Canada's National Housing Strategy sets ambitious targets to ensure that unprecedented investments in new programming deliver results. This will include a 50% reduction in chronic homelessness and as many as 530,000 households being taken out of housing need. The National Housing Strategy will result in up to 100,000 new housing units and 300,000 repaired or renewed housing units. Through new initiatives like the National Housing Co-Investment Fund and the Canada Community Housing Initiative, the National Housing Strategy will create a new generation of housing in Canada. None of that has taken place. Our plan will promote diverse communities. It will build housing that is sustainable, accessible, mixed income, and mixed use. We will build housing that is fully integrated into the community, close to transit, close to work, and close to public services. Expanded and reformed federal homelessness programming and new Canada housing benefits and a rights-based approach to housing will ensure that the National Housing Strategy prioritizes the most vulnerable Canadians, including women and children fleeing from violence. I will note that since this strategy was implemented, violence against women in Canada has more than doubled. cases of sexual assault and intimate partner violence have skyrocketed under this government. They said housing would fix it. They were wrong. They misled Canada. They misled our entire nation. The National Housing Strategy is a truly national project built by and for Canadians. The success of our plan requires the collaboration of many partners. The National Housing Strategy invests in the provinces and territories so all regions can achieve better and more affordable housing. It invests in municipalities to empower communities to lead the fight against homelessness. It also creates new opportunities for the federal government to innovate through community partnerships. I could go on. Page 5 of the report, A Vision for Housing in Canada. Canadians have housing that meets their needs and that they can afford. That vision has failed. Affordable housing is a cornerstone of sustainable, inclusive communities in a Canadian economy where people can prosper and thrive. I agree, the government's done the opposite. The government notes in their strategy on page 5 that housing is more than just a roof over our heads. It says that every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable home. I agree. They haven't done it. Housing investments must prioritize the most in need, including women and children fleeing family violence, seniors and Indigenous people. I might read later on the Auditor General report on the state of housing on First Nations Reserve, a complete failure again. Housing policy should be grounded in the principles of inclusion, participation, and accountability, and non-discrimination. I agree, but the government's completely failed on that too. Housing programs should align with public investments in job creation, skills training, transit, early learning, healthcare, and cultural and recreational infrastructure. I wish that were the case. It hasn't happened. Housing investment should support Canada's climate change agenda and commitment to accessible communities. I agree, but where the impacts of natural disasters and what the government scientists said about climate change in Canada in my riding, there was never that alignment or prioritization as I just outlined in the last hour. Another big fail. Communities should be empowered to develop and implement local solutions for housing challenges. I agree, I don't think it's happening though. Page 6 of the strategy outlines some targets. 530 households removed from housing need. 385,000 community housing units protected and another 50,000 units created through an expansion of community housing. A 50% reduction in estimated number of chronically homeless shelter use. 300,000 existing housing units repaired and renewed. 100,000 new housing units created. 300,000 households provided with affordability support through the Canada Housing Benefit. I don't think they've succeeded on any of those metrics. Page 7. It said that this $40 billion initial investment, which has since doubled, will be a once-in-a-generation joint investment. I find it sad that the government has spent so much money and has so little to show for what they said they wanted to do. The strategy outlines that in Chapter 1, that housing rights are human rights, that Canadians deserve a safe and affordable place to live. And that's why this government's taking these additional progressive steps to implement the right of every Canadian to access adequate housing. They said their plan is grounded in the principles of inclusion, accountability, participation, and non-discrimination. None of that has taken place. The plan talks about new legislation, which I'll get to in just a minute, the National Housing Strategy Act, and a new federal housing advocate. I will note, on a positive note, that at least the federal housing advocate has been willing to call out the government accordingly and hold them to account on some of their failures, like the 1,000-year statistic I gave earlier, outlining that the plan is a complete failure. The plan created a new National Housing Council, new initiatives, new public campaigns, new legislation, all sorts of new agencies and councils. None of it's made a difference. None of the metrics were made. In Chapter 2, it talks about federal re-engagement through the National Co-Investment Fund. I don't know what to say. It talked about 60,000 new units, new shelter spaces. Poverty in Canada has grown at such an exponential rate under this government over the last 10 years that even where the government might have made an incremental improvement, the foundation of our economy, our socioeconomic status, and the erosion of civil society that we've witnessed over the last 10 years eroded any good that any of these policies could have completed. While more money was pumped, less results were achieved. The plan talks about making federal lands available for affordable housing. The government's still talking about that. They still haven't done anything. I don't think it's made any measurable difference. The only success we've seen on that is when we have removed all federal barriers, granted federal lands to Indigenous people. To the outcry of many residents in Vancouver, we've seen massive new housing developments take place. It's only when the federal government is not involved that we've seen results. Chapter 3 talks about maintaining a resilient community housing sector. I don't know what that means. I don't think it's made a difference. Chapter 4 talks about a new Housing Canada benefit for low-income people. The government's removing that benefit now. Chapter 5 talks about progress through partnership, enhanced support to provinces and territories. Again, what progress have we seen? The report mentions the same statistics I read at the beginning over and over again. It talks about letting communities lead. I don't know what that means. Chapter 7 is titled Nothing About Us Without Us. Housing starts for First Nations have only eroded under this government. Chapter 8, Evidence-Based Housing Research Data and Demonstrations. They developed a research agenda around their own work. The research, as I will show, shows the plan was an abysmal failure. Chapter 9 is about improving home ownership for options for Canadians. In some of the debates I'll talk about, in conjunction with this plan, the government's solution for that was allowing the Government of Canada to co-invest in your mortgage or have a portion of your mortgage. That plan failed drastically. Chapter 10 was about a gender-based analysis plus. I don't know what that means or what it's done to improve housing affordability in Canada. I hope it's made some improvements, but I don't think it has. Chapter 11 talks about the government's journey in reinvesting in housing. Great. I could go on. More statistics, more failed investments, zero progress to date, a move in the complete opposite direction the very strategy said it would go. The next document I'll quickly take a look at is the National Housing Strategy Act. The National Housing Strategy Act was very big legislation for the government at the time. And I'll outline what it says in the preamble. Whereas housing is essential to the inherent dignity and well-being of the person and the building of sustainable and inclusive communities, as well as strong national economy in which people of Canada can prosper and thrive. Whereas access to affordable housing contributes to achieving beneficial social, economic, health, and environmental outcomes. Whereas improved housing outcomes are best achieved through cooperation between governments and civil society, as well as the meaningful involvement of local communities. Whereas national goals, timelines, and initiatives relating to housing and homelessness are essential to improving the quality of life of the people of Canada, particularly persons in greatest need. whereas National Housing Strategy would support a common vision, key principles, and a coordinated approach to achieving housing outcomes, whereas the National Housing Strategy would contribute to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and whereas the National Housing Strategy would support a progressive realization to the right of adequate housing as recognized in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, to which Canada is a party. The legislation, importantly, includes a housing policy declaration. In Section 4, it is declared to be the housing policy of the Government of Canada to recognize that the right to adequate housing is a fundamental right affirmed in international law. Recognize that housing is essential to the inherent dignity and well-being of the person and to the building of sustainable, inclusive communities. Support improved housing outcomes for the people of Canada, and further, the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing is recognized in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Under Section 5, under the National Housing Strategy, on page 3 of the bill, the Minister must develop and maintain a national housing strategy to further the housing policy, taking into account key principles of human rights-based approach to housing. The content of the National Housing Strategy is to, among other things, set out a long-term vision for housing in Canada that recognizes the importance of housing to achieving social, economic, health, and environmental goals, establish national goals related to housing and homelessness, and identify related priorities, initiatives, timelines, and desired outcomes, focus on improving housing outcomes for person in greatest need, provide for a participatory process to ensure the ongoing inclusion and engagement of civil society, stakeholders, vulnerable groups, and persons with lived experiences of housing need, as well as those with lived experiences of homelessness. The Act sets out a National Housing Council. A council to be known as the National Housing Council is established for the purposes of furthering the national housing policy, to provide advice to the Minister on its own initiatives at the request of the Minister, including, among other things, the effectiveness of the National Housing Strategy. It sort of sounds familiar, another bureaucratic body to do the job of the Minister. It talks about the membership of the Council, which I won't go into, ex officio members, appointment of the terms. This was a very common thing under Trudeau. Every legislation had a corresponding council. The legislation creates a federal housing advocate on page 6 with specific duties to monitor, related to monitor the implementation of the housing policy and assess its impact on persons who are members of the vulnerable groups, person with lived experience of housing need, and person with lived experience of homelessness, to monitor progress in meeting goals and timelines, to analyze and conduct research as the advocate sees fit on systematic housing issues, including barriers, to initiate studies as the advocate sees fit into economic and institutional or industry conditions, consult with persons referred to in paragraph A in civil society organizations, receive submissions with respect to systemic housing issues, provide advice to the Minister, submit a report to the Minister on their findings, and participate in the work of the National Council as an ex officio member. The Act establishes a review panel. Goes on and on about the review panel. And it talks about accountability on page 10. The Minister must respond to annual reports of the Federal Housing Advocate. I would be remiss as a Member of Parliament to note that we ask general questions on the state of housing in Canada every day, and we never get clear responses, only that everything is okay and Canada's never had it so good. That's essentially the strategy. During the debates, because this was part of the budget bill in April of 2019, many Liberals spoke highly about what they were doing. Jennifer O'Connell, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Finance, on time talked about how the Liberal approach is going to help young Canadians. Young Canadians, she mentioned, that want the chance to work in a good career, buy a home, and build a better future for themselves, their families, and their communities. That was never realized. She talks about their approach to housing, and I quote, "Many Canadians might feel that because of high housing prices in some of Canada's largest cities, buying a home is increasingly out of reach. We know that young people especially are being priced out of some house and condo markets. Average home prices today are about 8 times larger than the average full-time income of Canadians aged 25 to 34. This is markedly different from a few decades ago when we were about 4 times larger." To address the difficulty that young families may be having in buying their first home, through Bill C-97, Budget 2019 proposes a new first-time home buyer incentive with this extra help in the shape of shared equity mortgage through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Canadians can lower their monthly mortgage payments, making home ownership more affordable. I'll note the government scrapped that program pretty quickly. An abysmal failure. She goes on that in Budget 2019 and Bill C-97, our government is also increasing the home buyers plan withdrawal limit for the first time in a decade. I'll admit that was a good policy. But none of their measures improved affordability. Budget 2019, their housing experience talked about job experience and employer relevant skills. None of that panned out. This is interesting. The parliamentary secretary at the time talked about attracting more foreign students to Canada by promoting Canadian educational institutions as high caliber places to study. One of the biggest and negative impacts on housing affordability in Canada has been the immigration policies of this government, where demand completely outstrips supply due to unfettered immigration targets. Just a few years ago, the members opposite praised the government for increasing those numbers. What a short-sighted policy idea that was. Marion Monsef, in May of 2019, talked about how more funding in Budget 2019, and I quote, "We took our commitment to housing even further. We are investing an additional $10 billion in the rental construction financing initiative, which will help people who rely on rental and social housing to find more housing opportunities. We have introduced the first-time home buyer incentive, which will help more Canadians achieve the dream of owning a home. Thanks to these and other investments, the National Housing Strategy is now a $55 billion plan, and we are seeing the fruits of our commitment in new and renewed housing units across the country. Next year, the Canada Housing Benefit will come into effect. This is an additional $2,500 a year for low-income Canadians. It is a portable fund that will follow them wherever they choose to live and ensure that they have greater access to affordable housing." The member talked about the National Housing Strategy Act, which I just read from, that would create a National Housing Council supported by CMHC, which will act as a focal point for housing policy discussions on the National Housing Strategy and will advise the minister on how to improve housing outcomes. With these amendments, she talks about we are empowering the National Housing Council with even more freedom to support the federal housing advocate and to support on the findings of the minister responsible. She talked about being very proud of the housing investments, about upholding the rights of Canadians. The member from Surrey Centre spoke about the 2019 budget as well on housing. He states, and I state, "By listening to the needs of Canadians and encouraging dialogue, I am proud to say that this government has continued its commitment to improving housing affordability in this country, and this is exemplified in Budget 2019. The government is committed to working in partnership with the province and the municipality to ensure a tri-leveled affordable housing strategy for Surrey residents. In conjunction with British Columbia's affordable plan and Surrey's affordable housing strategy, the government's new homeowner incentive is a proactive measure to ensure that a future in Surrey is possible for young people and families." He stated in his speech that, and I quote, "Our goal is to cut chronic homelessness in half, remove 530,000 families from housing need, and invest in the construction of up to 100,000 new homes. However, our government knows that these changes cannot unfortunately take place overnight. That is why our government has introduced new measures in Budget 2019 to help relieve the pressure on Canadians." And he goes on, "We will continue to work hard to ensure that middle-class Canadians can afford a home, that home ownership is not a pipe dream, but rather an achievable goal." The parliamentary secretary to the Minister of International Development at the time talked about, and I quote, "Today in Canada, especially where my constituents live in Brampton West, once affordable properties are now out of reach due to high demand. Therefore, in Budget 2016 and in 2017, we have established Canada's first ever housing strategy that would invest $40 billion over 10 years to build and repair affordable housing unit. This gives future homeowners greater options when looking at the housing market and makes housing accessible to more people than ever before. In Budget 2019, we are taking another step to support first-time homebuyers, including new immigrant families in Brampton West, to help make home ownership more affordable for the first-time homebuyers. Budget 2019 introduces the first-time homebuyer incentive. This incentive would allow eligible first-time homebuyers who have the minimum down payment of an insured mortgage to finance a portion of their home purchase through a shared equity mortgage with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation." She goes on, and I quote, "It is unfortunate that the provincial government in Ontario is impeding the flow of federal dollars to our municipalities. This has been having a tremendous effect in the community in Brampton. We are working with our municipalities to ensure that essential projects move forward. I am proud to be part of a government that is working with municipalities on behalf of Canadians and delivering for them. Brampton will receive close to $50 million through this fund so it can invest in services in Brampton, rely on most such as public transportation, recreation centers, and our parks." I could go on. The member from Humber River, Black Creek, on June 4th, 2019. "We are not just talking about the homeless. We are talking about seniors who cannot sell their houses because they have nowhere to go, and they are struggling as it is. There are a lot of people who are struggling and looking for housing. I hope that the way we are doing it under our new national housing strategy is going to help decrease the number of homeless people. More important, it is to help people find alternative forms of housing compared to what they currently have." The member from Black Creek goes on to prop up the first-time home buyer incentive, which she said will certainly help a lot of young people in their mid-30s who are having significant difficulty getting into the housing market. Once they can get into the housing market and stay employed, they will have lots of opportunity to build equity in the house and then can later move on to a larger house as their family grows. The parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance at the time, a member from Quebec. He talked about many measures in Budget 2019 as well. He talked about how Bill C-97 in concrete terms will require the federal government to give priority to the housing needs of the most vulnerable Canadians. The government will also be required to report back to Parliament on the progress made in implementing the strategy and achieving the desired results with respect to housing. These targets, such as cutting homelessness in half in this country and building 100,000 new units, as well as repairing and renovating another 30,000, will make a real difference in the lives of many Canadians. I think it is time for the federal government to take responsibility for housing and make a bold and ambitious comeback. That is what the National Housing Strategy does. The Liberals' housing agenda, first articulated in 2017 through the National Housing Strategy, was framed as a historic and transformational shift in federal policy. The quotes I just outlined from the budget debate in 2019 reinforce that. Former minister from the Quebec region presented the strategy as a long overdue correction to decades of federal withdrawal, promising not only significant new investment, but a reorientation of housing policy toward affordable, equity, and measurable outcomes. Housing was to be treated as a human right. Vulnerable Canadians would be prioritized, and hundreds of thousands of households would be lifted out of housing need. The rhetoric was expansive and ambitious, setting expectations for systemic change rather than incremental improvement. However, when these promises are compared to the current trajectory of housing policy, particularly as outlined in the 2025 report by the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, a significant gap emerges between what was promised and what is now being delivered. One of the most striking divergences lies in the trajectory of federal spending. The National Housing Strategy was built on the premise of sustained long-term federal investment. In 2017, the government emphasized that consistent funding over a decade would provide stability, enable planning, and ultimately improve affordability outcomes. Yet, according to the PBO's 2025 analysis, federal housing spending is not being sustained. It's actually declining sharply. Planned spending falls from $9.8 billion in 2025-26 to just $4.3 billion by 2028-2029. It's almost as if the government is afraid to admit the fact that their strategy wasn't working. The implication is clear. Despite earlier commitments to long-term leadership, the federal role in housing is set to diminish precisely when demand for intervention still remains incredibly high. This decline in spending is closely tied to the expiration of key programs under the National Housing Strategy. This creates some structural problems. The policy architecture that supported the government's original affordability goals is being dismantled faster than a new policy can be approached. As a result, the overall footprint of federal housing policy is changing without direction. The PBO notes that this output would increase. Let me back up. The report estimates the flagship initiative under Budget 2025, Build Canada Homes, exemplifies this shift. Rather than providing immediate relief to households struggling without housing costs, it focuses on financing construction, developing assets, and encouraging new housing supply over time. In principle, increasing housing supply is an essential component of any housing strategy. However, the effectiveness of the shift depends on both the scale and the timing of the resulting construction. On both counts, the PBO's assessment raises concerns. The report estimates that Building Canada Homes will generate approximately 26,000 new housing units over a 5-year period. While this is not insignificant in absolute terms, it is a modest relative to the scale of housing shortages. The PBO notes that this output would increase housing completions by only 2.1% and address just 3.7% of the projected housing gap. These figures underscore a key limitation. The program's contribution to overall supply is incremental rather than transformative. The government has also stated an ambitious goal of doubling the pace of housing construction, yet the PBO explicitly states that no detailed plan has been provided to achieve these objectives. This disconnect between stated targets and concrete policy mechanisms weakens the credibility of the government's approach and raises questions about its capacity to deliver meaningful results. The limited scale of new supply is further compounded by issues related to affordability targeting. Of the 26,000 units expected to be created under the Building Canada Homes, only about 13% are projected to be affordable for low-income households. This represents a relatively small contribution in a context where millions of Canadians face affordability challenges. More concerning is the definition of affordability itself. The PBO highlights that some units classified as affordable under the program may have rents significantly higher than historical market benchmarks. For example, illustrative calculations suggest that rents deemed affordable for median income households could be substantially higher than the national median market rent observed in previous years. This raises a critical concern. The policy risks conflating affordability with relative pricing metrics that does not reflect the lived reality of low and moderate income households. In effect, units may be labeled as affordable without being meaningfully accessible to those most in need. Another important aspect of the current policy direction is the trade-off between short-term support and long-term investment. By shifting resources toward capital development, the government is prioritizing supply over immediate affordability, which warrants more discussion. However, this does create a timing mismatch. Housing construction takes years to complete, and its impact on prices and rents is gradual. In contrast, affordability challenges are immediate and acute for many households. Renters facing high costs today cannot wait for long-term supply responses necessarily to materialize. Something to consider. The reduction or expiration of direct supports, many have argued, leaves a gap in the policy framework. The PBO explicitly notes that the addition of new units will only partially offset the decline in overall affordability support. Compounding these issues are planned reductions in funding from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, the federal agency responsible for administering many housing programs. The report identifies $2.4 billion in cuts to CMHC funding over several years. This raises concerns about the system's capacity to deliver effective housing support. Reductions in funding for programs administration, financing tools, and sector development can weaken the overall effectiveness of housing policy. Taken together, these trends point to a broader pattern, a contraction in federal housing policy combined with a reorientation towards long-term supply measures. That's not all bad, but the National Housing Strategy is still the official policy of the government on the books and should be taken in context of these changed policy metrics. When viewed in the context of the government's original promises, the divergence between becomes even more pronounced. In 2017, the Liberals committed to prioritizing vulnerable Canadians. These commitments implied not only increased spending, but also a sustained focus on outcomes for those most affected by the housing crisis. By 2026, however, the policy framework appears to be moving away from these priorities. This does not mean that all elements of the current approach are without merit. Investments in housing supply are necessary, and efforts to modernize construction methods or leverage public land can contribute to long-term improvements. However, the scale and design of these initiatives are critical. As the PBO analysis shows, the current measures are insufficient to address the magnitude of Canada's housing challenges. Ultimately, the gap between promise and reality reflects a deeper issue in policy design. I think that warrants us to look at some of the PBO reports that have been issued by the Parliamentary Budget Officer on federal spending, program spending on housing affordability. The first one being on June 18th of 2019. The executive summary on page 1. Canada's 2017 National Housing Strategy provided new funding for housing affordability programs over its 10-year term from 2018-19 to 2027-28. Taking into account existing and subsequent commitments, Canada's Mortgage and Housing Corporation plans to spend an average of $2.8 billion a year on assisted housing programs over the 10 years of the NHS. This represents a $0.4 billion, 15% increase in nominal spending over the 10-year historical average. Employment and Social Development Canada plans to spend $225 million a year on homelessness programs, which represent an $86 million or 62% increase in nominal spending over the 5-year historical average. In the overall allocation of funding between CMHC's core responsibilities, there is a $325 million per year or 14% reduction in funding for assisted housing needs programs intended to help low-income households, compared with the 10-year historical average. Within the assistance for housing need portfolio, there is a $167 million a year, 12% reduction in funding for transfers to the provinces and territories, and $175 million a year, 30% reduction in funding for federal community housing. These reductions are partially offset by $200 million a year in new spending on rent subsidies. The decline in funding assistance for housing needs programs is offset in terms of aggregate spending by a $664 million per year increase in funding for finance for housing programs, which are not necessarily targeted to low-income households. It is not clear that the National Housing Strategy will reduce the prevalence of housing need relative to 2017 levels. Overall, Canada's National Housing Strategy largely maintains current funding levels for current activities and slightly reduces targeted funding for housing in core housing need. CMHC's assumptions regarding the impact of the NHS outputs on housing need do not reflect the likely impact of those programs on the prevalence of housing need. Chapter 1, Introduction, the purpose of the report. This report is intended to help parliamentarians understand federal spending on affordable housing and the results that spending is likely to achieve. The report is undertaken under the Parliamentary Budget Officer's mandate to prepare reports concerning the government's budget and estimates. It was also undertaken under the Parliamentary Budget Officer's mandate to estimate the financial cost of a proposal over which Parliament has jurisdiction upon request for a parliamentarian. In this case, a Member of Parliament requested an estimate on the incremental financing costs arising from Canada's National Housing Strategy and the cost to achieve the targets of that strategy. The National Housing Strategy was announced in Budget 2017 and elaborated upon in a subsequent policy document, which I have already read. It was presented as an ambitious $40 billion plan to help ensure that Canadians have access to housing that meets their needs and that they can afford by making unprecedented investments in housing. The National Housing Strategy Act, founded in Clause 313 of the 2019 Budget Implementation Act, would require the government to maintain similar strategies and national goals. The National Housing Strategy focuses on program expenditures by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation and Employment and Social Development Canada. CMHC administers most program expenditures related to housing affordability, while ESDC provides transfers to communities and service providers to help address homelessness. The focus of this report is direct federal expenditures by these two organizations outlined in the strategy. This report does not include federal tax expenditures. Details regarding federal tax expenditures related to housing can be found in the Department of Finance report on federal tax expenditures. Expenditures by Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada are not covered in this report. Expenditures of Infrastructure Canada were not examined since it does not provide significant funding for housing. Chapter 2. How much does Canada spend on housing affordability? From 2008 to 2009 to 2017-2018, CMHC spent on average $2.4 billion a year on activities now included in the assisted housing business segment. From 2018 to 2027-2018, CMHC plans to spend $2.8 billion per year on these same activities. National Housing Strategy breakdown. As noted previously, the National Housing Strategy was marked as a $40 billion plan or as a $40 billion federal investment. In reality, the strategy committed $16.1 billion in new federal planned spending. As shown in Figure 2.4 on page 6 of the 2019 Federal Program Spending on Housing Affordability report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the $40 billion headline commitment in the National Housing Strategy Pollen document includes loans, new loans, existing planned spending, and required provincial territorial cost matching. Together with the $16.1 billion in new planned spending, this exceeds the $40 billion headline commitment. A full breakdown is attached in Appendix A. CMHC's total planned spending from 2018 to 2019 to 2027 is $27.9 billion. As we will note in future reports, it's gone up significantly since then. But in the interest of time and having so many of these reports to get to, I'm going to jump ahead to some of the findings they found in 2019. What will the National Housing Strategy achieve? The primary outcome of the National Housing Strategy is 530,000 households removed from housing need, or up to a 50% reduction in the housing needs of renters. However, it is not clear that the National Housing Strategy will reduce the prevalence of housing need relative to 2017 levels. As shown above, the National Housing Strategy largely remains current federal funding levels for current activities in nominal term and slightly reduces targeted funding for households and core housing needs. Furthermore, CMHC's assumptions regarding the impact of the National Housing Strategy outputs on housing need to reflect the likely impact of those programs on the prevalence of housing need, which the report aptly does. On to the federal program spending on housing affordability in 2021. This report outlines the Government of Canada plans to address housing affordability this is a continuation of review of the Parliamentary Budget Officer's assessment of the National Housing Strategy. The Government of Canada's current plan to address housing affordability is the 2017 National Housing Strategy, which runs from 2018-19 to 2027-28. The plan is primarily administered by Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation and Employment and Social Development Canada. These departments' planned spending under the National Housing Strategy is $3.7 billion each year. So as we have noted, it's gone up from $2.8 billion in the 2019 examination already. Average planned spending is driven up by time-limited program implemented in response to COVID-19, like the Rapid Housing Initiative. Of the $3.7 billion per year in average planned spending, $22 million per year is dedicated to Indigenous housing in urban, rural, and northern areas. Since the 2019 report, Canada's federal government has allocated $672 million per year in additional funding to address housing and homelessness. First, despite the increase in overall spending, funding for CMHC's Assistance for Housing Needed programs intended to help low-income households increased only by $192 million per year in nominal terms, which represents a 15% decline in the real purchasing power of federal spending. Second, a significant portion of the community housing supported under CMHC's bilateral agreements, which provinces reached the end of their operation agreements. This caused a 42% reduction in the number of low-income community housing units supported under bilateral agreements between 2015 and the baseline established by CMHC's new bilateral agreements outlined in the National Housing Act. Third, the CMHC's capital contribution programs have faced implementation delays over the first 3 years of Canada's National Housing Strategy. CMHC spent less than half the funding allocated for two key initiatives, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund and Rental Construction Financing Initiative. As of 30th October 2020, CMHC has made financial commitments toward the creation of 4,270 units of affordable housing, committing on average a maximum of 52% of median market rental under the National Housing Co-Investment Fund. CMHC has made financial commitments towards the creation of 7,960 units of affordable housing, committing to charge an average maximum of 72% or 30% of median household income under the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. Finally, we project the absence of additional spending, the number of households in housing need would have increased to approximately 1.8 million households with a $9.3 billion aggregate affordability gap by 2025-26. Over the period of 2021 to 25, incremental CMHC spending averages 16% of the projected affordability gap and about 63 per month household in housing need. I'm going to go on to the 2024 report because I haven't even gotten to my analysis yet after I read all these reports last night. And that's the most important part. In 2024, the Parliamentary Budget Officer highlights spending on programs to address housing affordability averages $6.1 billion over the term of Canada's 10-year National Housing Strategy, a massive increase, we will note, from the 2021 numbers. This represents a 50% increase in purchasing power of federal spending compared with the prior 10 years. Additional housing program spending has been primarily allocated to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's financing for housing programs, which received $1.3 billion per annum increase in funding. Total spending on housing affordability is estimated to be $17.5 billion annually, with 65% attributed to tax expenditures. After accounting for the impact of all relevant federal policies, the Parliamentary Budget Officer projects that 2.6 million households will be in housing need by 2027. This represents an increase of about 926,000 households in core housing need compared to the start of Canada's National Housing Strategy in 2017. Already in 2024, we saw that the strategy wasn't working. The overall, I'm getting there, don't worry. The overall target of Canada's National Housing Strategy is to remove 530,000 households from housing need by 2027-2028. After accounting for the impact of all relevant federal policies and economic trends, we estimate that 2.4 million households are currently in core housing need, and we project that by 2027, 2.6 million households will be in core housing need. We project that by 2027, there will be about 926,000 more households in core housing need compared to the start of the National Housing Strategy in 2017. Wow. Let's go on to 2025. Then we're going to get to my speech. I have to do my research first. In 2025, Build Canada Homes and the Outlook for Housing programs under Budget 2025, the Parliamentary Budget Officer highlights federal planned spending on housing program is set to decline 56% from $9.8 billion in 2025 to $4.3 billion in 2028-2029 due to the expiry of funding for existing programs and cuts set out in Budget 2025. Within the spending plan, Budget 2025 prioritizes the construction of new housing through a new federal agency called Build Canada Homes. Build Canada Homes plans to spend $7.3 billion over 2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030. Here's the cliffhanger. Build Canada Homes should be expected to make a modest contribution toward housing supply and affordability within the broader context of a large decline in support for housing affordability. Build Canada Homes is presented as part of the government's effort to double the pace of housing construction over the next decade. That said, the government has not yet laid out an overall plan to achieve this goal. Ouch. We anticipate that the contribution of Build Canada Homes will likely be modest and estimate that the program will add about 26,000 units over 5 years, representing a 2.1% increase in housing completions relative to their baseline projections. Build Canada Homes has sufficient funding to create approximately 13,000 units, housing affordable for low-income households. However, this occurs within a context of declining spending and a shift away from immediate affordability support such as the Canada Housing Benefit and support for existing social housing. Now, let's walk through this and break all of this important information down, because that was a lot of data It even got me sweating. I was so suspenseful. Today, Madam Speaker, I want to walk through not just how the government promised on housing, but what the evidence shows. Because this is now a question not only of policy performance, but of whether the government is delivering on its own law. The National Housing Strategy, ambition in policy. As I've reiterated numerous times through my remarks this morning, the government promised to remove 530,000 households from housing need, cut housing need in half, create 100,000 new housing units, repair or renew 300,000 existing units, protect 385,000 community housing units, and reduce chronic homelessness by 50%. A suite of commitments that the government presented as comprehensive, time-bound, and transformational under the National Housing Strategy. 2017. It committed to cutting housing need in half. These were not small commitments. They, in the government's own words, were meant to be transformational. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer has made very clear early on that outcomes were already falling far short. As early as the first major PBO assessments of the National Housing Strategy, the evidence showed that the scale of program impacts was insufficient relative to the need, as the member from Winnipeg will note in my disposition of the 2019 report. Even before recent population pressures and interest rate shocks, by 2021, only a few years into implementation, the PBO was already warning that the net reduction in core housing need was modest and that the federal interventions were not on track to meet stated targets. In other words, the warning signs were visible well before the current crisis we find ourselves in today. The strategy was underscaled from the outset, heavily reliant on slow-moving capital programs and incapable of delivering the rapid affordability improvements the government promised. Rather than correcting course when this evidence emerged, the government largely stayed on the path, allowing a predictable gap between ambition and outcomes to widen year after year. And I quote, "The net reduction in core housing need is limited relative to the scale of the problem." The Parliamentary Budget Officer stated that in the 2021 analysis report. Madam Speaker, this is the first clue that something fundamental is not working. Because when a plan is described as transformative, but its outcomes are described as limited, there is already a gap between promise and performance. Point number 2, the National Housing Strategy Act, ambition in law. It is also important to situate this legal framework in the context of the scale of federal investment that accompanied it. When the National Housing Strategy was launched, it was presented as a $40 billion plan. Over time, that figure was repeatedly increased and reframed as over $70 billion in federal commitments, and I believe as of last night, it was over $80 billion of commitments across grants, loans, financing tools, and program spending. Parliament was told this level of investment, combined with a rights-based legislative framework, as I outlined in my review of the Act, would fundamentally change housing outcomes in Canada. The Act was therefore never intended to operate in isolation from funding. It was meant to discipline and guide very large public expenditures toward measurable outcomes. Indeed, all of the speeches I read from C97 in the 2019 debates reinforce that very point. In other words, the bargain was clear. Unprecedented federal investment in exchange for clear goals, timelines, accountability, and a focus on those in greatest need. That is why the failure to meet outcomes is so consequential. After years and years of record spending, program expansion, and administrative growth, the evidence shows worsening housing need rather than the progressive improvement the government labeled in its original housing strategy, as I outlined. This context matters when evaluating current policy choices before us and this programming motion today. Bill C-26 and Budget 2025 do not emerge in a vacuum. They follow a decade of escalating financial commitments that have not delivered the promised results. When the government now seeks additional funds through ad hoc legislation, while simultaneously reducing support under the existing strategy, it is not because housing lacked funding in the past. It is because large-scale funding, absent structural reform and accountability, has not translated into affordability or adequate supply. Seen this way, the issue before Parliament is not whether more money should be spent, but whether spending is being governed by a framework that actually works. The National Housing Strategy Act was supposed to be that framework. The fact that the government is now bypassing it after committing tens of billions of dollars without achieving its objectives underscores the depth of the policy failure we are confronting. But this is not just a policy story. As I outlined earlier today, in 2019, this Parliament passed the National Housing Strategy Act, and that changed everything because it legally requires the government to set out national goals, timelines, and desired outcomes, paragraph 5, and focus, and I quote, on improving housing outcomes for persons in greatest need, paragraph 5. And at its core, the Act establishes not only a statement of principle, but a framework for action and accountability that is directly relevant to the government's current legislative choices, including Bill C-26. This is where the government's position becomes most revealing. The National Housing Strategy Act was designed to ensure that federal housing policy is guided by outcomes, not announcements. Clear goals, timelines, a focus on those in greatest need, and mechanisms to measure whether progress is actually being made. New spending under that framework is supposed to advance those objectives and be evaluated against them. Bill C-26 departs from that logic. Rather than strengthening or reforming the national housing strategy to correct its glaring shortcomings and complete failure, the government is proposing a parallel track, authorizing significant new payments for housing supply without anchoring that spending to the strategy's target or the Act's obligations. There is no requirement in Bill C-26 to demonstrate how funds will reduce core housing need. No binding affordability thresholds, and no alignment with the Act's statutory focus on households in greatest need. In effect, the bill asks Parliament to approve new money while suspending the very accountability framework the Liberal government put in place in 2019. That choice matters. If the strategy and the Act were working, new resources would logically flow through them, reinforced by tighter targets and clearer accountability. Instead, Bill C-26 bypasses that framework altogether. This is not an accident. It reflects a tacit recognition that the existing approach cannot deliver outcomes it promised. Yet rather than acknowledging that failure and proposing a redesigned strategy, the government is seeking flexibility without accountability. More money now, fewer questions later. This approach risks repeating the same mistakes at greater cost. Untied spending may move dollars, but without discipline, without parliamentary accountability, it does not guarantee homes are affordable or the intended objectives of the minister. Bill C-26, therefore, represents not a course correction, but an institutional workaround, one that allows the government to claim action on housing while avoiding a candid reckoning with why its flagship strategies have fallen apart. The National Housing Strategy Act establishes, and I quote, the right to adequate housing as a fundamental human right. Those are not suggestions, they are regulatory obligations, which means that we must evaluate this policy not just politically, but legally. Is it improving outcomes? Is it prioritizing those Canadians most in need, going to their local food bank and working 2 jobs? Is it moving forward as the principles that they outlined progressive realization require? No. So let's turn to the data we reviewed in the 2019, 2021, briefly the 2024, and 2025 parliamentary budget reports we outlined earlier. The parliamentary budget officer told us that housing need rising to $2.6 million households in 2024, and yet only 78,000 households have been removed from need in that same 2024 report. This is not a small gap. This is a complete collapse in deliverology. The Liberals used to love talking about deliverology. That's a shortfall of more than 450,000 households. Barely 1 in 7 promised relief will actually receive it. And critically, the PBO concludes, housing need is expected to increase over the projected period despite program spending. It's very clear. Program spending is not working. What the government campaigned on in the last election is not working. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is perhaps the most damning finding in my entire analysis today, because it tells us that even after billions of dollars, years of programs, the system is not improving. It is deteriorating. And public, independent evidence makes clear that this deterioration is occurring despite the creation of large federal housing bureaucracy and tens of billions of dollars in announced spending. The parliamentary budget officer is repeatedly showing us that while administrative structures, programs, and reporting requirements have expanded, the measurable outcomes that matter, reductions in housing need, improved affordability, and faster supply delivery, have not followed. In effect, the federal government has built a complex policy and administrative architecture, but that architecture has not translated into results on the ground. Rising housing need, declining affordability, and missed targets demonstrate that process has outpaced performance, and that scale of bureaucracy and spending alone has not been sufficient to meet the Liberal government's own stated objectives. Let's just look at some of the mortgage delinquency rates on the rise. mortgage delinquency have increased significantly after nearly a decade of Liberal housing policy. CMHC reported in May 2026 that the national 90-plus day mortgage delinquency rate rose to 0.2% in quarter 4 2025, up from 0.21% a year earlier. According to a 2026 Equifax report, the rate of delinquencies in Ontario sat at about 0.3% in the first quarter of this year, a jump of 52% year over year. In BC, the number jumped 36% to 0.25%. Rebecca Oakes, the Vice President of Advanced Analytics at Equifax Canada, says that when we look at the mortgage trend, it is just a really good indication of the severity of financial stress that's happening in a region. Ontario is experiencing record stress. The housing crisis is no longer even about affordability alone. It is becoming a mortgage payment crisis. Equifax reported mortgage delinquencies were up 52% year over year in Ontario during quarter 1 of 2026. In Toronto, mortgage delinquency rates increased by approximately 58% year over year. Data from the CMHC showed that around 0.21% of homeowners in Hamilton had not made a full mortgage payment in at least 3 months as of late 2025, representing a 425% increase in that city's mortgage delinquency rate from mid-2022. Homeowners are carrying larger and larger debts. When borrowers fall behind today, they are falling behind on much larger mortgages. The average delinquent mortgage balance reached approximately $355,000 in quarter 1 of 2026, a 13.2% increase from a year earlier. Total consumer debt reached $2.66 trillion nationally. Mortgage delinquencies are often the final stage of household financial distress. The Bank of Canada found that households heading towards mortgage delinquency typically increase credit card utilization roughly 2 years beforehand, begin missing consumer credit payments 1 or 2 years beforehand, experience rapidly worsening financial conditions in the 6 months leading up to mortgage delinquencies. Canada needs more homes, but the 2025 National Building Code risks making homes more expensive to build. The Canadian Home Builders Association argues that housing affordability and supply are already in crisis and that the code changes should be evidence-based, cost-effective, and implementable at scale. CHBA has criticized the 2025 codes for insufficient consideration of their cumulative cost impacts. The costs are so significant that in February 2026, an open letter to the Prime Minister, the Canadian Home Builders Association calls for an immediate pause to that regulatory approach. CHBA has cited federal impact analysis showing that high energy performance tiers could increase construction costs by more than $40,000 per home. In total, the CHBA estimates that 2025 building code could add up to a $100,000 cost on a new unit. Every policy should be tested against one question: will it build more homes? Government should be focused on removing barriers to construction and increasing supply. The association has warned that many regulatory responses to housing and climate objectives ultimately increase costs and reduce housing production. Let's expand on my speech on Budget 2025. Less support, not more. One might assume that worsening outcomes could be addressed simply by expanding funding. But the evidence shows that money alone is not the binding constraint. The problem is not a lack of announcements or headline dollars. It is that the underlying policy framework has failed to translate resources into results. Structural barriers, slow approvals, misaligned incentives like those outlined by the Canadian Home Builders Association outline that very fact. Delayed project delivery, weak targeting, and an over-reliance on long-term capital programs have meant that additional funding has not produced proportional investments in affordability or reduction in housing need. But the PBO shows something more important. How outcomes have continued to worsen, not because funding was insufficient, but because the government's approach failed to address structural constraints that determine whether homes actually get built and become affordable. I will note, spending falls 56%, a signal that the government itself is implicitly acknowledging that simply layering additional funding onto the existing approach has not delivered results. Rather than openly reassessing the strategy and admitting that its core design has failed, the government appears to be quietly pulling back, reducing funding while maintaining the same policy framework. This halfway acknowledgement, though, stops short of the full consideration the evidence supports, that the approach itself, not just its funding level, has failed to meet its objectives. I encourage everyone to look at the highlights on page 1 from the Parliamentary Budget Officer in his outlook for housing programs under Budget 2025. And again, federal planned spending on housing programs, as I just noted, is set to decline 56%, a decline that reflects more than a fiscal choice. It follows years in which the government failed to meet the core objectives it set for itself under both the National Housing Strategy and the Strategy Act. Rather than acknowledging that its approach has not delivered the promised reduction in housing need or improvements in affordability, the government is scaling back federal supports while leaving the underlying strategy largely intact, effectively retreating from its own commitments without admitting their failure. So let us be clear. Housing need continues to rise in Canada. Targets are being missed, and spending is being cut. This is not an adjustment. It is a quiet retreat from objectives the government has failed to meet under both the National Housing Strategy and the National Housing Strategy Act. An implicit acknowledgement that the approach has not worked, without the candor to admit failure or undertake a genuine course correction. If I had another couple of hours today, I would probably delve into some of the comments made by the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing on his new approach and the new bureaucracies the government is covering. I just don't have enough time to get through all of that with the period of time I have today. Point number 5, the supply strategy and Build Canada Homes. Maybe just a bit. The government's response is to emphasize supply, to build more homes, to accelerate construction. But the PBO even offers a reality check where Conservatives and Liberals might agree on improving supply. Build Canada Homes should be expected to make a modest contribution toward housing supply and affordability. And as I mentioned earlier when I read that report, what does modest mean in practice? About 26,000 units over 5 years. A scale of delivery that underscores the failure of the government's current approach. Put plainly, this represents roughly 5,000 units per year nationwide, at a time when Canada is adding hundreds of thousands of new residents annually and facing a huge housing gap measured in hundreds of thousands of units. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer characterized this contribution as modest, estimating it would increase housing completions by only about 2.1% relative to baseline projections. That is not transformational. It is marginal change at best. When a strategy promises to cut housing need in half, but delivers supply that addresses only a tiny fraction of that projected shortfall, it amounts to an admission that the policy levers being used are inadequate. The result is predictable. Housing needs continue to rise. Affordability deteriorates. And the government declares success while the underlying problems worsen. In effect, the federal approach substitutes announcement and program branding for outcomes, producing numbers that are too small, too slow, and too poorly targeted to reverse the crisis. By the government's own independent budget officer's assessment, this level of supply cannot meet its stated objectives. confirming that the current strategy, as designed and funded, is failing to deliver the results Canada were promised. Let's delve into a structural problem in policy design a little bit more. So the issue is not just scale, it is design. The strategy has shifted toward financing tools and long-term capital programs. That's not all bad, but the PBO warns this occurs within a context of declining spending and is shifting away from immediate affordability supports. I mention that in the context because so many more Canadians are on the verge of being homeless. That homeless numbers are actually rising when the government said they would do the opposite. Point 7, the government's failure to prioritize those in greatest need. The National Housing Strategy Act requires a focus on those in greatest need. But the funding structure and approach does tell a different story. Funding is being shifted from programs which provide current affordability supports towards capital contributions with benefits over many decades. I hope there's some improvements there. Let's talk about generational impact. The consequences for the government's policy failures on housing are not evenly distributed. Young Canadians are bearing the brunt. They face higher rents, delayed home ownership, delayed family formation, rising debt burdens, and other postponed life decisions. And even when new units are built, the PBO cautions the addition of these units would only partially offset the decline in overall affordability support. So even new supply is not solving the overall affordability crisis so many Canadians face today. It barely offsets worsening conditions. And add to these pressures rapid population growth. Demand has surged. Supply has not kept pace. And policy failed to adjust fast enough. Over the last number of years, we've seen historically low vacancy rates, rising rents, increased competitions for entry-level housing. This is not an isolated policy failure. It is a system-level imbalance. It is therefore deeply ironic to see the government now taking credit for signs of easing in rental markets in some cities, where rents have stabilized or grown more slowly. This change is far more plausibly explained by reducing housing demand, not by a sudden success of federal housing policy. Over the past year, the federal government has tightened and reduced inflows of temporary residents, including international students and temporary foreign workers, as they celebrated in the 2019 Budget Implementation Act. That shift has had an immediate and measurable effect on rental demand, particularly in urban markets that absorbed a large number of these new arrivals. Fewer new entrants competing for the same limited stock of rental housing naturally does ease upward pressure on rents. That is basic economics. But this is not a policy victory on housing policy, supply, or affordability. It does not reflect new homes coming online at scale, faster approvals, lower construction costs, or a more functional housing system. It reflects demand side slowdown caused by changes in immigration and temporary resident policy, not the success of the national housing strategy. Indeed, if the government's housing strategy were working as intended, rent moderation would be driven by increased supply and improved affordability outcomes, lower usage of the food bank, especially for low and moderate income households, not by reduced population inflows. Claiming credit for lower rent growth under these circumstances risks confusing cause and effect. Slower rent increases caused by fewer people arriving does not mean housing has become more affordable. It means pressure has been temporarily relieved by constraining demand. This distinction matters. A housing system that relies on dampening demand rather than expanded supply is not resilient. It does nothing to address the underlying shortage. does not improve access for Canadians already locked out of the housing market, and offers no assurances that affordability will be sustained if demand rises again. Without structural reform, faster approval, lower non-construction costs, and a regulatory environment that enables builders to deliver housing at scale, any short-term easing driven by reduced demand will prove fragile and reversible. In short, the recent moderation in rents is not evidence that the government's housing strategy is succeeding. It is evidence that the imbalance between supply and demand remains unresolved, and that the system responds more quickly to changes in population flows and to years of federal spending and bureaucracy. That reality only reinforces the conclusion that the core problem lies not with the funding levels, but with a policy framework that has failed to deliver sufficient housing supply. At the same time, the government has not moved fast enough to improve economic conditions required for private sector building. Developers have faced rising financing costs, regulatory delays, increased development charges, approved bottlenecks. In fact, I think it's worth reading the February 18th, 2026 letter to the Prime Minister. Dear Prime Minister, the Canadian Home Builders Association continues to support building code development where it follows principles of clear and convincing policy analysis, where evidence-based decision-making happens in public meetings, and where committees emphasize cost-effective, ideally cost-neutral, acceptable solutions that equally solve the climate and housing affordability crisis in Canada. We estimate that the new 2025 code will add over $100,000 to the cost of a typical new home. This is completely untenable. To that end, we cannot support the 2025 model codes or their adoption and call for an immediate pause to redo them properly. CHBA has become seriously concerned over the last few years with how Canada's new governance system for national codes and its updated code development process is neither transparent nor evidence-based anymore. These deficiencies are having a direct and negative impact on housing affordability, construction productivity, and the ability of industry and stakeholders to contribute meaningfully to effective code developments and implementation while reaching your government priorities of additional housing supply and more climate change effective construction. Further to that, not addressing housing affordability in the national code, model codes, even though most provinces and territories call it a priority, there may in fact not be harmonization. The very reason model code exists in the first place, because provinces may rightly reviewed and accepted by the time they are published, which negates harmonization by instead increasing the likelihood of provincial variations of non-adoption. Lack of harmonization at the provincial and municipal level is a key barrier to industry productivity. A serious course correction is needed, and thus CHBA is urging the Government of Canada to immediately pause all changes to the national model construction codes, as Australia has done with its code system. With that, and before seeking adoption of the 2025 national construction codes by the provinces, CHBA is calling on the government to improve the 2025 codes with the proper lenses of affordability, evidence-based decision-making, and a view to regulations that will truly lead to the optimized outcomes that must be considered in today's world. The 2025 code should be paused, revisited, and reissued once these issues are addressed, so that the provinces can and should actually adopt them and harmonization can be achieved. Here are key reasons for pausing all construction code changes and revisiting them with proper focus. Reduced productivity. The large amount of national priorities and the pace of developing the respective code changes leave insufficient time for proper review, simplification, and resolution of outstanding constructability or affordability concerns by those who are most affected. The residential construction industry and Canadians facing affordability challenges in trying to buy a home. The amount of new code requirements is overwhelming. Changes related to energy, greenhouse gas emissions, radon, and wind seismic loads add significant costs and delays and will reduce the productivity of the sector, while in many cases not even delivering the right outcomes. Much better approaches to achieve these goals must be found through a revamping of the 2025 code with timelines and solutions that support affordability. Affordability ignored. There is no formal requirement or code objectives to protect housing affordability.
Again, the government's approach is not aligned with its National Housing Strategy or the National Housing Strategy Act. Not even a principle for committees developing the national codes. Economic concerns brought forward by the construction industry are being dismissed, and cumulative costs for all changes in the 2025 codes have not been calculated by those developing the code. Ultimately, it is Canadians bearing the brunt of the costs, added costs of these changes. All changes should be properly revisited to look at their individual cost impacts, plus the cumulative cost impact of the full suite of changes the 2025 code will require on each home. CHBA's initial analysis of a typical 2,500 square foot home estimates increased costs from the 2025 code changes to be $56,364, see Appendix A, without any energy efficiency compliance cost. If provinces continue to mandate the progressive energy targets from the 2020 codes from Tier 1 to Tier 5, this would double those costs, bringing full implementation of the 2020 energy targets and 2025 codes to an estimated cost of $113,930 for each home built within the next few years. CHBA's Housing Market Index shows material costs alone for that same house has gone up $100,000 from 2025. Canada's housing crisis cannot handle these kinds of increases. A much more reasonable approach is needed. Reduce transparency. Recent changes to the governance and committee structure have reduced transparency and sidelined industry voices. It would be interesting to see how many members of the Canadian Home Builders Association are on any of the councils the government created in their National Housing Strategy Act. Decisions are increasingly made behind closed doors with little rationale published or meaningful engagement with those most affected. Canada's residential construction sector. The residential construction sector can no longer be the target of poorly thought out policies and regulations that take away from building more supply. If all levels of government hope to achieve building 500 new homes per year, they need to treat the sector as a partner. And excessive and ill-conceived regulation is a key barrier to be addressed jointly. Madam Speaker, the more I read this, the more the concerns outlined by the Canadian Home Builders Association contradict the community building partnership clauses of the National Housing Strategy Act. How dare they? Harmonization failure. Without addressing affordability in national codes, which is a key priority for almost every province and territory, the national code risks being not adopted or being modified so much provincially that there isn't in fact harmonization. To that end, the federal government should change the national code publication process such that provinces and territories have time to review a draft code for a year so they can collectively agree to a set of changes they can adopt as fully harmonized national code at the time the code is published. Without this change, provinces will continue making their own amendments, which prevents harmonization and risks slow adoption of costly changes in the 2025 codes. We are urging the federal government to take action now to avoid further fragmentation across Canada. A fragmented interpretation. Local interpretation of building codes varies significantly from municipality to municipality, even across the same city sometimes, causing delays and extra costs for the industry. This barrier to more housing faster has not been recognized by governments. As the government continues to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, it also needs to resolve the fragmented interpretation of building codes that not only vary from province to province, but also municipality to municipality. To that end, CHBA recommends a National Code Interpretation Centre be established at the National Research Council to publish code interpretations. Provinces can in turn reference those interpretations, making them binding and helping to end the endless variations on code interpretations that are a major barrier to productivity. The roadblocks confronting the residential construction industry, such as rising costs, reduced transparency, and fragmented code interpretation, will inevitably hinder the government's pursuit of doubling housing starts, including affecting the government's supported housing to be built under the Build Canada Homes initiative. Without urgent reform, these systemic issues will undermine all efforts to deliver housing Canadians can afford on the accelerated timelines needed. Facing very similar challenges, the Government of Australia recently paused changes to its National Construction Code until 2029, following a report from its Productivity Commission. The report found that frequent code changes were slowing housing delivery and increasing costs. The pause is intended to provide stability, reduce red tape, and help the industry focus on building more homes. The parallels between Australia's housing challenges and Canada's are extensive, making a similar move for Canada justified and essential. To that end, Canada should follow Australia's lead and immediately stop the adoption and implementation process of the 2025 National Construction Codes and assess them with a plan to only put forth adopting cost-neutral changes for housing in Part 29 of the 2025 National Codes. Pause all 2030 code development until critical reforms are made to the development approach, such as restoring transparency and accountability, and meaningful stakeholder engagement within the code's system. Adding an ex officio seat for CHBA and other broad sector stakeholders at all CBHCC meetings, including in-camera meetings, to properly inform the development from an industry perspective. Reinstating a coordination committee dedicated to MBC Part 9, which deals directly with housing, rather than spending it across 13 committees with non-residential construction. Reduce the priorities of the 2030 code cycles, focusing only on essential, cost-neutral requirements. Making housing affordability a core principle in code development, along with a robust, structured process to assess and limit individual change and cumulative costs for each future code edition. Establish a National Building Code Interpretation Center to achieve consistent local application of harmonized national construction codes and work with the provinces to make published solutions binding. Canada must act quickly to avoid the same problems identified in Australia and ensure our code system supports safe, affordable, and climate-resilient housing. CHBA remains committed to working with government towards a more effective and inclusive code development process. We would be happy to meet with you and your officials at your earliest convenience to continue this important conversation and inform immediate action. That was written by Kevin Lee, and CC'd in that letter were the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, and the Minister of Internal Trade and One Canadian Economy, and President of the National Research Council of Canada. And it also bears mentioning, reflecting on earlier words in this House of Commons today, that the minister responsible, when demanding $1.7 billion unchecked from the federal government, could not have referenced this very, very important letter outlined to him about what he needed to do to address housing affordability in Canada from the very people the government depends upon to build homes in the first place. So getting back to my speech and the failure to enable private sector construction, it's not because builders refuse to build, but because conditions made projects unviable. This point has been repeatedly underscored by the Canadian home builders themselves, and it aligns with the broader demand-side story now being mischaracterized as policy success. Builders have consistently warned that the primary barriers, this point has been repeatedly underscored by the Canadian home builders themselves, and it aligns with the broader demand-side story now being mischaracterized as policy success. builders have consistently warned that the primary barriers to increasing housing supply are not a lack of willingness or capacity to build, but an accumulation of policy-driven costs, delays, and uncertainty that make projects financially impossible to proceed. As Mr. Lee outlined in his remarks, just the regulatory additions from 2025 alone add over $100,000 to the cost of a 2,500 square foot home in Canada. How is that a good thing? We have to also look at these building code requirements in the context of the rental market, now showing temporary easing during our reduced population inflows, but where we still need to see more rental construction. So in other words, recent moderation in rents does not signal that builders suddenly found projects viable. It signals that demand pressures eased when inflows of international students and temporary workers slowed. Builders have been clear that absent faster approvals, lower non-construction costs, and predictable timelines, supply will not respond at scale. Approval timelines stretching into years amplify financing risk. Development charges and levies imposed up front erode feasibility. And repeated redesigns across jurisdictions, as Mr. Lee outlined through the Canadian Home Builders Association, add cost without adding homes. When these factors combine, projects stall or are cancelled, even as governments point to headline spending or short-term rent data. Canadian home builders have also cautioned that subsidies layered into this environment cannot compensate for structural barriers. Supply responds to certainty, speed, and predictability, not the complex program criteria or untied transfers as we see in C26. Without reforms that fix approvals, fees, and coordination across governments, additional spending risks flowing to a narrow set of projects or even in some cases sitting unused. The lesson from builders is consistent. Easing rents driven by lower demand is fragile and reversible. Durable affordability requires making projects viable so homes actually get built. Canadian home builders have pointed to approval timelines that stretch for years, during which carrying costs accumulate and financing risks rise. Zoning constraints, repeated designs, and overlapping municipal and provincial federal requirements add time and cost without adding homes. Development charges, parkland levies, and infrastructure fees, often imposed up front, can represent a significant share of total project costs, particularly for multi-unit and purpose-built rental housing. Builders have been clear that when these charges rise faster than sale prices or rents, projects simply do not proceed. If we look back on the 2019, 2021, 2024, 2025 housing construction policies outlined by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, we can also draw a correlation between rental construction financing and some of these constraints faced by home builders. While intended to reduce cost and affordability for homeowners or renters, those costs, in fact, are so great that the government financing is outweighed by the regulatory requirements that have increased the cost of home production in the first place. So financing conditions have compounded these problems. Builders have emphasized as well that higher interest rates and tighter lending conditions disproportionately affect construction projects with long approval timelines. When approvals take years, interest rate risks alone can erase already thin margins, especially for rental projects where revenues are capped for affordability expectations. In that environment, even projects that align with public policy goals are delayed or canceled because they no longer pencil out. Critically, builders have also warned that federal programs layered on top of the system do little address these fundamentals. Subsidies and incentives cannot compensate for regulatory systems that delay projects or cost structures that exceed what the market can bear. As builders have repeatedly argued, supply responds to certainty, speed, and predictability, not the program criteria or slow-moving capital contributions. Without reforms that reduce approval timelines, lower non-construction costs, and align incentives across government, additional funding risks sitting unused or flowing to a limited number of projects rather than unlocking broad-based supply. In short, the evidence from those who actually build homes reinforces the conclusion reached by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. The housing shortfall is not the result of building reluctance or market failure. It is the result of policy choices that have made building housing increasingly difficult. Until those structural barriers are addressed, no amount of new spending, whether under the National Housing Strategy or through ad hoc measures like Bill C-26, will deliver the scale of housing supply Canadians urgently need. Mr. Speaker, we now have a law requiring better outcomes, a strategy promising transformation, and data showing deterioration. And the PBO's conclusion remains: the impact of federal housing programs is limited relative to the scale of need. That is our reality. So this is not just a policy failure. It is a failure to meet commitments, targets, and statutory obligations. Because when the government promises to help 530,000 households in need and only deliver 78,000, when it plays around with its own budgets for housing, and then through Bill C-26 asks the Parliament to authorize new untied spending for housing supply without reconnecting that spending to the outcomes, targets, and timelines they established for themselves, it bears further scrutiny in Parliament. Bill C-26 is revealing, and the programming motion I'm debating right now, reveal what C-26 does not do. It authorizes billions of dollars in additional payments to provinces and territories, but it does so outside the architecture of the National Housing Strategy. There are no statutory outcome requirements, ties to reductions in housing need. There are no clear affordability thresholds. There are no measurable targets aligned with the Act's obligations to focus on those in greatest need. In effect, the government is asking for more money now while simultaneously retreating from the very framework that was supposed to ensure that money produced results. This suggests a partial acknowledgement by the government that its existing approach is not working, but an unwillingness to go all the way in admitting failure is beyond any Liberal, in my opinion. Rather than reforming the strategy to fix its structural flaws or aligning new spending with the legal obligations Parliament enacted in 2019, the government appears to be sidestepping the problem. It is shifting away from the strategy through refunding allocations while pursuing ad hoc spending through Bill C-26 that is disconnected from its own commitments. This is not coherence, it is fragmentation. If the National Housing Strategy were working, there would be no need to bypass it. If the Act's frameworks were delivering results, new spending would logically flow through it, reinforced by clear targets, timelines, and accountability. Instead, we see the opposite: declining support under the strategy, combined with new spending requests that avoid its constraints. That combination strongly suggests the government knows that its current approach has failed, but does not want to formally acknowledge that failure or undertake the difficult work to redesign what is necessary to help build affordable homes in Canada. The result that we have today, therefore, is the worst of both worlds. Canadians are told that housing remains a top priority, yet the strategy that was supposed to deliver results is being hollowed out. Parliament is asked to approve new funding, but without the guardrails that ensure effectiveness. And the core problems, affordability, access to affordable homes for low-income households, and the growing gap between need and supply remain unaddressed. In short, Bill C-26 does not represent a fix to a failing strategy. It represents a workaround. And workarounds are what governments turn to when they no longer believe their own plan can succeed. Then the conclusion is unavoidable. Strategy is not working, and Canadians are paying the price. In conclusion, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Canada now has approximately 2.4 million households in core housing need. And that figure is projected to rise to 2.6 million by 2027. That would mean nearly 1 million more households in core housing need that when the National Housing Strategy was launched in 2017. The very strategy that was supposed to make housing more affordable has coincided with a dramatic increase in the number of Canadians struggling to find suitable, affordable homes. The Liberals have announced program after program, funding envelope after funding envelope, yet the results continue to move in the wrong direction. The PBO found that in 2023, Canada added approximately 460,000 new households while completing only 242,000 housing units. In other words, household growth vastly outpaced housing construction. The result is exactly what Canadians have experienced: rising prices, rising rents, and fewer attainable housing options. The same report estimates that Canada will require an additional 1.3 million housing units by 2030, above current projections, simply too close to close the national housing gap. That means Canada would need average roughly 436 completed housing units annually between 2024 and 2030, far beyond current construction levels. For renters, the situation is equally troubling. CMHC reported that affordability remains a major challenge. With turnover rents increasing by 23.5% in 2024, young Canadians, newcomers, and working families are finding it increasingly difficult to secure housing they can afford. What is most concerning is not simply the scale of the crisis, but the Liberal government's record. Canadians have heard the promises before. They were promised that the National Housing Strategy would improve affordability. They were promised that billions in spending would deliver results. Yet the Parliamentary Budget Officer has concluded that housing needs continue to grow despite increased federal spending. Even the government's flagship Housing Accelerator Fund deserves scrutiny. The PBO noted that very little funding was spent in its first year and that many of the housing increases observed in participating jurisdictions may have been driven by initiatives already underway before agreements were signed. Madam Speaker, trust is earned through results. After years of soaring home prices, rising rents, growing housing need, and repeated missed targets, Canadians have every reason to question whether the same government that helped this crisis can be trusted to solve it. Canadians do not need more announcements. Mission Matsley Abbotsford does not need more announcements. And that is why in the first hour of my remarks today, I related C-26, the flexibility the government was showing, and the lack of action we've had in the Fraser Valley region. And it bears repeating before I conclude today that in my riding, we are the confluence of the Canadian Pacific Railway, the National Pacific Railway, the Southern Railway. We have a border crossing. The Government of Canada has chosen the Abbotsford International Airport and an amazing Canadian company, Conair, to build the national firefighting fleet for our entire country. Conair hosts one of the largest fleets of any aircraft provider in the country already. We're using de Havilland aircraft in Canada, built in Canada to supply that fleet. I have the Trans Mountain Pipeline and the Sumas Transfer Station, which transfers 37% of oil from the Trans Mountain Pipeline to the United States. The Enbridge Pipeline expansion and the Huntington Transfer Station that the government just approved is in my riding. We have the arterial road connecting British Columbia with the rest of Canada. And as I outlined for over an hour in this speech, we have received no federal supports, no flexibility, and no accountability from the previous Prime Minister that said he would help us. Even today, the High Commissioner, Bill Blair, said to me the other day, yes, Bradley, we broke the promises we made to you. It is my responsibility to continue fighting for that, to continue saying in this House that the status quo is not okay. If the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure can come forward in Bill C-26 with a 2-paragraph bill to say I need $1.7 billion in additional housing fund after already a fund of $80 billion over 10 years that has failed any metric, that has failed every metric pointed out in the 2019, 2021, 2024, 2025 Parliamentary Budget Officer reports. Why can the federal government not support Abbotsford? So I invite the Minister to come to my community in good faith. I have never politicized this issue because it's about Canada first, the Government of Canada meeting its export objectives. Those export objectives mean running through the Fraser Valley. Canada cannot build if the Fraser Valley is not protected. I will repeat that. Canada cannot build if the Fraser Valley is not protected. We are also the breadbasket of British Columbia. We are a heartland of dairy farmers, of blueberry farmers, of immigrants that have built their livelihoods supplying Canada with fresh produce, fresh vegetables, the best agricultural products you can find anywhere in this province, and we need help. I plead with the government to help us. This June, we are launching the review process for the Transboundary Commission that the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, in good faith, sent the Parliamentary Secretary to support after I requested it. I will say that in good faith, and I invite the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing to come and hear what people have said and the suffering that we have gone through. And our only request is to help Canada build, help improve those exports, help Canada meet its objectives. I know we're in British Columbia. I know many Laurentian elites in Ontario and Quebec just see us as this place where we go on vacation, where you can ski and sail and golf in a single day. But we are more than that. We are the export opportunity to the Asia-Pacific region. We are the future of Canada's economic prosperity and completely aligned with all of the trade objectives set by this Prime Minister. So again, I plead with the government.
I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our wonderful MP and colleagues been doing 3 hours of speaking, and he's putting a lot of good ideas and points out there for the government. Unfortunately, also we have students out there watching.
Point of order. That is definitely not a point of order. No. That is not a point of order. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
In conclusion, I plead with the federal government in good faith. As I mentioned, I respect the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, who has shown up in good faith so far, that she comes to our consultation periods, held in conjunction with officials from the United States, to hear what we're proposing. I asked the Minister of Infrastructure to provide the level of flexibility he's doing for this, for the infrastructure funding commitments we need in the Fraser Valley. Canada needs this. British Columbia needs this. The Prime Minister can't complete his objectives in the Asia-Pacific region until the problems in my riding are fixed. So to that end, I move, seconded by the member from Vernon Lake Country, Monashee, that the motion be amended by A, replacing paragraph D with the following. D, if the bill is adopted at the second reading stage, it shall stand referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Person with Disabilities, and B, deleting paragraph E. I reference this, Mr. Speaker, because I want to see amendments at committee stage that will input flexibility for the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing to apply maybe some of this funding.
Yeah, Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Once a member has put forward a motion, they cannot continue debating it. He has to sit down now. You accept the motion, and then we ask him questions.
That sounds like a plan. Okay.
I wanted to
Okay, so.
Elle va le chercher.
Okay. Je lis ça.
Une fois qu'elle sera là. Oups.
Mr. Viss.
I didn't get through everything.
Mr. Viss. Mr. Viss, seconded by Mr. Anderson, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by A, replacing paragraph D with the following, quote, D, if the bill is adopted at the second reading stage, it shall, I'd kind of like to read it because it'll just bring us up to QP, you know? So, it's adopted at second reading stage, it shall stand, referring to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, and B, deleting paragraph C. The amendment is in order.
And questions and comments on the House.
We'll have questions and comments after question period.
No, when the House next takes up this motion.
Well, when the House next takes up the motion. Okay. Okay. So we have Pickering, Brooklyn. Yes. Okay. So we'll start statements by we'll start statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, as we recognize Seniors Month, I rise today to highlight that this Saturday, June 13th, marks Canada's National Long-Term Care Day. This year's theme, Caring Across Canada, celebrates the residents, families, staff, volunteers, and advocates who make long-term care communities strong from coast to coast to coast. Long-term care is an essential part of our healthcare system, but above all, it is home to hundreds of thousands of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our seniors deserve to live with dignity, respect, and a strong sense of community. On behalf of the Canadian Association of Long-Term Care, I thank all those whose dedication makes this care possible and invite all members to join me in celebrating the hard work of our essential workers this Seniors Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Airdrie, Cochrane.
On June 12th, Filipinos worldwide celebrate Philippines Independence Day. And as we celebrate, we recognize the rich history, culture, and enduring spirit. Filipino Canadians have made remarkable contributions in every field, from healthcare and education to business, public service, and the arts, and certainly to charitable initiatives, helping to strengthen and enrich our country. At the same time, we acknowledge that the grief that many are experiencing following this week's devastating earthquake in Mindanao. Our prayers are with those who have been affected, and we stand in solidarity with those mourning and rebuilding. Being married to a Filipino myself, I've seen firsthand the values of hard work, resilience, and commitment to family and community that define Filipino culture and enrich Canada. The day also reminds us of the value of freedom that inspired the Philippine independence movement and continues to inspire people everywhere. On behalf of Canada's Conservatives, I wish all Filipinos a happy Independence Day, and I look forward to joining in tomorrow's celebrations. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay!
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Dr. Arun Garg for his lifetime of leadership, service, and dedication to improving public health in British Columbia. For more than 50 years, including several decades with Fraser Health, Dr. Garg has advanced culturally informed healthcare. He has championed prevention, healthy living, and community-based care while bridging traditional knowledge with modern medicine. As founder of Canada-India Network Society and a leader of the South Asian Health Institute, Dr. Garg has brought together physicians, researchers, and community leaders to improve culturally informed care and healthier living. Dr. Garg's vision, humility, and commitment to teamwork have created a legacy for generations to come. Please join me in thanking Dr. Arun Garg for his amazing service to our communities and Canada.
Well done. Well done.
The honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brants North.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, Waterloo, Ontario celebrated its annual Remember Everyone Deployed, better known as Red Friday, hosted by the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 551 in the core of Waterdown. On Red Friday, we wore red to show appreciation for veterans, active military, first responders, and their families. This year, Waterdown saw a record crowd with live music, activities, and displays featuring first responder and military vehicles. The Waterdown Museum of Hope was also open. The museum hosts some amazing displays showcasing Canadian heroes and peacekeepers, narrated by students from the Waterdown District High School. The event would not have been possible without the leadership of Sheila Latner, president of the Waterdown Legion, and event co-hosts Bob Thomas and Judy Partridge. To all who have served our country, to all who continue to serve, thank you for your service. Thank you for keeping Canada strong and free.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to pay tribute to a true local hero in my region, Corporal Sylvain Bergeron of the Lamec RCMP detachment. On June 2nd, in Chasson-Office, a teenage girl in severe psychological distress found herself in cold, choppy waters more than 100 feet from the shore. Upon arriving at the scene, Corporal Bergeron realized she was in imminent danger, and without hesitation, he jumped into the water to rescue her. Risking his own safety, he swam out to her, preventing her from drowning, and brought her safely back to shore, despite the difficult conditions and freezing water. In the darkest moments, there are sometimes people who choose to act with exceptional courage. And on that day, Corporal Bergeron embodied the best of what the public service represents, namely dedication, compassion, and courage. On behalf of all the citizens of Acadie Bathurst and the members of the House of Commons, I express our deep gratitude and our most sincere congratulations. And I wish the young woman a quick recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth, Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the fathers, grandfathers, and father figures in our lives and the importance of men's mental health. June is Men's Health Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness, promoting prevention, and improving the health and well-being of men and boys. To support this initiative, I will be hosting and playing in our third annual Dodge for Dads Dodgeball Tournament in support of mental health on the Friday of the Father's Day weekend, because there's no dodging the importance of mental health. For this fun evening of physical activity and team building, I will be partnering with the Well Community Collective, one of several wellness hubs across Perth, Huron, and Wellington counties that connect families and individuals with the resources, advocacy, and safe spaces that they need. I know I'm looking forward to getting out and throwing around a few dodgeballs in support of men's mental health because, Mr. Speaker, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Markham, Stouffville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've lost a great Canadian. Khalid Ousmane was a legend for his leadership and dedication to community. For decades, he served in countless senior roles in organizations in Markham and York Region, including 14 years as a Markham councillor. A chartered accountant by profession, he was a champion of the Pakistani and Muslim communities, of interfaith and intercultural dialogue. The first time I visited a mosque some 20 years ago, it was at Khalid's invitation. He helped raise funds in support of hospitals in Canada and in Pakistan, including for Markham Stouffville Hospital in my riding. Always greeting people with an infectious smile, he gave in so many ways, with kindness, energy, passion, and good humor. He was truly larger than life. I and many of my colleagues here in this House are honored to have known him and sad to have lost a friend. He will be sorely missed. My sincere condolences to Abida, his daughters and their families, and so many friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the life of an extraordinary British Columbian philanthropist and community builder, Mel Zajac, who passed away at the age of 98. I had the privilege of knowing Mel and visited Zajac Ranch on mission on several occasions, including just last month. It's an amazing place, constantly improving. What always struck me was that right to the very end, Mel remained passionately committed to helping youth with disabilities. After the heartbreaking loss of 2 sons, Mel transformed personal tragedy into a remarkable legacy of hope. His vision gave life to Zajac Ranch, a fully accessible camp where children and young adults with complex medical conditions can experience joy, friendship, confidence, and the sense of belonging that every child needs. Over the decades, thousands have been touched by Mel and Wendy's belief that barriers should never prevent a child from thriving. Mel Zajac leaves behind a legacy of philanthropy and compassion. On behalf of the House, I extend the deepest condolences to Wendy, his family, and the entire Zajac community.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, somewhere up in the clouds, perhaps, Sophie Fauché is hearing the outpouring of praise and kind words that followed the announcement of her far too untimely passing. Sophie Fauché, radiant and stellar, exuded a powerful and luminous energy that made her a woman loved by all. This great actress, daughter of a great actress, moved effortlessly from drama to comedy, from writing to voice acting, from Frida Kahlo to Maria Callas, captivated by these extraordinary women in whom she perhaps recognized herself in whom we certainly recognized her. Everyone will tell you of her ability to fly off the handle and then burst out laughing, to be moved to tears and then be outraged. A great Quebecer and the embodiment of what it means to live life to the fullest. It's a sad loss, and on behalf of the Bloc, I offer her family and her many friends and admirers my deepest condolences.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, let's honour the life and legacy of James Ross Hurley, founding director of the Parliamentary Internship Program. Created in 1969 by Wellington Guelph MP Alf Hales, the program flourished under James Hurley's leadership as a unique, nonpartisan opportunity for university graduates to experience parliamentary democracy.
More than 550 young Canadians have participated in the program since. Members of this Parliament, members of the Press Gallery, and former leaders at the highest levels of the public, private, and non-profit sectors in Canada and around the world.
Devoted his life to public service as a Privy Council Office constitutional advisor to 6 prime ministers, a beloved mentor and professor of political science at the University of Ottawa. In March 2025, he left us, and in a final act of generosity to the Hales and Hurley Parliamentary Foundation, ensured the program continues in perpetuity.
His family, including his sister Anne Gibson, are here with us today. James Hurley's legacy will continue to inspire future generations.
Canada inspires generations to come.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, after a decade of Liberal mismanagement, Canadians are paying the price. Under these Liberals, Canada is now the only G20 country in a recession, and families are feeling it at the kitchen table. Do you want proof? A recent United Way poll shows that 38% are struggling with food insecurity, and 1 in 5 say that all the food in their home was eaten with no money left over to buy more. 40% are losing sleep over how to stretch their paycheck just to afford groceries, and 22% of Canadians are experiencing poverty themselves. But you know who's not going hungry? Our jet-setting Prime Minister. That's who. In just 1 year as Prime Minister, he spent almost $1 million taxpayer dollars on food for his private jet. That's enough money to feed 55 Canadian families for a full year. Mr. Speaker, regular Canadians are barely scraping by. While the Prime Minister eats 5-star meals on his private jet, his Liberal recession is causing financial insecurity, stress, and hunger for everyone else.
The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-Lacadie. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the presence on Parliament Hill of a man whose courage commands the respect of the entire international community, Dr. Denis Mukwege. A renowned Congolese gynecologist, the doctor dedicated his life to treating survivors of sexual violence in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where such atrocities are all too often used as a weapon of war. As the founder of Panzi Hospital, he and his team have helped tens of thousands of women regain not only their health but also their dignity. known as the man who mends women. The doctor is a vital voice for human rights and fight against impunity. His presence here reminds us today of our collective responsibility to defend human dignity here and around the world. So I invite my colleagues to join me in thanking him for his incredible work. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
The Liberals did not drive our economy into the ditch by accident. They took every wrong turn, ignored every warning sign, and now they want to blame everyone else. After more than a decade of inflationary spending, red tape, and anti-development laws, Canada is now the only G20 country in a recession. Families are not reading this in economics textbook, Mr. Speaker. They are living it at the grocery store, at the gas pump, and at the kitchen table. A new United Way survey found that 60% of Canadians are anxious about their own personal finances. 38% are struggling with food insecurity, and 1 in 5 say all the food in their home was gone with no money to buy more. That is not a talking point, that is an empty refrigerator. Last year, a record 2.2 million Canadians lined up at food banks in a single month. Meanwhile, this Prime Minister has spent nearly $1 million for luxury catering over 14 trips, or enough to feed a family for 55 years. The Liberals can blame the mud, the road, or the weather, but everybody knows that they have been behind the wheel. Canadians deserve a government that stops.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, June is National Indigenous History Month, and I want to acknowledge the history I witnessed on Saturday when Mi'kmaq rock icons, The Relatives, took to the stage to celebrate their 40th anniversary as a band. Tom Johnson, Stan Johnson, Derek Johnson, Darren Stevens, Robert Stevens, and Tom Sillaboy have been playing crowd-pleasing get-up-and-dance music across Cape Breton and Mi'kma'ki for 4 decades. With great original songs like Midabahan, Chigualu Kwajijo, and the perfect love song, The Relatives are pioneers in singing songs in the Mi'kmaq language. Mr. Speaker, The Relatives are not only talented musicians, but have been exemplary members of the community, volunteering, mentoring, or performing for local causes. They have had deep and lasting impacts that reach far beyond their music. In some circles, the longevity of the band has led them to earn the moniker of the Mi'kmaq Rolling Stones. And I'm proud to recognize them. Welugweo, Awelta Aldi. Thank you for your 40 years of excellence.
The honourable member for York Centre.
I rise with a heavy heart to address a tragedy that struck the Toronto Police and our entire nation. Early this morning, tactical officers from TPS and the RCMP executed a high-risk search warrant in North York. The search related to a national security investigation into the March 2026 shooting at the U.S. Consulate in Toronto. ETF Constable Mark Pinizzotto, age 43, a father of 2 from Oakville, Ontario, an 18-year veteran of the Toronto Police, was shot and killed in the line of duty. When civilians run one way from danger, the men and women in blue run the other way into danger. Everyday police officers across our country put their life on the line to protect Canadians. We owe them an enormous debt of gratitude. To the family, friends, and colleagues of Constable Pinizzotto, we cannot fathom your grief, but we stand with you in mourning the loss of this Canadian hero. We will never forget Constable Pinizzotto, and we will pray for all of Canada's police officers who risked their lives to keep us all safe. May Mark's soul rest in peace. May God bless his family and our entire grieving nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York South-Western Etobicoke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart because a member of the Toronto Police Service has died in the line of duty in my community of York South-West. Constable Mark Pinizzotto was an 18-year veteran of the Toronto Police Service and a member of its elite emergency task force, one of the most dangerous and demanding jobs in policing. He lost his life in service to Torontonians and to the people of Canada, working on an investigation on a number of shootings in the city, including at the United States Consulate. We cannot imagine the pain being felt by his family, his friends, and his colleagues at the Toronto Police Service. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. To everyone in law enforcement, thank you for your service. May Constable Pinizotto rest in peace.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I'm sure every member of this House was devastated to learn of a Toronto police officer who was shot and killed in the line of duty. We grieve alongside his family, his friends and colleagues, the colleagues of Constable Mark Pinizotto, an 18-year veteran of the force who served his city with courage and devotion until his very final moments. His loved ones and the men and women in uniform right across this country who put their lives on the line every single day, to them our gratitude is beyond measure. Mr. Speaker, in the wake of this tragic loss, will the Minister of Public Safety please update the House on the government's response?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm heartbroken in hearing the passing of Officer Mark Pinizotto. I was able to connect with the Toronto Police Chief, as well as the Toronto Police Association, as well as the Mayor of the City of Toronto, in expressing our profound grief and condolences to the people of Toronto and to all those who serve on the front lines. Today's a day for all of us to come together and cherish those who serve us each and every day, risking their lives. To the families who sacrifice every day with the hopes that their member will go home, I pray for them. I pray for all those in law enforcement. I pray that the Constable Pinizotto's family have the peace that they need to go through this very difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
We know indeed it's a difficult time. We know that this is the second officer killed in the line of duty this week. That number is too high. Constable Pinizotto is executing a warrant linked to several shootings, including one targeting the U.S. consulate in Toronto. With an attack on a diplomatic mission on Canadian soil, a police officer now dead, and a suspect at large, can the Minister please tell this House whether security agencies are engaged and what the government is specifically doing to support the investigation and keep Canadians from coast to coast safe?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the outset, our INSEC team, as well as the RCMP personnel and senior leadership, have been fully engaged in this investigation. They've been supporting the Toronto Police Services, including deploying 2 special task forces in order to support the investigation as it unfolds. The work of the Toronto Police Service, part of the collaborative efforts of all of our law enforcement agencies in order to ensure the safety and security and national security interests of Canadians, is paramount, and we will work in collaboration to ensure that we get results and we support those in frontline policing.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
This Prime Minister stuffed his face with $17,000 of salmon on just 3 taxpayer-funded flights. That's as much as a family will spend.
So I guess in the interest of decorum in the House, perhaps the member can find other words, but he may continue, obviously.
This Prime Minister spent $17,000 worth of salmon on just 3 taxpayer-funded flights. That's as much as a family will spend on grocery for the entire year. And while sending 2.2 million Canadians into a food bank every single month, is it fair that he stuffed his face with $94,000 of catering on just 1 flight to Rome, when that's how much 5 families spend on groceries for the entire year?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and people wonder why people look down
on the antics in this House of Commons.
Sorry, that was a bit loud. That was a bit loud. Let's try to keep the noise level to a certain level. The Honourable Government House Leader.
On a day where we are mourning the loss of a first responder, people should really wonder as they look on the House of Commons why folks look down on some of the antics here when you follow up such a constructive exchange with something penned quite obviously from the desk of the Leader of the Opposition. I expect 30 more of those today. Let's just hope they can up their game a little bit, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Speaker, there's no need to politicize the loss of the police officer. We're asking questions on behalf of the 2.2 million Canadians waiting in a food bank line because of failed Liberal policies. And now 40% of Canadians are losing sleep. But you know who's not losing sleep? The Prime Minister, who's fine dining on the taxpayer dime. Is it fair the Prime Minister gets to live lavishly on the taxpayer dime while sending more Canadians to the food bank every single month?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians know all too well, we are in the midst of a trade war. We are in the midst of negotiating some of the most signal world events that we have seen in a generation, including 2 wars, one in the Middle East and one in Europe. Our Prime Minister is representing our country proudly on the international stage. When he goes there, he comes home with agreements, with deals, with investments that give opportunity to Canadians, that supply jobs to Canadians, and help us get things done for Canadians so we can ensure our prosperity, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister left his position as chairman of Brookfield in New York to come to Canada, he forgot that he was no longer working for a private company but for Canadian taxpayers. Canadians are currently in the midst of a recession. They're paying more for everything. Millions are hurting, yet government documents reveal that nearly $1 million was spent on food on the Prime Minister's flights over just 14 trips. While families have to watch every cent they spend at the supermarket, does the Prime Minister really believe that spending $1 million on meals on government aircraft is a responsible use of taxpayers' money? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, Canadians watch our deliberations here and find it unfortunate to see this kind of accusatory tone. We are in intense trade negotiations. There are wars in the Middle East, in Europe, and the Prime Minister proudly represents us. He brings back investments, agreements, and opportunities for all of our country, and we are proud of our Prime Minister. We are proud of the efforts he deploys internationally, and I hope that he'll continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I think that the tone is right when we see the waste from the other side. Well, that's been going on for years. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that it must be difficult for the Prime Minister to get used to life in the public service when all with his past in a private company like Brookfield, but each trip on average costs $70,000, but only for the food, not for fuel, not for the planes, only for food and drink. At a time when food banks have never been in such high demand, how can the Prime Minister justify spending over $1 million on the back of Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add my voice for the family of Constable Mark Pinizzotto. Our thoughts are with his family. Mr. Speaker, to answer my colleague's question, our government is making generational investments, in fact, in infrastructure, in housing, in competitivity and innovation. Every member of this government, Mr. Speaker, is working tooth and nail to get investments, and the Prime Minister is the pride of Canadians in Canada, not only here but abroad. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has sacrificed the future of French language culture to Donald Trump. He is absolutely abandoning 10 years of struggle to get American internet giants to finally contribute to the funding of creative works and news. In exchange for what? In exchange for yet another escalation of hostilities from Washington. Having witnessed Canada's capitulation on culture, President Trump's reaction yesterday was to declare that he does not wish to renew CUSMA. Does the Prime Minister realise that he has sacrificed culture for absolutely nothing? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. My colleague, the Minister for Canadian Identity, will answer in a second, but we have to think on the Bloc Québécois' drift. 2 weeks ago, the Yes Quebec accused the sovereignist movement of a lack of tolerance. But now, Monsieur de Belleval said it very well, a former Minister for Transport from the Parti Québécois. He said that the Bloc Québécois is also renouncing its dreams and its hopes for mobility, and I hope the member for Repentigny will correct them, but up to now, we've taken note. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, that had absolutely nothing to do with my question and nothing to do with the work of this House. The Prime Minister has capitulated on royalties for online broadcasters, even though Europe is doing it. He's capitulated on the digital services tax, even though France is doing it. He's excluded American multinationals from the global minimum tax. He has scrapped his counter-tariffs. He's trying to persuade the provinces to abandon their boycotts of American spirits. He's doing everything he can to appease Donald Trump. And the result of all these concessions is, after all, more concessions. It's a categorical rejection of the renewal of CUSMA. Does the Prime Minister realise that the strategy of weakness is simply not working? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the rather vivacious reading of her question. The Bloc Québécois just comes here to waffle on, but we are investing $700 million in culture. In the last press conference, I announced $600 million for culture, including in Quebec, and I also forgot $100 million for the export strategy so that our programs like TV5 Monde and Quebec shows can shine abroad. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, we don't say programme in French, but émission. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, whilst our media continue to lose millions in revenue, the Prime Minister has attempted to appease Donald Trump by ending a decade-long campaign by the cultural sector to ensure that web giants pay their fair share. The Americans' reaction? More threats from Donald Trump regarding CUSMA. There's a Quebec filmmaker, Pierre Falardeau, and I don't think the Prime Minister knows him. He said, "If you lie down, they'll trample you. If you resist, they'll hate you, but they will call you sir." So, wouldn't the Prime Minister like to follow this advice and be called sir? The Honourable Minister. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for the quality of his French. Mr. Falardeau was funded by the National Film Board.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, the NSICOP Act mandates that it must be reviewed before October 6th of 2022. Unlike his response on January 29th, could the House Leader please provide the date the government intends to initiate the long overdue review of the Act? Further, will the Liberals support my motion which would establish a joint committee to ensure Parliament abides by this law?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my colleague for the question and the work that he's been doing as part of NSICOP. As you're aware, Mr. Speaker, it is a body of Parliament that ensures review of our security practices, and we look forward to the review that we will undertake starting this year.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
$200 million. That's what Liberals gave a near-bankrupt company of well-connected Liberal insiders and family members for now 3 failed launches from a concrete slab spaceport. While Canadians pay for the most expensive science fair project in history, the only successful thing taking off are the bank accounts of Liberal insiders like Sasha Jacobs, who turned worthless shares of the company into a $1.8 million personal windfall after Liberals lit the fuse. Will the Prime Minister just admit that this was all about greasing the palms of well-connected Liberal insiders?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our investments in Canada's space capabilities, the member will know, will translate into new jobs, stronger supply chains, greater industrial capacity, and a more resilient Canadian economy. We're taking decisive action to strengthen our security and sovereignty and to reinforce the resilience and long-term strength of the country. We're strengthening Atlantic Canada's industrial capacity, growing Nova Scotia's role in Canada's defence industry, and giving Canada the capability it needs to respond to evolving global security challenges while supporting long-term economic growth.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Well, that's no answer from the minister. We got 30 more of those. I sure hope they up their game with the answers. And the CEO of Farm Credit Canada last year, Justine Hendricks, spent more than $213,000 just on travel. She spent another $53,000 on hospitality, including one meal for more than $6,500. That's more than a third of what a family of four spends on groceries for an entire year. Can the minister tell me how much more out-of-control spending is he going to approve this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Energy.
FCC is an independent Crown corporation and operates at arm's length. With that said, what I can say is that farmers and agriculture stakeholders around the country appreciate what the good work that is done by FCC. We're working hard to grow the agriculture sector and the strongest economy in the G7, and FCC is an important part of our effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals themselves are warning public investment in ag research and development has fallen by 15%. Private sector R&D outsourced to universities is down 77%, and the number of firms conducting research in Canada has dropped by 30%. Yet the Liberal Ag Minister himself is slashing $115 million in agriculture research. Science took the hit for 75% of the cuts in his department. Did the Ag Minister personally approve these cuts, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We're spending less to invest more, and we're making
I don't know what the clock is at. I don't know what the clock is. Can you start the clock again? Okay, we'll start from the top. We'll start from the top. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're spending less to invest more. We're maintaining our presence in every single province and remain the largest agricultural researcher in the country. Mr. Speaker, by streamlining research and development, we can build a strong, collaborative science system that supports producer, strengthen competitiveness, and position Canadian agriculture for long-term success. That's what we do, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas Glengarry.
Close to an answer, but now new documents reveal the Prime Minister spent $1 million on in-flight catering since taking office last year. That's enough money to feed a Canadian family for 55 years. And look at the list. Luxury buttercups, creme brulee, Scottish salmon, smoked Gouda. With millions lined up at the food banks, will the Liberals agree to stop their luxurious in-flight catering bills?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives fail to recognize that when times are tough, what they really want is they want a government that will stand up for them. And in fact, that's exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker, time and again, by cutting taxes for 22 million people, by making sure that people can have access to quality childcare for a fraction of the price, by making sure people can access training programs, by making sure the social safety nets are there for when people are facing job loss. These are all things, by the way, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives vote against. If they really want to help Canadians, why don't they stop voting against them?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Shuswap Central Rockies.
Again, not even an answer, not even close to the question. All parties acknowledge that the salmon allocation policy must be aligned with the Housat decision, but while all Canadians have the rights to fish, the minister keeps the public's lives and livelihood on hold, waiting for her to decide whether the public current allocation priority for Chinook and Coho before non-Indigenous commercial will be retained. Will she confirm today that this priority will remain?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you for the opportunity for me to once again say that I have met with stakeholders in BC across all perspectives. We're working on the decision. There is space for recreational fishing, commercial, and the need for Indigenous harvesting. We will balance the decision.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, Northern Indigenous communities paid the Liberal carbon tax when they bought their fuel in bulk. The tax has now been repealed, yet a year later, these communities are still waiting for their refund. On what date will these communities receive their money? Just the date, please.
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work with Northerners on solving all of the issues in the North, including portability, and we'll continue to do so. I'm happy to work with the member opposite on finding some solutions.
Well said.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the reform of the New Horizons programme is jeopardising community projects for seniors. Our organisations have 1 month to submit their projects, but in the meantime, Ottawa now requires them to register as a business, which can take up to 10 months. Furthermore, the criteria excludes small groups such as certain FADOCs and local farmers' circles whose parent organisation is registered, but they are not. Ottawa must give organisations time to comply and ensure that none are disqualified because of the new criteria. Will the government postpone its reform? The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
In April, we introduced changes to the New Horizons for Seniors program, including requiring a CRA business number. For most seniors organizations, this change delivers clearer, fairer standards that increases the program's integrity. And for organizations that don't have this number, Service Canada is available to assist all applicants. You know who else is available to assist applicants, Mr. Speaker? Members of Parliament. That's why we provided a session to all members of Parliament so that they could ask their questions, a session that unfortunately that member did not attend.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, on the 14th of July is almost tomorrow. No one's asked for this New Horizons reform. It is an unimaginable headache for volunteers working for the well-being of seniors. Community organisations that still do not have a business number will not have time to register by the 14th of July. And that's not to mention the hundreds of others at the local level who simply cannot register because of their stricture. That's what we were told at the briefing. This reform is not designed to address the reality faced by organisations and seniors in Quebec. Will the government postpone this programme to prevent the new criteria from undermining seniors' projects? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, prior to these changes, the New Horizons for Seniors program was the only grant in the Government of Canada that was not subject to these integrity measures. We are putting this program in line with all other grants and contributions across the Government of Canada, and by looking at the clock, I can see that it is June 11th. There is lots of time for organizations, and we are there to help them, and we will make sure that they have what they need to apply for these programs, because we want nothing more than to ensure seniors have access to the important programs that prevent social isolation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Auto train is a right old pain. It's a perpetual burden on the shoulders of future generations. Yesterday, the Transport Minister opened the door to cost overruns. The Minister is therefore prepared for it to cost far more than $90 billion earmarked and to blow all the budget sky high. Is the Liberal Transport Minister prepared to subsidise a bottomless pit? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. The answer is no. And it will continue to be no. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Haute-Binière. That's not even an answer, Mr. Speaker. I heard something extraordinary. Why have the Liberals deregulated the New Horizons for Seniors programs just days before its launch in 2026? They're changing the rules. They're making it impossible for organisations to apply for a grant. I've received about 10 letters of complaint from farmers' associations and seniors clubs. Will the Liberal create a programme to help our seniors apply to the New Horizons for Seniors programme? It's completely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Let's see what the members will say to their constituents back home. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the New Horizons programme for seniors is one that we are very proud of, that will be of benefit to thousands of organisations throughout Quebec and Canada. Will continue to support this programme, a programme that works. But I hope that when the Honourable Member speaks to his seniors in his riding, I hope that he'll tell the 39,000 people that they won't have access to dental care plan if he votes as he's expecting to stop them from getting dental care. What a shame, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Ackyo-Wenrac. What is a shame is to keep charities hostage and take charities hostage. The Commissioner of Indigenous Languages organised a 4-day conference at a cost of $10 million. $10 million for 4 days. To quote a professor from the University of Manitoba, just imagine with all that money how many students could have learnt, Indigenous students could have learnt their mother tongue. Does the Minister agree with this? The Honourable Minister. Like the member knows full well, I have asked that an investigation be strong, and it would be inappropriate to comment on it at this stage.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. No good answers today, and yet these are very simple questions that we're asking. Every time the Liberals are in power, tension goes up with Quebec, with Alberta, and with the other provinces. Why? Well, it's clear. It's because the Liberals don't respect the Quebecois nation. They don't respect Quebec, not any more than they respect Alberta. They continue to centralize power, and they continue to interfere in provincial jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. For the Liberals, Canada is their country, and it has to be managed their way. Can the Liberal government finally take care of its own business, respect provincial autonomy, and understand that their role is to serve, not to control? The Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, the things that we hear in this House, respecting the Quebecois nation, where was he, Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday when, with the Premier of Quebec, we announced $10 billion for infrastructure in Quebec? Where was he? The only place, Mr. Speaker, where you see Quebecers is where they can take money away from Quebecers that they need from infrastructure, to take away $3 billion from Quebec for the tramway, to take away TGV for Quebec that's going to lead us into the future for decades to come. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, an answer that means nothing. They're lost. Liberals think they're in control of everything, but it's the people who must be served, and they should not be using the people, Mr. Speaker. After 11 years of this Liberal government and the passage of Bill C-83 in 2019, we are now seeing the consequences in our prisons. Increased violence, a lack of staff, repeated attacks among inmates, and a number of murders inside prison walls. Correctional officers in Donnacona and elsewhere are calling for concrete tools. When will the Liberal government fix its mistakes and restore security in our prisons? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, my colleague will be happy to learn that we're working hand in hand with the Government of Quebec on these issues. My colleague should know that we have a pilot project, Mr. Speaker, to help take cell phones out of prisons across the country. We will always be there to support the safety of our prison officers and guards. We will continue to fight extortion and crime across the country.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, mining is already one of Canada's largest economic drivers, contributing billions of dollars to the Canadian economy annually. But the sector is experiencing a labour shortage right now, needing 250,000 new hires over the next 10 years. Can the Minister of Jobs and Families please update the House on a national announcement that was recently held in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's about what's being done to ensure that Canadian workers can take advantage of these generational opportunities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to that member for her hard work and her advocacy to bring the mining industry together to ensure we have the skills that we need for today and for tomorrow. Yes, this alliance is launched with great fanfare from the industry, praising the Government of Canada for taking action to make sure that skills that are taught are aligned with what the industry needs. This is how you build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Canadians with documented, serious and permanent COVID-19 vaccine injuries have been waiting years for help. A government contractor was hired to provide that help. The government contractor got $54 million for little to no results. 2/3 of that money went to administration and overhead. Only 252 out of tens of thousands of vaccine-injured people were given any help at all. Mr. Speaker, on what day are the victims going to get their money?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for that question. The allegation against the previous vendor for the vaccine injury program was absolutely unacceptable. That's why we brought the administration of the program internal to ensure money is expended appropriately, and we've directed Public Health Agency to bring the program, to alter the program to ensure our dollars are spent correctly. And we look forward to working with members across the House to make sure vulnerable Canadians are looked after. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ponoka Didsbury.
In 2020, the Liberals demonized law-abiding gun owners and banned over 2,500 models of firearms. Yet since then, violent crime and gun smuggling has only increased. Now the Supreme Court of Canada has slapped the Liberals' wrist by extending their own hardline amnesty period on their ridiculous gun grab. Since the Prime Minister loves off-ramps so much, will he take this one and abandon this billion-dollar boondoggle that even his own public safety minister admits doesn't work?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government's decision to extend the amnesty order respects the judicial process, and it provides greater certainty for firearm owners across Canada. To date, over 142,000 firearms have been declared, and firearms owners have already begun making appointments to drop off their prohibited weapons. We'll keep working to keep communities across Canada safe, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, it's been well over a year since this Liberal government received evidence that federally funded infrastructure projects were using illegal and trafficked labour, violating funding agreements and leaving legitimate trades workers on the sidelines unemployed. The Liberal response since then? Crickets. So when will the Liberals stop funding projects that are using illegal traffic labourers, instead ensure the work goes to legitimate Canadian trades workers?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to assure the members that the Canada Infrastructure Bank and the infrastructure investments we make as a country follow the Canadian Labour Code. Thank you.
Fulton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, a serious question that deserved a serious answer. Buried in the Liberals' omnibus budget bill is yet another ministerial power grab. Cabinet gives itself more powers to award contracts while allowing themselves to muzzle the very watchdog, the procurement ombudsman, that is meant to monitor them. Why are the Liberals rigging the rules so they can hand out contracts without anyone watching?
The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation.
To the contrary, I want to highlight and thank the Procurement Ombuds for the work he's done over the years and for the work he's doing. The Auditor General also has a role to play in making sure and helping us make sure that as we go forward with procurement, that all procurements respect the highest standard and that they are done transparently in an open and competitive process, which is the basic rule.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
In 2020, the Liberals told chiefs they would make First Nations policing an essential service with new legislation and expanded service to number of communities served. 6 years later, nothing. And we hear every week from First Nations on how their people are dying because of these broken promises when it comes to safety. On what date will the Liberals table that policing bill and keep their promises for once?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've been working with First Nations Inuit police communities across Canada to ensure the safety and security of all those in community. We are increasing the number of resources available for infrastructure, and we continue to ensure that the funding is applied throughout the year, Mr. Speaker. But what I do want to say is, if the party opposite is serious about public safety, the number one issue that has been sought is lawful access, which is Bill C-22, which the party opposite is blocking and obstructing as we speak, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Again, Mr. Speaker, another non-answer. Joseph Murdoch Flowers, Executive Director of the Community Food Centre in Iqaluit, said this week, "We have seen our daily meal count go from around 58,000 in 2022 to almost 91,000 last year. They've served 37,000 meals so far this year in a town of 7,500 people. The Liberals have been in power for 11 years, yet 58% of people in Nunavut live in food insecure households. After 11 years, does the Prime Minister really think Nunavut has never had it so good?"
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that a food subsidy alone will not solve the food insecurity issue.
right.
That is why we have been working to engage 124 of the Nutrition North communities to ensure that we work with them to find the solutions for their communities. What we're working towards is moving from a food subsidy to a food economy. That means a whole of government approach, and I continue looking forward to working with the member opposite to finding solutions.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another non-answer. This Liberal government says that they're making affordable for everyday Canadians. If this is true, can the minister please stand up and explain why seniors make up the fastest growing group in the Waterloo region facing homelessness? And the wait list for individuals needing affordable homes over 55 in the region has increased by 700%.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, yet another question from a member of Parliament that continually votes against the very things that would help with housing and homelessness. Things like an investment in Ontario, $3 billion through the National Housing Strategy. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? That member votes against these things. If that member really wants to help people who are suffering from housing scarcity, what she should do is stop voting against the things they need.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague asked a serious question, and she deserved a serious answer. Now, the position of Canada's independent ombudsman for responsible enterprise has sat vacant for a year. Open cases have stalled, and as a result, victims of modern slavery and exploitation are blocked from justice. Can the minister tell this House when the date of when this important position will be filled and by whom?
The Honourable Minister of International
I'd like to thank
Trade.
the member opposite for that very important question. The National Contact Point does amazing work to make sure that our supply chains are protected against forced labor, and we'll continue making sure that they do the diligent work. In terms of the core, we'll make a decision in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Do any of the ministers over there know their files? Mr. Speaker, telecom coverage maps rely on industry claims, but in Elgin County and across southwestern Ontario, these maps do not reflect actual service, with persistent dead zones in areas where companies claim full coverage. What precisely is the industry minister doing to ensure that rural Canadians are getting the cell service they're paying for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know for this government, rural connectivity is very important, and affordability is very important. That's why cell phone rates, the average cell phone rate has actually gone down 43% over the last 3 years, while companies continue to invest in their infrastructure. We work hard with these companies and through the CRTC to make sure investments continue, including in rural Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Mr. Speaker, the eyes of the world are on Canada today as the 2026 FIFA...
The honourable member for The honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront can start from the beginning.
Mr. Speaker, the eyes of the world are on Canada today as the 2026 FIFA World Cup kicks off. This tournament is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. My downtown Toronto riding of Spadina Harbourfront is set to host matches, the Canadian FIFA World Cup opening celebration, and the FIFA Fan Fest at the Bentway. Toronto is proud to welcome the world. Can the Secretary of State for Sport tell us what this historic moment means for Canadians?
Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. What an extraordinary moment we are at in sport in Canada. We are so proud and excited to be co-hosting the 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup with Mexico and the United States. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow Canada will play its first ever FIFA Men's World Cup match in Toronto against Bosnia-Herzegovina, Mr. Speaker. It will inspire countless young Canadians. It will bring $1 billion to our national revenue, Mr. Speaker. It will be watched by 5 billion viewers around the world, Mr. Speaker. Sport is one of Canada's greatest nation-building projects, and we are so proud to be hosting the world's biggest event this year. Go, Canada, go!
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
The Liberals want to make it easier to hide information from Canadians by no longer allowing government emails or text messages to be part of an information request.
Wow.
Even the Independent Information Commissioner is opposed. Will the President of the Treasury Board reverse this proposal and defend Canadians' rights to know?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I've never seen so much excitement from the Conservatives for an answer, Mr. Speaker. You can see that summer is coming, Mr. Speaker. They're wakening now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question is very serious, and I can assure the member of this House and all Canadians watching that we have some of the strongest law when it comes to government information and disclosure, Mr. Speaker. We believe in an open government. We believe in providing information to Canadians, and Canadians should be reassured that we have some of the strongest law in the G7.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps somebody on that side over there can answer this question. For weeks, the Prime Minister and government ministers have insisted that strong measures are already in place to combat the importation of products using forced labor from importation into Canada. If that's the case, then why did the government give the House notice that it's going to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Prohibition of the Importation of Goods Produced by Forced Labor?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the most rigorous forced labor laws in the world and has been clear that we condemn forced labor everywhere that it exists. Every good that enters the country is subject to rigorous import controls and screening. For example, Canada's new government is...
Let's be a little quieter. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs can continue.
As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government is hiring 1,000 new CBSA officers and investing over $617 million into the CBSA to keep our borders secure. We will continue to protect Canada's interests while upholding labor standards for all workers, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, one of those
those really great laws is Bill S-211 that required companies selling, distributing goods in Canada to produce an annual report. But the Liberals, contrary to the law, revised their directive and exempted a bunch of their corporate buddies from having to file this report. Now the U.S. is investigating Canada for not fighting forced labor and threatening us in the CUSMA talks. Why is it that this government is putting the CUSMA talks in jeopardy so that they can pad the pockets of their corporate buddies instead of fighting slavery?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Canada and the United States share the goal of keeping goods produced through forced labor out of our supply chains. Canada already has strong protections in place. We will take further action to strengthen them through new legislation. We will continue working closely with our partners to uphold high labor standards and ensure fair, rules-based trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians are facing a housing affordability crisis, with too many people unable to find a home they can afford. Our government was elected with a clear mandate to build more homes, increase housing supply. Yesterday, the House passed Bill C-20, transforming Build Canada Homes into a Crown corporation focused on accelerating affordable housing construction. Would the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure explain how this legislation will help make housing more affordable and accessible for Canadians?
Great question. Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Peterborough for her great question and her great work in the community. Yesterday was a great day for affordable housing. Despite the opposition of members opposite against affordable housing again, the government has passed the Build Canada Homes Act here in this House. This brings us one step closer to getting affordable housing built. Build Canada Homes becomes a Crown corporation with the support of the Senate. We're looking forward to working with our senators to secure the bill's final passage through Get Build Canada Homes up and running and delivering affordable.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 45 minutes, Canadians watching at home know that this is not answer period. They don't have a single answer, and their ministers are out of their depth. Some were reading off their cell phones, and the President of the Treasury Board is still flipping through his binder, looking for the answer to the question. But this is serious. Canadians at home are going hungry. Seniors are living on the side of the highway because they can't afford a home. When will this government reverse its disastrous policies that got us here in the first place?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, if you call feeding hungry kids disastrous policy, I'd like to introduce that member to some parents and indeed some kids in my riding in the town of Marathon. Mr. Speaker.
Too loud. The minister. Now that it's a bit quieter, the minister may continue.
Mr. Speaker, if you'd like to talk about people who are fighting against Canadians, if you'd like to talk about disastrous policy would be pulling out the safety nets that this government has worked hard to put there for Canadians. When Canadians are struggling, you know what they don't wonder in bed? They don't wonder, what can we take away from my friends and neighbors? Instead, they say, how do we stand up for each other? How do we help people? How do we make sure people...
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's national shipbuilding strategy focuses on building and maintaining vessels, but there's no plan for responsibly retiring them. More than 900 derelict and end-of-life vessels sit off BC's coast, threatening the marine environment. While aging Navy and Coast Guard vessels approach retirement, Canada lacks the capacity to safely recycle them here at home. Will the Prime Minister finally commit to investing in dry dock infrastructure, world-class ship recycling facilities and regulations, and make ship recycling a core component of the national shipbuilding strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I want to thank my honourable friend. Of course, ship recycling is a multi-billion-dollar worldwide industry and also an opportunity. And indeed, as the member points out, there are many derelict vessels, including many owned by the people of Canada. We will continue to work very hard on this file. I'm very well aware of the interest in the Port Alberni area in engaging in this industry. We are extremely interested with it, and I will be very pleased to continue working with the member on that issue.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we already knew that the cost of acquiring the F-35 had skyrocketed from $19 billion to $28 billion. And now we've learned that on top of the 72 American jets, the Liberals are thinking about buying another 72 fighter jets, Gripens. So that would mean a potential fleet of 144 fighter jets. The questions are simple. First, is that true? Second, how much is it going to cost? And three, couldn't we invest that money elsewhere to meet the needs of the public? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, we are proceeding with the acquisition of a new fleet of fighter jets for the Royal Canadian Air Force. The Honourable Member knows that well. We are looking at all different procurement approaches to make sure that they align with Canadians' interests and the needs of the armed forces. We are committing to acquiring what the Air Force needs while guaranteeing economic benefits for Canadians, including Quebecers.
Ça conclut la période des questions. Je crois que le député de Elgin.
I think the member for Elmwood St. Thomas, London South, has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, during oral questions, the President of the Treasury Board was asked a question. Now that he's had a chance to find the page, would he like to provide an answer?
It's not a point of order, unfortunately. Not a point of order. It being 3:08, the House will now. It being 3:08, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading of Bill C-16. Call in the members.
The question is as follows.
Monsieur Fraser, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Fraser, seconded by Mr. Lightbond, moved that Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters, child protection, gender-based violence, delays, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangari.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Oljevsky.
Ms. Oljevsky.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desnity, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnity, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Madame Ménard.
Madame Ménard.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Monsieur Litao.
Mr. Litao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan. Miss
Miss Chi. Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurtle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinty.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Nathan.
Miss Whean.
Miss Whean.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Mr. Watchhorn.
Miss Begum.
Miss Begum.
Miss Martin.
Miss Martin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Back to Miss Gazan.
Miss Kazan.
Miss May.
Miss May.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Que tous ceux
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pufta.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conan.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. I don't see any hands raised. No one is standing up in the House. So I will now ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Nays pour 192, 192. Nays contre 133, 134.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Thursday question. Today is Thursday, and it is the day on which the official opposition House Leader normally asks the government House Leader a very important question about what will follow in the following week. Alors, je demanderai...
So I would ask the member from Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière to ask the question on behalf of the government house to the government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to be here today to be able to ask this question, which is highly anticipated, like my opposition House Leader colleague would say. Every week we know that there are millions of Canadians. I've even learned that there are some French citizens who wait for this moment. We are very popular, and this is because of news on Radio-Canada saying that the Prime Minister adjourned the work of this House. So how come we're still here today? So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my dear colleague from the government if he can tell us if we are truly here. Are we going to be here tomorrow or next week as well? And what work is set out for the government for this time? And I hope there will not be time allocation after time allocation. We're here to work, but if we are here. So, the Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in the last sprint before we go back to our ridings to spend a little bit more time with our constituents. When the Saint Jean-Baptiste comes, the holiday comes, people from Quebec hope to be with their loved ones. So we wish that to the deputy leader across the way. But in the meantime, we have a lot of work to accomplish, Mr. Speaker. We were intrigued, and I say this to my colleague, to see yesterday what the Conservatives did. They voted to extend work hours to midnight. So we said, okay, great, we're going to work together to do work for Canadians. But then, surprisingly, a few hours later, roughly around dinner time, the Conservatives voted to adjourn the House. So we were very intrigued by this. And so it leaves us somewhat skeptical with respect to their desire to work. But we'll see what happens in the days to come.
This afternoon, we will resume third reading debate of Bill C-25, the Strong and Free Elections Act, followed by debate on the Senate amendment relating to Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act. Tomorrow morning, we will call government business number 12, which relates to the proceedings on Bill C-30, the Spring Economic Update 2026 Implementation Act. And after question period, we'll proceed to debate on the Senate amendments made to Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, followed by second reading debate of Bill C-27, the final self-government agreement for the Tligo-Gotine Act.
And then as for next week, Monday, we will resume consideration of government business number 12, followed by consideration of Bill C-9, the Anti-Hate Act. Next Tuesday's session will be devoted to the consideration of government business number 11, concerning deliberations on Bill C-26, an act to authorize certain payments from the Consolidated Revenue Fund to improve the supply of housing. The other priority bills for next week will be C27, the final agreement on the self-government of the Tligoti-Gotine, C29, the Financial Crimes Agency Act, and finally C10, the Modern Treaty Implementation Commissioner Act. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, we are looking to get across the finish line, and we hope that, the Conservatives and all members of the opposition will be partners with us and Canadians to help us accomplish great things.
Orders of the day. Orders of the day, right? No? Okay. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of Defence, that in relation to Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to enact an act to change the names of certain electoral districts, 2026, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purposes of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
That's a very good idea.
By Ms. McKnight, moved the following motion. That in relation to Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to enact an act to change the names of certain electoral districts, 2026, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided, consideration at third reading of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will be now a 30-minute question period. Members will recall that the preference for questions during the 30 minutes is provided to the opposition, but not to the exclusion of some members from the government. Members should keep their interventions to approximately 1 minute, and they may speak more than once. I now invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or use the raise hand function so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. The honourable member for my gosh, where is it now? The honourable member for sorry, Kamloops, Shuswap. Yeah, can't find it here. This is a little. Oh yeah, Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 11 summers in this House, it's interesting to see what happens typically in June every year under this government. They can't manage their agenda throughout the entire year, so they fall so far behind. They've put us on late night hours where we're sitting till midnight, and even then they have to cut debate short by these time allocation motions because they can't handle the fact that we are here to debate on behalf of Canadians who have sent us to this place, to debate the government bills to make sure they're the best they possibly can be. So I strongly oppose this time allocation motion that will shut down debate once again, just as the Liberals have been doing in committees any time that we try and hold them accountable for their failed attempts at governing this country.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I first want to say to my honourable friend in the spirit of the season that anyone with a riding name of the very evocative name of Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, I can well understand why he would be very anxious and excited to return to that place. So it sounds like an amazing place, and I hope to visit the member someday. However, in the meantime, we are here to work, and the member perhaps didn't hear my earlier answer to his Deputy House Leader, where I expressed my real surprise at the fact that, yes, indeed, we are asking members of Parliament to work a little harder so that we can get the job done for Canadians. But that member voted to extend the hours until midnight. He was for that. And then 3 hours later, he voted to adjourn the House. We didn't quite understand that. That sounded like a contradiction, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Gaspé.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-la-Madeleine, Listigouche. I'd like to ask the Minister for his perspective on a phenomenon that we saw at the National Assembly yesterday. A bill was passed to protect certain ridings because we know very well that we're attempting to reconcile every time new ridings are. I need to interrupt the member because there's somebody on Zoom who has their microphone on once again. It's interrupting the work of the House. I would invite the member for Gaspésie, Île-la-Madeleine, Listigouche to start over from the beginning for his questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we saw that the National Assembly of Quebec passed a law to protect certain ridings located in my region of Gaspésie, of the Gaspé, but also in Montreal, because what we're seeing right now is that there's tension when ridings are reorganized. There's a tension between population growth and ensuring that votes are proportional, but at the same time, ensuring that ridings aren't too big in a physical sense. And what we're seeing at the National Assembly, there was a decision made to protect certain ridings. At the federal level, my riding of Gaspésie, Les Îles-la-Madeleine, Listigouche is 23,000 square kilometers. It's bigger than Djibouti, and I have a number of colleagues who have even bigger ridings than I do. What is my colleague's vision in terms of how we can better balance those two imperatives? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, I'll reiterate once again, Gaspésie, Les Îles-la-Madeleine, or the Magdalen Islands. I have no doubt that the member is looking forward to getting back to his region, and he represents a very big area. And I admire all members and all elected officials who have to travel often late and often under winter conditions or other difficult conditions. And it's a major challenge to represent the people who live in such a vast territory. It's in his case as well, they're separated by the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. So that having been said, in a democracy, we have to make sure the best way possible that each person's vote has equal weight, whether that person lives in Montreal or whether they live in Percé in the Gaspé Peninsula. So we're always trying to respect that principle, a principle that is recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd like to express, this is my first full year in this House, in this place, and I find it a little bit disappointing, in fact a lot disappointing, that the government had all year to get this work done, and yet they're imposing closure. And even a bill such as this that arguably has not got a lot of controversy attached to it, it would have been very easy to pass with in the process that we had allowed, but yet we have these games from the Liberal government. So we're here to work. We're here to work as long as possible to make sure that we shine the light of transparency onto everything that the government is doing. And I really, really would appreciate the comment from the government as to how transparency is served by closure.
Honourable Government House Leader.
A travel panorama, the Bow River, I can only imagine how beautiful it is this time of year, Mr. Speaker. And I will say to the member that he has only been here for a year. I've been here 11 years and have witnessed the very imaginative ways in which Conservatives conceive of ways to delay, stall, and otherwise obstruct the passage of legislation, even, as the member points out, legislation as non-controversial and consensual as this bill is. And I do want to take a moment to just express my appreciation in terms of the development of this bill for the cooperation that I've received from all parts of this House. It is a signal testament to this country that at very minimum we can all agree on the rules of the game and change the Elections Act without rancor.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listigouche. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words for Gaspésie, the Magdalen Islands, which is absolutely a beautiful region. And I'd like to ask him an additional question, because what the National Assembly has done to reconcile those two principles, equality of votes, but also to make sure that ridings aren't too big, has meant an increase in the number of members of the National Assembly, where we're going up to 127 members. Is my colleague ready to consider such a solution to ensure that federal ridings stay at a human size, to make sure that people really have true access to their MP? Well, it's a very important principle, particularly for those of us who enjoy being close to our constituents. The Supreme Court and the decision that I referred to allows a certain divergence between population levels in ridings, and allows, to a certain extent, divergencies when it comes to distance and physical area of ridings. But, Mr. Speaker, in a democracy, we need to make sure that each vote has equal weight with every other vote. And so we have to find the right balance. The National Assembly also recognizes that they have identified a problem and not fixed a problem. They found a compromise. I don't have many other comments to make about what they've done, other than to say that in a democracy, there needs to be relatively equal weight from one vote to another. It's a very important principle.
A commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to go back to the Minister's response to the Thursday question, because I think it is important for Canadians that watch the debates to see the games that the Conservatives play on an ongoing basis, whether it's obstructing or just wasting time or sending conflicting messages. And a good example is what the House Leader had made reference to. At one time, they say, yes, we want to sit late. And the same day, Mr. Speaker, they're proposing that we adjourn for the evening, early evening. The following day, we had 2 adjournment motions on Bill C-16, important crime legislation, protecting Canadian victims, making our communities safer. And the Conservatives once again, not once, but twice moved adjournment, Mr. Speaker. It seems to me this is nothing but a game to the Conservative Party to try to prevent legislation from passing, and I'm wondering if the House Leader can provide his thoughts on why it's so important that we deliver for Canadians.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
We have a very ambitious agenda. As you know, Mr. Speaker, you've been in the chair for much of it, a very wide-ranging series of crime bills, including the bill that my honourable friend just mentioned, protecting victims, protecting children, warning against child pornography. These are very, very important measures. Of course, to go back to the question from my friend from Bow River, we culminate all of this work at the end of a session, and of course the government wants to move forward on things that have been debated and in fact obstructed in many creative ways throughout the session, and that is what we're doing currently. But to see the opposition vote against 3 hours later, their very solemn vote to prolong the hours of this House so that we could work harder, get more done for Canadians, was intriguing, to say the least.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, my Conservative colleagues and I have zero issue with putting in the work, putting in the hours. We will work on weekends. We will work on summers. We will do whatever we can to support Canadians. The problem that we have is that this is a bill about elections. All 343 members of this chamber are affected. All of the millions of people that we collectively represent are affected. This is a bill about the nature of democracy. The Liberals have allowed, I believe, 2 speakers to this bill about the most fundamental institution in a democratic country. And now they are trying to shut down debate. They are trying to silence members of parliament that may have a lot of things to offer about this. And this is perhaps not surprising, given the way that this Prime Minister has decided to try to circumvent Parliament, circumvent the House of Commons, not rise in question period. My question, is this member the House Leader because he shares the Prime Minister's contempt for Parliament?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member is perhaps unaware of the very constructive, in fact, long hours, and Canadians should know that in this place a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. Sometimes parties don't find it to their interest to let on that they're cooperating with other parties, but I would put to that member that in the case of Bill C-25, we've worked very hard, Le Bloc Québécois, the Conservatives, and I want to commend once again his colleague from Edmonton, St. Albert, for his very, very hard work on this and his very, very constructive suggestions. So this bill has been the subject of much cooperation, has been the subject of long committee meetings. Indeed, we will come to, I suspect, a very strong majority of parliamentarians who are voting for this bill. And I think, once again, it's very important that Canadians see that at the very minimum, parliamentarians, the House of Commons, we can agree on the rules of the game.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie and the Magdalen Islands, Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back to our discussion with my colleague. I appreciated his answer, and we've read the same Supreme Court decision. My question is he ready to consider increasing the number of federal ridings to ensure that federal ridings remain at a reasonable size? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, the member knows very well. In the last Parliament, we voted to protect the number of seats or the number of ridings in Quebec, to protect the number of 78. So this Parliament took concrete measures to ensure that representation. In the Representation Act, if I'm not mistaken, there is a formula which explains that after every census, we increase the number of seats in the House, depending on the numbers. And obviously, there will be a debate to come to see if we have a high enough number of parliamentarians. Obviously, we need to ensure that the numbers are fairly distributed after that. But it is a good question, and there is definitely debate to be had on that.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
The member had brought up the size as an issue, and considering that he said his is about 20,000, mine's at 83,600 square kilometers, and so I even feel more that's even a worse condition. But when you had said, the honourable member had said that he wanted all the votes to be equal, would he endeavor to maybe look at this review a little more often than, so that I know in Alberta we represent 115,000 on average, far more than some of the other provinces they do. Would they look at putting this forward to actually be renewing this in a little more shorter period of time rather than having it every 10 years?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, as the member may know, there is a law in place in terms of establishing the number of seats, how they are distributed, and so on. And 115, I think is what he said, 120,000 people in his riding is about the same number in my own riding of Gatineau. I think for the most part, ridings, other than the constitutional obligations that we have at the founding of the country, other than those, I think we've achieved a very good balance and a very good way of dividing constituencies. That, of course, does mean that Yellowhead is a very large riding because of its vast spaces, beautiful spaces, with people distributed all around the territory. That is, of course, a challenge for anyone who seeks to represent that incredible part of our country, but it is one that we need to continue to address by following the Supreme Court's guidance that while we should deviate a little bit, one vote in one place should equal what one vote in another place is worth.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, I would like to join my voice to other bloc officials in terms of the police officer who lost his life in Ontario and expressing our condolences. I'd also like to celebrate my friend, Mr. Branchot, who celebrates his 60th birthday, 60th anniversary, rather, this weekend. He does excellent work and like to. Does music have a great importance in his life?
Honorable leader.
The Honourable Government House Leader. First, I would like to invite Mr. Branchot to come to Gatineau and benefit for our many festivals, including the Hot Air Balloon Festival this summer. But I'd like to wish him a happy birthday. I'd like to hear his music. Music for me has been an essential part of my life, whether it's Quebecois music or Francophone music or just music in general. I am a great music fan, and I would be pleased to speak about that with the Quebecois Bloc Whip. Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, you know, Canada has one of the strongest democracies in the world, but we can never take that for granted. We need to protect the independence of our judiciary. We need a strong parliamentary system. We need strong journalism. So I just want to ask the minister, obviously we can never take our democracy for granted. We need to strengthen those institutions. I know that one of the measures that struck me as being particularly important in this legislation is reviewing the ways that people can make political donations, including the use of crypto. I'm wondering if the minister wanted to speak to that, about the importance of knowing where the money comes from that fuels our democracy.
Government House Leader.
Well, Canadians need to know that we have one of the most successful and one of the most rigorously managed election contribution systems in the world. Completely transparent, strictly limited in terms of donation amounts, and, Mr. Speaker, one that does not permit corporations, unions, or others to participate directly in the financing of political parties or of candidates. So cryptocurrency and its rise has presented, in the context of those very efficient and well-run systems, has presented, obviously, as in other areas, money laundering and so on, ways of getting around those laws. We have taken measures in this bill to make sure that cryptocurrency that plays no part in the funding of our political process or of candidates.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
Well, expand on what the Government House Leader just said. Given the fact that the proposed changes in Bill C-25 actually do nothing for the inter-writ period as far as election financing is concerned, and given that the government has complained so much about other pieces of legislation dealing with economic issues and crime issues, I find it kind of odd, given the fact that the ill-gotten majority that they have over there means that the next election, in theory, isn't going to be for another 3 years. Why would they use the extended hours period here at the end of the session to discuss an election bill when it's not going to do anything in the inter-writ period?
Honourable Government House Leader.
As the member knows, after every election, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Commissioner of Canada Elections, and in this instance, the inquiry into foreign interference, all presented recommendations, as they do, not the inquiry, but our election officials after every election. They come, they present those views. Because of the last Parliament's minority status, we're actually catching up on the recommendations from the prior election. So we're very, very happy, and happy to have worked with our friends across the aisle on those very recommendations to find a consensus on making the fixes, doing the tweaks, and making the reforms necessary to make sure that our elections administration stays as it currently is, among the finest and most reputed and reputable in the world.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. I'd like to know if my colleague across the way has seen red or has any red flags that he saw when the cybersecurity person in charge, Mr. Stéphane, at the National Assembly, mentioned at the Commission about the danger, about not having enough or very little digital sovereignty. And in this case, what concerns me, we had 66 meetings at PROC before we had an independent opinion that we had foreign interference in our elections. But if Quebec doesn't have the proper preparation, how come we can say that there's no concerns when 85% of these operations happen on the other side of the border? The Honourable Government House Leader. That's a very broad question, and I can't say that we've solved everything, but I can say one thing. We did have a public inquiry into foreign interference, even though some sources of interference were identified and called out. The Commissioner said that overall democracy in Canada is healthy and it is decided on by Canadians. So now in terms of digital sovereignty, it's true, we have to keep protecting our institutions. And this bill has specific provisions with respect to security and cybersecurity, and we are going to continue to roll them out. And Elections Canada has overseen all of this, and I would extend a hand to my colleague to discuss this further. And we are always ready to discuss how we can protect our sovereignty and our institutions through various measures, including legislation.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after a decade of Liberal government scandals, foreign interference concerns, loss of public trust, this government wants Parliament to rush through this bill and change the rules governing federal elections. This process deprives Canadians of a fulsome debate. Why is the government focused on rewriting election laws instead of rebuilding trust that Canadians have lost? They need trust brought back to democratic institutions. That is not what these guys are doing. They have spent years undermining it. How about they work on affordability, crime prevention, economic growth, so that Canadians can once again trust what their government is doing?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, we are working, in fact, we're trying in the face of Conservative obstruction to pass a very sweeping set of criminal justice measures, a very sweeping set of affordability measures. They're filibustering two of them right now, the Spring Economic Statement Bill and the Lawful Access Bill that we're very much hoping to accomplish for Canadians. But I do want to suggest that the member's question might be a little off tone. I've worked very, very closely with his colleague from Edmonton St. Albert, worked very, very closely with parliamentarians from all sides of this House so that we can do just that, ensure trust in our democratic institutions. Elections Canada is the pride of this country. It runs efficient, fair elections. No one ever questions their methods. They suggest many ways after elections that we can reform or tweak or change some of the rules. We do that together with all parties, and we agree on the rules of the game. That is at the very basis of achieving trust in our democracy, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question on the topic this time from my colleague. I did appreciate his previous answer, as I will this one, I'm sure. My question is, he referred to, but during the last Parliament, keeping Quebec's political representation, but we know that our demographics in Quebec continue to change, and there are groups that are putting pressure on us to have proportional voting in our process. And we have the issue of multiple candidates. And my question to my colleague is, does he think it would be possible in Canada, when we can't modify the Constitution, could we perhaps look at proportionality in our voting system, which would reassure my citizens? Government House Leader, excellent question. First, I'd like to go back to his previous question about music, and I would recommend him Le Diable. They just introduced a new product, and I would ask my colleague, invite my colleague to try it. And in terms of proportional voting or electoral reform, we have tried in the past to implement democratic reform, and we saw very well that there was a lack of consensus both in terms of parliamentarians and Canadians. So we do have a wonderful democracy, and in my opinion, one of the best democratic systems in the world. It's not perfect, and that's why we have this legislation today. We're making a few amendments, but Mr. Speaker, we can be proud of our democracy.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when you think of Elections Canada as an organization, it's virtually recognized around the world, Mr. Speaker, as a first-class institution that really does a great service to Canadians in terms of the conduct of it and the manner in which they administer national elections. And I think it's something that we can all be proud of. And when you take a look at Bill C-25, even with the member from St. Albert Sturgeon River provided his comments, and listening to him, you get the sense that, yes, there might be some changes into the future, but the legislation as we see it today is something that has been achieved through consensus, whether it was through the committee discussions, listening to all the stakeholders who have ultimately helped put in changes. And some of these changes are going to have impacts that will be done between elections. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts on that.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I want to thank my honourable friend. It is very satisfying work working on ensuring trust in our democratic institutions. We do need to remain vigilant. I need not explain all of the reasons why, how society and how social media and other things have influenced and impacted on our democracy. So as many stakeholder groups have pointed out, we need to be watching and on guard for things like misinformation, disinformation, deep fakes, and continue to be vigilant so that Canadians can always make an informed choice based on truth and based on facts. That is our goal. I'm sure that is the goal of all members in this House, and we're going to continue working through Elections Canada to make sure that fair elections are a defining characteristic of our country.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, with moving this motion, of course, what the government is doing is they're shutting down debate about the very underpinnings of our democracy, our elections. And, I know there's a number of concerns that I could have raised. I mean, there's some positive things in here, but, for example, when it comes to foreign influence, there's some positive steps here, but still remains open in terms of these so-called third parties being able to bring in foreign influence to engage in partisan activity. And so I guess I would ask him this. Doesn't he find it ironic that the government is shutting down debate on democracy, the very underpinnings of our democracy, in an anti-democratic way like this?
Honourable Government House Leader in about 25 seconds or less.
Perhaps my honourable friend didn't hear my earlier answer to his colleague where I spoke of the great collaboration, and I want to end where I began by thanking colleagues from all corners of the House of Commons for coming together on this very, very important bill that I'm sure will get a very important number of votes as we go through third reading.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moved that in relation to Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, and to enact an act to change the names of certain electoral districts, 2026, Not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted for the consideration at the third reading stage of said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, shall I dispense? Puis-je dispenser?
Shall I dispense?
Yes? Oui? If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Honourable House Leader rising.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
Calling the members.
read this before I do. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Swift Current Grasslands Kindersley on public safety, and the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on science and innovation. The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moved that in relation to the Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. May I dispense?
Yes, please.
No? Okay. And to enact an act to change the names of certain electoral districts, 2026, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Litao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Edlout.
Ms. Edlout.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallette B.F. Quinty.
Miss Minema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Arana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Miss Martin.
Ms. Martin.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Russ.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexting.
Mr. Bexty.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Conant.
Mrs. Conant.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. I don't see any hands raised or any members standing, so I will ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 156, 156.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-25, an act to protect the Canada elections. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While colleagues are leaving for hopefully greener pastures, and I imagine many of them committees. I hope that they will enjoy those committee meetings. We don't have very many left before the end of the session. A few words on C-25, because we're coming to the end of the process after having spoken about it in the House, after having discussed it for quite a while at committee. Well, I'll I won't make you wait with bated breath, and I'll tell you that we'll vote in favor of Bill C-25. It's made its way through the House and committees in a consensual way, and I see that I got a few claps there, and yes, things have gone fairly well. And I want to speak a little bit about the objectives of this bill, but I also want to talk about some of the good things that are found in this bill. Obviously, there are some issues with the bill, and I'll keep those for the end. But Bill C-25 is going to bring some changes to the Elections Act. For example, it would prevent the registration of a number of bogus candidates, such as protesters from the longest ballot committee. It would prevent us from having, cards you have to vote on with 280 names on them. You have to unfold like a roadmap. We've put things in the bill to prevent that from happening. The bill would also strengthen the integrity, the security, and the transparency of federal elections. But once again, there are a few issues that I'll speak to later. The bill would also update the electoral framework to address risks related to misinformation, foreign interference, and cybersecurity, issues that didn't exist in such a major way the last time that Canada's Elections Act was updated. It would also formalize the renaming of certain electoral districts. For example, some of my colleagues, the Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry-Soulanges-Huntingdon, will now have a much easier name to say. She'll become the Honourable Member for Vallée du Haut-Saint-Laurent. The Honourable Member for Jonquière, in his case, it'll get a bit longer. He'll be called the member for Jonquière, Iberville, Pays des Bleuets, or Blueberry Country in French. It's nice to see that the capital, the Blueberry capital, is being noted. And the member for Rimouski-la-Matapédia, it's going the other way. Riding is going to get longer. He'll be the member for Rimouski, Négette, Métis, Matapédia, Les Basques. There's not a single rural municipality in his riding that won't be included. So those were some of the goals of this bill. It's a wide-ranging bill. It's legitimate, but there are a few other good things of this bill that I'll speak to in just a moment.
Une des modifications qu'on voit à la loi.
One of the changes to the Canada Elections Act is putting an end to anonymous donations. In the new version of the Canada Elections Act, or CEA, that will no longer be allowed. Maybe not everyone was aware of it, but it was in fact possible to do so before. It was possible to gather anonymous donations from cryptocurrency or anonymous credit cards, prepaid ones. So, if a candidate in the future were to receive such a donation, the donation will have to be destroyed or returned to the donor if it is impossible to find the source. So this will help us crack down on foreign donations or dark money. This is a type of interference which is becoming increasingly prevalent. That was one of the findings of the inquiry. Now, in the case of nomination races, nomination contests, we thought that Ottawa would follow in the footsteps of Quebec, because Ottawa did say that it would put an end to circumventing some people's donations in the electoral process. So, nomination candidates, sometimes it's hard to even be nominated, let alone win. And if someone is nominated in a stronghold, then it's expected that that person will become a member of parliament. Quebec took action with regard to this, and Ottawa has followed in Quebec's footsteps, which is positive. We were ready to table legislation to this effect, but what we were going to put in legislation in a PMB, we see in C25, and we commend the government. This legislation will also tackle disinformation and interference. There can be interference on social media or in online content. This bill will prevent deepfakes, because deepfakes are misleading. They can promote one candidate or encourage people not to vote for a candidate. It manipulates voters. There have also been cases where members were victims of deepfakes. There were deepfakes of members of parliament calling on people to invest in some products. This legislation will ban AI-generated content which claims to be truthful and which seeks to mislead voters about politicians or about the electoral process. This legislation will also prevent misinformation about the electoral process. We've seen this occur in the United States. People are increasingly mistrustful of the entire electoral process. We will make it harder and harder to publish fake information about candidates, about the candidate process, or even if someone were to publish the wrong election date, that person would be targeted under this legislation. Also, hacking, digital hacking, there are new measures for that. Also for unauthorized use of a computer or misuse of computers. Now, we support making it impossible for there to be unduly long ballots. Now, of course, running for an election is a basic right, but people were using that basic right in a way that harmed democracy. They were always trying to break the record for longest ballot. We all agreed that we had to take action. So, through a motion, we engaged in a specific study into long ballots in committee, and our recommendations are found in this bill. For instance, official agents can only represent one candidate, not multiple candidates, as was the case with the longest ballot committee. There was one agent representing 290 candidates. That's illogical. We know that candidates should be competing against each other. That would be the case if they were legitimate candidates, and thus they should have their own individual agents. Also, people will be discouraged from encouraging voters to sign nomination papers for multiple candidates. People were going door to door and getting signatures from one household for multiple candidates. It will also be illegal to get people to sign unidentified nomination papers. nomination papers were already signed in some cases, and then people were asked to sign again. New offenses have been added to the legislation to that effect. One thing was added that really doesn't work for the Bloc Québécois, and that is forbidding voters from signing more than one nomination paper. Now, we know that voters shouldn't be signing hundreds of nomination papers for hundreds of candidates, but sometimes voters are interested in signing more than one nomination paper. They may be interested in more than one candidate, and the chief electoral officer confirmed to us that they don't have sufficient resources to check nomination papers against each other to determine whether there are multiple sources. And the chief electoral officer clearly said that having multiple signatures won't eliminate candidates because it will be impossible to tell which signature came first. So the burden is being placed not on candidates, but on voters who have to limit themselves to voting only one nomination paper, which goes against the principle of secrecy of the ballot. If we tell people that they can only sign for one candidate, a voter may say, well, I may be supporting someone, so if I can only sign one nomination paper, I should only sign the paper of the candidate I am most interested in, and that could harm candidates running for less popular parties in that riding. Voters may say, well, if I can only sign one nomination paper, then I'll save my one signature for a bigger party rather than signing for a smaller party. Now, this goes against the secrecy of the ballot, but also voters who haven't yet decided, they may want to have two different candidates and to see them battle it out during the election. They may want to sign two nomination papers and see how things go, but that would not be possible under the new legislation. There are new offenses against those who encourage people to sign multiple papers, but in this case, the burden will be placed with the voter. So that aspect bothers us. As for fighting foreign interference, well, money is the name of the game in elections. We know that there can be deep fakes, bribes, misinformation, but when it comes to fundraising, we tried to solve the problem of foreign funds, but this has only been half solved because it will be possible to circumvent the law. The new legislation stipulates that a third party in an election campaign may donate if the money is Canadian. So that's fine thus far. But in the case of smaller entities, it gets harder to determine what money is exclusively Canadian and what money is their own money, which can come from various sources. And imposing on people to keep proper accounting, we didn't want it to be too complicated or too onerous, so it was decided that a third party can use no more than 10% of their funds for an election, regardless of the origin of those funds. The problem with that is that a third party with massive resources, financial resources, well, their 10% could be worth quite a lot. If a bunch of small entities get together and fundraise $200 million, then $20 million could be used without us being able to track down the origin of the money. We wish that the money used in elections would have to be only Canadians because there's this loophole in the legislation which makes it such that foreign money can trickle into our system without us being able to track that. Also, there has to be a 5-day prior notice on a website, and then the report, which is sent to the Chief Electoral Officer. Now, I understand that we will be removing the official address of those participating in fundraising, and that's important for security. But we're removing all information about donors and fundraising activities. I think we should have, at the very least, the date of the activity, the name of the activity, and also the postal codes of those who participate. In Papineau, there was an event. There were 46 donors from Toronto who participated in that fundraising event. And it was sort of like a cash for access event in the riding of Papineau. Then, in 2018, the government decided to enhance transparency about fundraising and financing for political fundraising events, but that's being removed from this version of the bill, and I think this is a step backwards, which is undesirable. Something else that bothers me, that really upset me to see, is that the Liberals voted against our recommendation. This bill removes the obligation to return funds to a donor if there was a mistake in a report 30 days after the activity. So if someone forgets to do so within 30 days, we will never know what happened, and the party will just have to pay a fine that they can pay for with money that they received at the fundraising activity. So the fundraising activity can lead to funds which can be used to pay for these fines. So we suggested an amendment to that, and unfortunately, the amendment was not retained. Also, with the reporting, we wanted more transparency. The Conservatives did too. We tried to get more transparency, but unfortunately, we were unsuccessful. Next, privacy protection, protection of personal information. This is a major issue these days. We have digital identities which are becoming increasingly significant. The government has to ensure that entities which collect private information protect it adequately. C25 takes a step in the right direction by mandating that parties pass privacy protection policies, but it doesn't go any further than that. There are issues with letting parties govern themselves and decide on their own privacy protection measures. Because different parties may have different policies, there won't be any federal framework to guarantee consistency. So the parties will police themselves, which is problematic. Moreover, C4 was voted on last year, I believe in June. C4 allowed political parties to be exempt from the application of provincial measures for privacy protection and protecting personal data. What led to C4 is, you see, if British Columbia were to have a very stringent privacy protection regime, it couldn't be imposed on the federal government. C4 removed that obligation from the federal parliament. We wanted to bring back that obligation to follow provincial privacy protection regimes, but we were unsuccessful in obtaining that. There should be a national federal policy for privacy protection. We But if that can't be the case, we want political parties to at least have to follow provincial privacy systems, because if a province were to have strict privacy protection, for us it would be logical that Ottawa, that political parties should have to follow those strong rules. But no, in this version of the bill, parties will police themselves. Now, I see that I have just a few moments remaining. I'd like to remind this House that the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of this bill, even though we wish to note that it could have been further improved. So it's like doing a partial renovation. This version of the House or of the bill is a little bit better, but not fully. Hopefully, in the future, we will have the opportunity to address these gaps and weaknesses and fix them.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. I found it interesting when she was talking about the long ballot issue. I'm in full agreement in regards to how we're moving forward with the official agents, because it makes absolutely no sense to have multitude of candidates being represented in one riding by one official agent. It makes no sense at all. So that's a positive. The area that she caught my interest in is her explanation in terms of getting the nomination form signed. When I go to the doors, I will often say, doesn't mean you're supporting me. All it means is it enables me to get my name on the ballot. And people, generally speaking, of all political stripes, are very sympathetic to that. I am somewhat concerned in regards, the Bloc seem not to, they're looking at an alternative to it. The question I have for the member, Mr. Speaker, is has the Bloc, their party representative, because Elections Canada does have a mechanism to enable party feedback. Has the Bloc provided that sort of feedback on the issue? If not, maybe that's something that they can review into the future.
L'honorable leader à la Chambre du Bloc québécois.
The Honorable Bloc Québécois House Leader. Well, rather than going through a period of review, given that this measure has not yet received royal assent, the bill hasn't received royal assent, we did make those recommendations at committee, and we asked the Chief Electoral Officer those questions directly. I mean, who's in a better position to answer our questions than the CEO? And the Chief Electoral Officer confirmed that there was not a way to bring in a way of making it mandatory, and he said he hoped that there would be a dissuasive effect. But he said that with that measure alone, we could not hope to fix the problem. What we're saying is that all of these measures, all of these different measures, the possible sanctions, for example, for misbehavior, all of the various measures would ultimately do more.
L'honorable député Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Akia-Wenrock. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd also like to congratulate her, and not on her new position because it's been a little while, but I would just say she's had a remarkable year, both personally and professionally. And everyone is very happy that you are having a good year. And not you, of course, although you too, Mr. Speaker, but for my colleague. Now, speaking of election legislation, we, of course, as parliamentarians, have a real conflict of interest because this is our job and because our political party groupings are directly affected. So there is a conflict of interest. So I'd like to hear from my colleague about the experience that her party has gone through. Of course, there was the famous 50% plus one situation where the Supreme Court had to weigh in. And we saw that there was this remarkable situation in a riding that affected her party, and I'd like to hear from her about her thoughts about this kind of situation. The Honourable Bloc Québécois House Leader. I'd like to thank the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Akia-Wenrock, first of all, for his kind words. I very much esteem my colleague. There's a lot to his question. And there are a number of people who have learned a number of different things from that situation. But I think that's something that applies to everyone, and something everyone cares about is that every vote counts. I think that's what everyone took away from that situation. Of course, the different parties may have different lessons that they took from the situation, but I am convinced that many parties used that argument when they did their canvassing. They would say to each and every person, listen, every vote counts, your vote counts. That's something that was very clear as of the last election. And that's something that will come into play in the future. People may feel like their vote doesn't count, but it does. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were on the procedure committee together, my colleague and I, and we were thinking about the issue of foreign interference. I remember it like it was yesterday. There were around 70 meetings. I'm concerned about the loopholes for foreign funding at a time when we want to be impartial and transparent. What are the consequences here if this is not properly managed? What will happen if we're not able to target the funding appropriately? The Honourable Bloc Québécois House Leader. Well, my colleague is making an excellent point. She's pointing out that when we can't identify the source of the money, it leads to problems of interference. And something that came up at committee is that we're always one step behind. Of course, with foreign actors, there are always individuals who are hostile. They have many resources, and they're able to find loopholes. And the problem here is that we know about these loopholes, and we're not doing anything about it. And so, I mean, we're partly responsible for all this. For example, allowing a third party to use 10% of its own funds to carry out activities during an election. This is a situation where someone could have $200 million in the bank, and that money could come from anywhere. The US, China, anywhere. That's money. That's $20 million that they could use. It's a serious situation.
Monsieur le Président, et merci aux membres du...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my bloc colleague. As Conservatives, we are a bit disappointed that the Liberals will be voting against some of our amendments. I think that will make a real difference. What does the bloc member think of a couple of these amendments? For example, more security for elections, and also to close loopholes for third parties who might be advertising for one party or another, and for more security for ballot boxes. The Honourable Bloc Québécois House Leader, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He speaks excellent French. I really appreciate it.
Le loophole.
Regarding the loopholes, well, I answered that partly through my colleague's question, but regarding safety for ballot boxes, that was an interesting conservative amendment in terms of its substantive aspects, but in terms of the specifics, the specific wording, it sought to add something very specific about the ballot boxes into election law. It specifically referred to a locking system with 3 aspects with cameras. And so for our party, this is something that should have been under regulation. Regulations are a lot more flexible. So yes, ballot box security is important, and it could have been included in the legislation. But to include that idea, for example, that part about the 3-part locking system, might that not mean that in 5 years that technology is no longer relevant and we would have to have legislation once more? And if it had been regulation, then we would have been able to be more flexible. So it's a really excellent idea. But the specifics of how it was done, in my opinion, well, we weren't sure about that, but we really felt that the principle was good. It was more about the execution.
House Leader, a short.
Yes, Speaker, and I'm just wondering again if the member would expand when we talk about deep fakes, something in which she made reference to, the whole idea of social media and the potential harm that's there. Do they have anything to suggest that goes beyond what it is that's within the legislation?
L'honorable Leader à la Chambre du Bloc québécois.
The Honorable Bloc Québécois House Leader. I wish I had further suggestions. Yes, those questions were asked to the witnesses. And again, technology moves so quickly that we always tend to be a step behind, which is why this legislation will need to be reviewed regularly. And we already see that even though the legislation is very legitimate, it may never be enough, which is why for all political stakeholders, we should not make things worse by increasing misinformation and disinformation, which may often worsen deepfakes. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill 267. National Framework on the Durability of Electronic Products and Essential Home Appliances Act, standing in the name of Mr. Sari. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, imagine if your fridge breaks, for example, the electrician might say that the part is no longer available, that documentation was never available, that it would cost more to repair it than to buy a new fridge. So you might end up having to spend $500 or $1,000 to replace something that should have been repaired. This is not bad luck. This is a business model. It's called planned obsolescence. Businesses that have been intentionally designed to not last and not be easy to repair or even possible to repair. And that's something that costs a lot. It ends up costing a lot. Let me just interrupt the member. I have checked with the table clerks. The member has already spoken to his bill. This is the second hour. He has a right of reply at the very end of debate. So I'm just going to go back to resuming debate. And if any other members wish to rise to speak, to participate in the debate, I would turn to them. Because the member has the right of reply at the very end of the second hour. That's how it works. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No.
Oh, is someone doing work? Okay. Pardon me, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good people of Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. And it's a pleasure to be speaking today about this particular bill, Bill C-267, an act to establish a national framework to promote the durability of electronic products and essential home appliances. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's really interesting to me. In a former parliament, I did serve as the critic for the environment for the Conservatives. And one of the big criticisms I had of the Liberal policies is the Liberals actually promised in one of their platform pledges that they would make all home appliances Energy Star. Now, you might think, Mr. Speaker, that Energy Star, well, that sounds like a very good thing. If everyone had Energy Star appliances in their homes, they would have access to the lowest electrical usage machines available in Canada or in North America, for laundry, for dishwashing, for all those things, Mr. Chair. But many people don't know that, first of all, Energy Star is an American designation. Now, that American designation, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, essentially says you have to be Energy Star, you have to be in the top 25% least use energy conserving products that are out there. Now, we would say, well, Mr. MP, what's wrong with that? Well, the first thing it does, Mr. Speaker, is it raises the price because energy-reducing technology costs more. It usually uses advanced technology and chips, which also cost more. So essentially, if you were a private citizen of low income, like a pensioner, like someone who's starting out, a single mother, and suddenly your dryer blows out, or your washer blows out, or your dishwasher blows out, and you go to the local store, you are only getting access to a quarter of the inventory that's out there, and it's the most expensive products only. So this would push people into used ones. Perhaps that's not a bad thing, but we would say, Mr. Chair, that really only wealthy Canadians would probably be able to afford to buy new. Now, fast forward to this bill. Essentially, the member is trying to, and just even here in the preamble, and I'll just quote, Mr. Chair, whereas Canadian households bear significant costs when they have to replace electronic products and essential home appliances prematurely, whereas consumers increasingly depend on electronic products and essential home appliances in their everyday lives, whereas product durability and repairability help protect consumers, reduce household expenses, and boost the competitiveness of a responsible economy, whereas transparency about the useful life of a product and service available for them fosters a fair and more competitive market, and whereas Parliament considers it desirable to establish a national framework for products marketed in Canada in order to promote minimum standards of durability and repairability. Now, these are all noble, and I'm happy to see the Liberal Party recognize, at least one member recognize, that we should be all focused on affordability. This is in exact opposite to their approach in previous iterations. The Trudeau government was trying to raise the standards and to make it more costly. Now, this particular member is doing a U-turn. Now, where have we seen this before? In other environmental areas, Mr. Speaker, such as the carbon tax. Many of the people that are currently sitting in the Liberal Party used to say, what if Conservatives won't support a carbon tax which will save Canada, lower our emissions, stop forest fires and everything? They said that if we did not support a carbon tax, and I quote from the 2021 election, where one minister of the Crown said to me that I had a moral failing for failing to support their increased emissions targets going from 40%, Mr. Chair, to 45%, because I wouldn't support that increased goal. I had a moral failure. And yet, now, the same Liberal Party members of Parliament have done a U-turn. So much to say that even the former Quebec lieutenant has said he doesn't feel that he can be effective in that caucus anymore, and has simply said, I'm out. So it's very interesting to see that we have some of these changes, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker, and so I'm sure some members opposite would understand why some of us feel like we have political whiplash because of the quick changes. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important for us just to point out a couple of things. That, first of all, this particular bill tries to push the marketplace, the manufacturers, on the aspect of durability. One thing we have to bear in mind is none of these manufacturers are here in Canada. We are very integrated north-south. The North American market, it's almost all of the manufacturers for washers, for dryers, for refrigerators, for freezers, for dishwashers. Almost all of them are manufactured in the United States. Now, some obviously come from places like Korea and whatnot, but the fact of the matter is, this particular bill is trying to push manufacturers to do things differently when they are not here in Canada. So there's, first of all, that disconnection in the approach that's taken here. The second thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, is again, Liberals always seem to believe they have an outsized influence on these things. Now, if you're in the United States, who are you making your products for? You are not making the products, specifically the Energy Star products, and only marketing that. You're selling to a wide variety of people. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, is one of the biggest challenges you have here by saying making things more durable, industry would say, well, that means that makes it more expensive. Now, how does that work? Well, if something is more durable, perhaps it requires more steel. If something is more durable, perhaps it uses less plastic. To make it more durable, perhaps it uses a more expensive alternative refrigeration system in it, Mr. Chair. And these are, again, important questions to be asking, because essentially, by saying you want to have something that's more durable, but I also want it to be cheaper, these are contradictory concepts. And again, it's being placed in a conversation that is removed because these are not Canadian manufacturers, and these manufacturers do not consider Canada to be their primary target. In fact, we benefit here in Canada by having access to those markets because the economies of scale that are in places like the United States, Mr. Speaker, give us cheaper products. Now, if we suddenly say to them, you have to do these things when they're not our manufacturers, when they are not manufacturing them with the Canadian market in mind, that is going to be a conversation that I don't think goes anywhere. Now, when we start talking about this particular bill, we're talking about, it does say that the minister in the national framework component, Mr. Chair, the minister must, in consultation with the representatives of provincial governments responsible for consumer protection. Now, this is really an interesting part here because provinces can, if they choose, set a level playing field when it comes to things like warranties. Now, those warranties are consumer protections. So it does make sense that there would be some discussion here. But again, would a foreign manufacturer listen to Prince Edward Island? I don't know. I don't think that that would be the case because Prince Edward Island is, I respect the members that come from there, but it's a small population. And again, it's one of those curious aspects of our Constitution, and I'm going to wax eloquently about our Constitution for a moment, that we gave authority to deal with these large manufacturers at the founding of our country to the provinces. So provinces can enforce basic standards of contract, which include things like warranties. But again, the federal government is expected here to create, through the Minister of Industry, a framework that affects all across the country to, again, a group of companies that are not Canadian. So, Mr. Chair, I am opposed to this particular bill, but I do look forward to hearing the arguments from other members on this today.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Alors, le député de Gaspésie.
The honourable member for Gaspésie is the Magdalen Islands, Listigouche. Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the major challenges that we face in our lives in our modern society is that we tend to live in silos. And trying to understand what happens before we consume something and what happens after it is difficult to do. The lemon that's in this glass, it grew somewhere and it's going to end up somewhere. My phone, well, you know, somebody had to work to mine material to build it, and then after that it's going to end up somewhere when I'm done with it. But, you know, sometimes we forget about that. But it's important to not forget those aspects. It's important that we be aware of what happens because at the end of the day, it's our planet that we're talking about. This weekend, I was in the Magdalen Islands, Mr. Speaker, and we were raising lobster cages. And for 6 hours, we were at sea outside of Avril Maison, and we were raising lobster cages. And later on, you know, when I'm eating the lobster at a lobster supper, I know where it's coming from. I know what it took to get it from the bottom of the sea to the plate, and it allows me to have a bigger image of what's happening, And so, Mr. Speaker, the image that I want to leave you with as I start my speech is the image of a mine. In my riding, there are a lot of resources. It's a resource region, Gaspésie, the Madeleine Islands, and I visited the salt mine in the Magdalen Islands Sunday morning. It's the only one in Quebec. And later on, I was in Murdochville, where I visited the copper mine. And we have to remember what a mine involves. We need minerals in our society, but when you open a mine, well, it has an impact on the environment. You dig a hole, there's going to be residue from the mine. It's a necessary evil. And even when it's done with the best practices, there's always an impact on the environment. So you have to keep that in mind when you talk about an iPhone or, a Samsung or, when we're talking about a washer or a dryer. You have to know that mines were opened to allow us to get the material that we need to have that product. The other image that I want to put in your mind, Mr. Speaker, is that of, dumps. You've probably already seen dumps. They're huge in our era. There are, huge amounts of birds flying overhead. There are big machines that are trying to, deal with all the garbage that's in them. But, they're huge these days, but they're a necessary evil in our society. We consume goods. So mines and dumps, we have to have them. And what we're talking about today is that we want to make sure that the time that an object spends between the mine and the dump is the longest amount of time possible. So in my iPhone, there's a bit of copper that's come out of the mine in Murdochville. It's in the phone, and the time between that copper coming out of the mine and the time when it goes to the dump has to be as long as possible. And if I want to extend the life of something, that means that we don't have to open as many mines. That means we don't have to fill up as many dumps. So that's the challenge. We want to extend the lives of the goods that we consume. And why is that important? Well, in 2019, Mr. Speaker, 53 million tons of electronic waste and appliance waste was thrown out. That's 350 ships the size of the Queen Mary II. 50 million tons a year, Mr. Speaker. So year after year after year, we generate 53 million tons of material that we've extracted. So we've opened mines for that, and then it goes into a dump. So that's a huge amount. And electronic waste and appliance waste generates carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions. So worldwide, by 2030, we're talking about 852 million metric tons of greenhouse gases from that waste. So we live in a society where there's economic activity. We need goods so that we can generate growth and ensure a good standard of living for everyone. But you have to be aware that what we're doing is borrowing from Earth with our economic activity. And again, going back to data from 2019, electronic waste represents only 17% of electronic waste is recycled right now. So that's a major problem. And we need to act. And what we've seen is that we have to help consumers with that. Because right now, Mr. Speaker, about Équiterre did a pan-Canadian study, and what they found in their data is that only 19% of people who answered the survey have had their appliances repaired. The other 80% throw them out when there's a problem. And for electronic devices, 26% said that they repaired them. That's still far too few. So the consumer has a role to play in this. We need to develop the habit of keeping our old appliances and our old electronic devices. But businesses also have a role to play. And I heard my colleague speaking earlier saying that we need to take a laissez-faire approach, and I don't agree with that. In Quebec, we have a consumer protection law that's in place. It was put in place under René Lévesque, and it works. So as consumers, we can take action against a company if they don't provide a good that meets the guarantee of quality or the guarantee that it's going to work. So we can do that, and we have to work. We can't wait, and we can't wait for businesses to self-regulate. Obviously, businesses want to produce goods at the lowest cost possible, and the idea of obsolescence generates economic growth. If I create a dryer and sell it and it only lasts 7 years instead of 25, well, over the course of your life, I'm going to sell you a couple more dryers than I would have sold if it lasted for 25 years. So there's an economic interest in making them obsolete. But the government has to, step in and prevent that from happening. Because again, you have to remember the mines that we're opening and the garbage dumps that we're filling up. The government has to act as a referee here to guide businesses. Because right now we see cases where, and this often is often the case, it costs more to repair something than to buy something new. Your dryer, your vacuum. And then there are other cases that are more frustrating when it's impossible to repair something. So this is a tactic that you can understand in a capitalist society from businesses, but the state has to intervene to make sure that we open as few mines as possible and that we fill up as few garbage dumps as possible. So we have to act to protect the environment because, sometimes we tend to forget that our resources on this planet are not all renewable. At some point, we're going to run out of them. There won't be any minerals left. And we need to make sure that that moment in time is as far away as possible. Often Indigenous people will say you have to think 7 generations ahead, and that's honestly the least that we can do. So we need to find a way to use our resources in the best way possible. And we also have to respect consumers. Because, the consumer, when you buy something and it keeps breaking and you pay it a bit cheaper, but at the end of the day you have to replace it every 6-7 years, well, the consumer isn't winning in the end in that situation. So we have to find a way to protect the client and respect consumers and also help our repairers. In my community, there's a shoemaker, Guillaume Poirier. He's great, and every time my shoes, get a little bit used up, I take them to him, and he repairs them, and he does a great job. So there's an economy there as well, and we have to force companies to to act more in good faith, if I can put it that way, and make sure that our goods can last as long as possible. There's a way to do it. Quebec has already done it. Quebec has shown great leadership in 2023 with a law that's amended the Consumer Protection Act to improve the legal warranty in terms of how well the product works and how well spare parts are available. So this bill, it's a good bill. What it would do is it would give a mandate to the industry minister to put in place a plan that would find a framework with provinces to promote transparency, to educate the population, and to work with the companies that produce appliances. So it's not a revolution, but it's a step in the right direction. And as long as it's done in a way that respects Quebec's jurisdiction when it comes to protecting consumers, the Bloc will be in favor of it. So the Bloc is going to vote in favor of this bill at this stage so that we can study it at committee.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to thank the honourable member for Bourassa. I'm happy to participate in the first hour of debate on this bill. Bill C-267 aligns with our government priority to remove barriers for Canadians to repair their products and devices, giving Canadians the flexibility to choose the best options for maintaining and repairing the devices and equipment they own in a competitive marketplace. Right to Repair is about ensuring that consumers have more options and better information on how to repair the products they purchase, whether through authorized manufacturer service, independent repairs without voiding warranties, or even by repairing themselves. This includes access to spare parts, tools, skilled labor, and repair information, which needs to always be balanced against health, safety, and intellectual property considerations. Mr. Speaker, in June 2024, our government launched a federal public consultation on right to repair through Innovation, Science, and Economic Development Canada. It focused on home appliances and consumer electronics, including durability, repairability, and interoperability. The feedback will help share our federal approach, including tools that could improve Canada's ability to repair products and keep them in use longer. Mr. Speaker, our government is empowering consumers to repair their own electronics and appliances. For instance, recent amendments to the Competition Act prevent manufacturers from restricting access to essential tools, parts, and diagnostic software. In addition, recent amendments to the Copyright Act allow Canadian individuals and independent repair shops to bypass digital locks when repairing products. Right to repair is widely supported across the country as well, Mr. Speaker, with more than 75% of Canadians expressing support for federal right to repair legislation, according to a 2019 survey commissioned by Open Media. 1/3 of respondents to this study also claimed that they had faced prohibitively expensive repair for a product they owned, forcing them to instead buy a new one. However, a 2022 report by Equiterre found that only 18.6% of Canadians surveyed had repaired their last broken household appliance or electronic device, despite having an interest in extending the lifespan of their products. According to this report, this gap is largely explained by structural barriers rather than a lack of willingness. Many Canadians perceive that products are not designed to be repairable, which discourages them from attempting repairs themselves altogether. In addition, the high cost of repairs often makes replacing items more economical. Additionally, the difficulty in locating reliable repair services, obtaining spare parts, and accessing quality information on repairs further complicates the process, Mr. Speaker. I believe Bill C-267 would have positive impacts by offering more opportunities for Canadians to repair their devices and helping enhance competition for independent repair shops. By encouraging repair, Bill C-267 would also contribute to reducing the electronic waste produced in Canada. A United Nations report found that in 2019 alone, Canada produced 757,000 metric tons of electronic waste, as was outlined by my friend, which includes fridges, coffee machines, and smartphones, to name a few. Internationally, several governments have already taken concrete steps in this direction. The European Union recently adopted a right to repair directive requiring manufacturers to ensure repair, access, and availability of extended guarantees. The EU is also implementing new rules on product eco-design to support durability and repairability from the start. Several U.S. states as well have passed their own right to repair laws, focusing especially on access to manuals, tools, and spare parts, Mr. Speaker. In terms of useful life of a product and labeling, countries such as France, Sweden, and others have put practical measures in place. In 2025, France began using the Durability Index for TVs and washing machines, replacing the previous Repairability Index. This index, required by anti-waste laws, rates how easy products are to repair, how reliable they are on a scale from 0 to 10, among other guidelines. The goal is to help consumers choose products that last longer and are easier to repair, reducing premature disposal. The rating includes factors like access to repair guides, spare parts, resistance to wear, and ease of maintenance. Stores must clearly display the index near the price, both in person and online, provide detailed scores upon requests, and must also provide full rating details freely and promptly. In other countries, product longevity is reflected through their legal warranty framework as well. For example, Sweden sets a 3-year minimum. Norway, 5 years for products expected to last more than 2 years. And England, Wales, and Ireland set 6 years, while Netherlands and Finland use a more flexible approach based on a product's average lifespan. Mr. Speaker, these examples show that countries can and do provide consumers clearer information through labeling or embed expectations around product life in law. Currently in Canada, there's no official source that provides information on the reasonable minimum useful life of products. This makes it difficult for consumers to know what to expect and to assert their rights regarding product longevity and repair. In Canada, right to repair falls mainly under provincial jurisdiction, as it involves property, contract, product sales, and consumer complaints. However, the federal government plays a role through its responsibilities regarding copyright, competition, and trade. That's why provinces and territories remain essential partners, Mr. Speaker, in advancing right to repair. As was mentioned, Quebec's Bill 29, for instance, directly targets planned obsolescence and obliges manufacturers to make available the tools and information required to maintain and repair goods. Saskatchewan's Agricultural Implements Act is another example of local legislation supporting repairability. These initiatives show the importance of finding a balance between innovation, consumer rights, and supporting local economies, Mr. Speaker. In short, the right to repair demonstrates the critical need for a collaborative approach, bringing together the responsibilities of all levels of government and stakeholders. Bill C-267 would allow the government to work with provinces and territories, where appropriate, consumer advocacy groups, to develop a national framework to promote the durability and repairability, thus demonstrating to Canadians through this collaboration that ensuring the consumer's right to repair is important to members of this House. Our goal should be to build a future where repairability is not just ideal, but a fair and practical reality for everyone in Canada. I look forward to discussions further on this bill, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your time.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, et un member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-267, an act to establish a national framework to promote the durability of electronic products and essential home appliances. So the legislation proposes a federal framework to improve product durability, repairability, and transparency for consumers. Sounds really good. Everyone, Mr. Speaker, has stories about appliances, about their longevity or lack thereof. 35 years ago, I bought a second-hand freezer. It's still humming away in our basement. It needs some defrosting. It's almost become a member of the family. I don't know how many more years. It'll probably outlive us. But, Mr. Speaker, also is my microwave. It was 23 years old today, celebrated its birthday. And about 10 years ago, it had a little problem, started sparking. And my wife, I've been pretty impressed with her. She's come up with some fixes for our dryer and also our microwave. And we did a little patch. And guess what? It's still working after all these years. So those are some good stories about appliances. But not all appliances in our household have happy stories. There's our stove. So it didn't have a knob. It doesn't have knobs like they used to. I guess some of them still do, but the one we had doesn't. It has a plastic top, and anyways, one of the little plastic pieces behind broke. It's like about a 50 cent piece. And I thought, oh, no problem, right here to get this little repair job done. How it's going to keep up with my freezer, but no. Apparently, it needed a whole new control panel. That little piece, they didn't make the replacement, and that control panel was almost the cost of having a new stove. So that was a frustrating, expensive experience. Toasters nowadays seem to be just as useless. They were, compared to half a century ago. And the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, there's a history of planned obsolescence. Have you ever heard about the Phoebus cartel? I have never heard about the Phoebus cartel either before I did this preparation for this speech. But, Mr. Speaker, it is the world's major light bulb manufacturers. In 1924, we had Osram, never heard of them, Philips, heard of them, GE, and others secretly agreed to cap bulb lifespans at about 1,000 hours. And there were about 2,500 at that time. And they would fine members whose bulbs lasted too long. So they rightfully saw that having bulbs that never went out wasn't good for business. Mr. Speaker, there is a light bulb in my riding. It used to be the member from Matt Squee, Fraser Valley. It used to be his riding until last election. But it's in the Ruskin Dam, and that light bulb is almost 100 years old. It hasn't gone out in 100 years old. Like, that's amazing. Almost, if we had light bulbs like that, you could almost put them in your will. Mr. Speaker, so this is This is not new, planned obsolescence. In the 1920s, GM introduces the annual model year. Alfred Sloan pioneers dynamic obsolescence, restyles the car every year so that the previous year looks aged. So that's what happened to the Model T. That kind of sunk it for Ford and the Model T. It was about fashion. And so, Mr. Speaker, present day obsolescence, we see it in software updates, incompatible chargers, glued-in batteries, printer cartridge with kill clips, and this is frustrating. So I would agree that the industry can do better. We can get products that last. Canadians would welcome this. I just ordered, a couple days ago off Amazon, a fourth shaver, lasting just they used to last a decade or more. But anyways, that's what we're seeing. But Mr. Speaker, we need to dig a little deeper into this bill. What does it actually do? Well, it forces the minister to make a bureaucracy. It forces the minister to make a national framework. Liberals love that word, national framework. The framework must address the minimum useful life and labeling, the repair via accessible parts, tools, information, replacement part availability periods, technical documentation, software support duration, consumer education, and responsibilities of manufacturers, importers, distributors. It is a massive bureaucratic undertaking. I can just see the Liberals, the bureaucracy just in glee with this. Mr. Speaker, frameworks are nebulous, vaporous. What does it mean of a national framework? It means 50 full-time bureaucrats talking and talking. Maybe it's 500 or 5,000, I don't know. The minister must confer with provinces on possible future legislation, industry obligations, inspections, penalties. Every 18 months, they must report to Parliament, report after report, more bureaucracy, more expense to the taxpayer. We've seen this playing over and over again. We're discussing recently the Bill Canada Homes, a fourth bureaucracy. Liberals have a terrible record. My staff tells me how hard it's getting dealing with Revenue Canada, with immigration and government. It's just getting slower and slower. It's hard. Now, we need to also consider the prices for appliances that have been stable and have been declining for many years. It's true that refrigerators, washers, dryers were simpler and easier to repair, and parts were more robust and less dependent on electronics. They were also heavier with more metal components. Now, electronic control boards, sensors, touchscreens, smart features introduce more failure points. Manufacturers are also feeling pressure to keep prices competitive, which leads to lighter construction and lower cost components. But before we run right headlong into bureaucracy and regulations, we need to also recognize that modern appliances use much less electricity and water. That's a significant cost savings. They have more features and conveniences, and they meet stricter environmental standards. So the trade-off has been lower purchase prices and better efficiency versus durability and ease of repair. And this is another issue to keep in mind, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a small market compared to Europe and the United States. And manufacturing, as was mentioned previously from my colleague from British Columbia also, that most of the manufacturing is inside other countries. That's a problem because they're not going to just bend for Canada. Where basically what is going to be happening is that there's going to be a reduction of the number of products for Canadians. This will certainly increase costs for the consumer, for Canadians who are saying that we're trying to help. At the same time, the internet has made it easier than ever for consumers to see how long things last based on honest, well, you have to pick through it, but you look at the reviews. Conservatives, we're opposing this bill. Now, why? because it moves away from previous conservative-supported right-to-repair measures. C294, which we supported, made it easier for Canadian businesses and innovators to create products that work with existing technologies, giving consumers more choice and encouraging competition. It's a common sense measure that supports innovation, helps grow our economy, and benefits Canadians without taking away copyright protections. This bill, despite its title, doesn't display common sense. This bill presents risks around federal intrusion into areas of provincial jurisdiction. Liberals don't have a problem with that. It introduces the potential for increased regulatory burden on businesses. Liberals don't have a problem with that either, Mr. Speaker. It risks consumer choice by reducing lower-cost product options and discouraging manufacturers from offering certain products in the Canadian market. So, sounds like a great idea, but there's a lot of problems, a lot of pitfalls within this bill. So we will be voting against it, and I encourage the government to go back to the table and just follow the Conservative plan. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on this legislation today. Bill C-267, an act to establish a national framework to promote the durability of electronic products and essential home appliances. At first glance, the bill may appear straightforward. Canadians want products that last longer. They want affordable repairs. They want to get the maximum value from the products they purchase. These are reasonable goals. However, this bill represents a significant departure from the practical targeted approach that Conservatives and Liberals have previously supported when it comes to consumer choice and the right to repair, without imposing broad regulatory structures. Think in the last Parliament to Bill C-244 from Wilson Miao and C-294 from the member from Southern Saskatchewan. Bill C-267, however, takes a different path. Instead of removing barriers and empowering consumers through targeted legislative changes, it proposes to create a broad national framework that would require the federal intervention into product design, product durability, repairability standards, information disclosure requirements, and supply chain considerations across numerous industries. The difference is significant. C-294 sought to remove obstacles. Bill C-267 seeks to create a new regulatory framework. And I can't help but outline the significance this legislation would have in the context of electric vehicles and some of the debate that took place earlier today. Is the government really proposing that they're going to tell China how to regulate their battery production when we just conceded 30% of our market share? I don't think so. I think this bill will open up a world of problems for Canadian manufacturers that are unforeseen. The bill directs the federal government to develop a framework touching numerous aspects of product durability and repairability. While supporters may view this as a simple exercise, businesses often experience such frameworks quite differently. Frameworks frequently become regulations, and regulations create reporting requirements. For years, Canadian manufacturers have contended with the surge of low-cost imports. Rather than alleviating this imbalance, existing tariff structures have exacerbated the strain on domestic firms. Many Canadian companies are now forced to absorb things like tariff costs or share them with customers, eroding their competitiveness and limiting access to key markets. At the same time, a slowdown in the housing market is reducing domestic demand, further tightening margins for Canadian producers. The result is a concerning trend: increased import penetration, declining domestic production, and the early stages of business closures across the sector. Without intervention, any future growth in the industry will likely be driven by imports rather than Canadian manufacturing. This is especially concerning at a time when Canadian businesses are already facing significant economic pressures. Manufacturers, distributors, retailers, and small businesses are navigating inflationary pressures, labor shortages, supply chain challenges, and increasing operating costs. Adding another layer of federal regulation may satisfy bureaucratic ambitions, but it does not help Canadian consumers. It does not help business competitiveness. And ultimately, I don't believe it helps the consumer. In fact, it risks limiting consumer choice by reducing lower-cost product options and discouraging manufacturers from offering certain products into the Canadian market. Conservatives believe government should focus on enabling competition and innovation, not expanding bureaucracy through yet another framework. Before imposing new obligations on businesses, Parliament should have clear evidence that those obligations will produce meaningful benefits that outweigh their costs. That evidence has not been demonstrated in the bill before us. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the greatest concern is at the potential impact on consumer choice. Supporters of this bill argue that it will actually help consumers, opposite of what I said. However, regulations often produce those unintended consequences. When governments impose additional requirements on products entering the marketplace, manufacturers face higher compliance costs. Some companies absorb those costs. Others pass them on to the buyers. And some simply choose not to offer certain products in smaller markets. Canada is not the largest consumer market in the world. We represent a relatively small share of global demand. If regulatory requirements become too complex or too costly, some manufacturers may decide that offering particular products in Canada is no longer worthwhile. I can only imagine the number of attempts manufacturers might try to circumvent any new regulations in Canada as well. The result will be fewer choices for consumers, not more. The result could also be higher prices, particularly for low-cost products that many families rely upon. Canadians are already facing affordability challenges. Many families do not have the luxury of purchasing premium appliances or high-end electronics. They depend on affordable options that fit within their household budgets. If new regulatory requirements increase manufacturing, certification, distribution, or compliance costs, those costs will inevitably be reflected in the price consumers pay at the checkout counter. Conservatives believe consumers are best served by competition. Competition encourages innovation and quality. When consumers have choices, manufacturers must compete to earn their business. Mr. Speaker, one of our primary concerns with this legislation is the risk of federal intrusion into areas of provincial jurisdiction as well. Consumer protection, property rights, repair services, commercial regulation, and many aspects of marketplace oversight traditionally involve provincial responsibilities. Several provinces have already been examining right-to-repair measures and consumer protection frameworks that reflect their own economic circumstances and priorities. The federal government should be cautious before establishing a national framework that can duplicate, overlap, or conflict with provincial authorities. Canadians are frustrated when governments create multiple layers of regulation that accomplish the same objective while increasing complexity and compliance costs. Unfortunately, Bill C-267 risks doing exactly that. So rather than creating another federal framework and empowering our public service with more tools to look at certain products, we should focus on policies that encourage competition, support innovation, and reduce barriers for businesses operating in Canada. And finally, I think we should draw some parallels when we see the public service trying to overregulate in the Canadian context. And that would be natural health products. Across Canada, we have natural health food stores practically on every main street. They're a staple of Canada's economy. But small business owners across Canada for the last number of years have been decrying the government's desire to intrude and impose new regulatory frameworks that would push their business away out of Canada and into online markets. Effectively, with natural health products, the government's approach has essentially meant businesses say, I don't have a future in Canada anymore, but you're still going to be able to buy the products that I was offering locally and paying taxes in Canada. You're just going to buy them on Amazon from an American supplier because that's still legal to do anyway. So I think the government needs to take another look at this legislation. They need to find better ways of ensuring the products Canadian consumes, the electronic products that we use don't impact Canadian health. Focus on those issues, but leave ultimately the choices to consumers as to whether or not they want to buy a certain product. So instead, this bill proposes a broad framework with uncertain implications for businesses, consumers, provincial jurisdictions, and marketplaces as a whole. At a time when Canadians are concerned about affordability, Parliament should be cautious before advancing legislation that risks increasing costs and pushing business out of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Before I offer the floor to the member for Windsor to come to Lakeshore, I'll just inform her that she'll have about 5.5 minutes before I have to interrupt her. Now, member for Windsor to come see Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, imagine a family standing in an appliance aisle because their washing machine had broke down. They're already dealing with higher grocery bills, higher mortgages, higher rent, and higher utility costs. They're looking at the price tags and trying to make the best decision for their household. One model's more expensive, but may last longer. Another is more affordable and fits their budget today. That family should have the freedom to make that choice. Bill C-267, despite its good intentions, risks having Ottawa make that choice for them by creating a broad new regulatory framework that could increase costs, reduce options, and make essential products less affordable for Canadians. Every single one of us gets frustrated when products break too soon, when repairs are difficult, or when replacing an item seems easier than fixing it. Those concerns are real. Canadians should be able to repair the products they own, access reasonable repair options, and receive clear information about the products they buy. However, the question before us is not whether durability and repairability are good things. The question is whether Bill C-267 is the right way to achieve them. On that question, Conservatives have serious concerns. Bill C-267 would require the Minister of Industry to develop a national framework on the durability and repairability of electronic products and essential home appliances offered for sale, distributed, or sold in Canada, whether they are made here or imported. That framework would include measures related to minimum useful life, labeling, access to parts, tools and repair information, replacement parts, technical documentation, software support, and the responsibilities of manufacturers, importers, and distributors. The bill also contemplates future legislative measures, including obligations on the industries, inspection mechanisms, and penalties for non-compliance. That is a very broad scope. It goes well beyond simply helping Canadians fix what they own. It opens the door to a new federal regulatory framework over a wide range of consumer products, many of which are already subject to complex supply chains, international standards, safety requirements, warranties, and provincial consumer protection laws. Parliament has already taken steps in that direction through targeted right-to-repair legislation. In recent years, members from different parties have worked to address practical barriers that prevent Canadians from repairing the products they own. For example, in the 44th Parliament, Bill C-244, introduced by a Liberal member, addressed the issue of digital locks by allowing circumvention for the purpose of diagnosis, maintenance, and repair. Also in the last Parliament, Bill C-294, introduced by a Conservative member, addressed interoperability by allowing consumers and businesses to use third-party parts, systems, and devices without being blocked by copyright rules. both bills received royal assent in 2024. Those were targeted changes. They focused on removing specific legal barriers that made repair more difficult. They didn't impose broad new federal product standards. They did not create a national framework for minimum product lifespans. They did not open the door to sweeping new rules on labeling, replacement parts, technical documentation, or the like. And that distinction matters. Conservatives have supported practical right to repair reforms because they can empower consumers, support farmers, help small businesses, and improve competition. As we consider the best policy response, we should focus on measures that remove unnecessary barriers to repair, support competition in repair markets, and give consumers better information without imposing rigid, top-down requirements that may not fit every product category or even consumer need. At a time when businesses are already struggling with red tape, tariffs, supply chain pressures, and weak productivity, we should not support legislation that could add new compliance costs and uncertainty. Canadians deserve products that are durable. They also deserve affordable products. They deserve repair options, but they also deserve marketplace choice. They deserve consumer protection, but
Attends, est-ce qu'il y a un appel au règlement?
Point of order. I would just like to mention that the member is rustling pieces of paper near the mic, and it's causing an issue.
The 5-minute mark, but it's a good reminder just to make sure there's no interference with the microphones. With there being 5 minutes remaining, I will now je vais inviter l'honorable député de Bourassa.
I will invite the honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak to this bill C-267. Imagine your fridge is broken. You call an electrician who tells you that the part is no longer available, or the documentation to fix it has never been available, and that it would cost more to repair it than to buy a new fridge. So you end up spending $500 or $1,000 or more just to replace something that should have been repairable. This is not bad luck, it's a business model. This is called planned obsolescence. These appliances are deliberately designed in order to not be repairable, to break after a certain time, and to end up costing consumers more money. What we need is a cooperative national framework. This bill, C-267, which would offer a simple and ambitious solution. A national framework for the repairability of these appliances. This is not a matter of interference with provincial jurisdiction. This is a flexible framework that has been designed with all stakeholders in mind. It would enable Canadians to finally have the right to choose, the right to repair. We need minimal standards of durability, access to replacement parts. We need clear labeling to ensure that consumers will know what they're investing in before they buy. With this bill, Canada is doing something to put an end to a situation where actually, instead of being a pioneer, it's trailing behind other countries. The EU, for example, has guidelines on this since 2024. The UK took action in 2021. In the US, 24 states have bipartisan support for this type of legislation. Apple, Samsung, Whirlpool, and LG are already adapting to these standards in other markets. So there won't be much of a burden for Canada, and there will be a great deal of benefit for families. Mr. Speaker, one may be wondering who is going to benefit from this. Well, first of all, Canadian families who cannot afford replacing everything every year. Repair shops will also benefit. My colleague spoke about that today. And local SMEs, often owned by artisans, craftspeople, and immigrants, but who currently don't have the ability to access the parts and information to make repairs. It will also be good for the environment and for our planet, because every appliance that we repair instead of throwing it away represents resources that we're saving and also less waste. This is the Canadian and Quebec repair culture. A number of groups and associations are fighting for this right. There are groups like this in Montreal, in Bourassa, and throughout Quebec. I'd like to recognize all of those who are fighting to help people with their repairs. For example, Wei Chung Cheng, who is the co-founder of the Repair Cafe in Toronto, in Ontario. So this is not just about Quebec or Alberta or any part of Canada. This is something that we all care about. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend an invitation to everyone, to my colleagues in all parties, from all parts of the country. This is not a piece of partisan legislation. This is a piece of common sense legislation. This is about repairing rather than replacing, informing rather than ignoring, cooperating instead of forcing people to do something.
Of the families in Bourassa and across the country who are watching what we do here today. This bill is not a partisan project. It is a promise to every household that deserves better. Repair, not replace, inform, not ignore, collaborate, not oppose. That is what I believe, and that is what I ask this House to stand for. Renvoyons ce projet, Monsieur.
Let's move this bill to committee. There we'll be able to improve it together. We'll be able to hear from witnesses and strengthen this bill. That's what Canadian families deserve. That's what this bill offers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
Order, l'ordre, comme il est 18h30.
It being 6:30 p.m., the hour provided for the consideration of private members' business is now at an end. Mr. Sari, the question is as follows. Mr. Sari, seconded by Mr. Fanjoy, moved that Bill C-267, an act to establish a national framework to promote the durability of electronic products and essential home appliances, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Bourassa. On division, please.
Avec dissidence, on division. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Respectfully, we ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Just 1 second. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 17th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And I believe the Minister of Justice is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 1 or 78 sub 2 with respect to consideration of Senate amendments to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defence Act, bail and sentencing. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Mr. Speaker, I have a second point of order as well. I give notice that with respect to consideration of Government Business Number 11 at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. Monsieur le Président, en ce qui a trait...
Mr. Speaker, with respect to consideration of Government Business Number 11 at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. Thank you.
Today, ordre du jour. Before we do orders of the day, I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill with an amendment to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill C-11, an act to amend the National Defence Act and other acts. Copies of the amendment are available at the table. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-25, Strong and Free Elections Act.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Madawaska. Restigouche.
The honorable member from Madawaska, Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time today with the member for Ponoka-Disbury. Mr. Speaker, we are lucky to be able to say that we have a strong democracy here in Canada, among the strongest and most resilient in the world. We have strong guarantees and strong legislation. We have a great deal of transparency, and we also have a flexible system to protect our elections. Today, as we can see throughout the world, democracies are facing a great deal of threat, whether it be because of the use of technology, foreign interference, misinformation, or other attempts to undermine public trust. In order to maintain public trust, it is absolutely essential that we continue to strengthen mechanisms to protect our democratic process, because this is all part of democratic stability. We must constantly work to consolidate public trust. That is why this bill proposes a number of concrete ideas, especially having ideas about addressing the problem of excessively long ballots by banning deepfakes of electoral stakeholders, protecting the integrity of leadership races and nomination, and by strengthening measures to prevent foreign interference, among other things. These are all well thought out measures. They all have to do with expert recommendations. These are ideas that have been put forward by the Public Inquiry on Foreign Interference, as well as the Chief Electoral Officer and Election Commissioner. So all of this is why, in my opinion, we need to do a great deal to support all this. There are measures in the bill to prevent ballots from being too long. We would ensure that candidates in a riding have only one single official agent. And it's because over the last few years, we've seen pressure groups disrupt some elections. Sometimes dozens of candidates are put forward and the same person signed for them all in one riding. These are people who didn't really intend to participate. Their goal was actually to disrupt the democratic system. For example, we saw that in the recent election in Terrebonne, there were 48 candidates, some of whom did not intend to campaign. So instead of having a normal ballot, this was what people had to deal with when they went to vote. In Battle River, Crowfoot, last year, there were more than 200 candidates. Of course, these were not all serious candidates. In La Salle et Malverdun, there were 91 candidates. The ballot was a meter long. This has serious consequences. It makes it harder for some people to vote, because there are people who, when there's a write-in ballot, for example, may have literacy issues or have difficulty writing in the answer. This undermines democracy, and it shows a lack of respect for these voters. It also shows a lack of respect to serious candidates who want to represent their communities. We need to find an appropriate balance. We want to prevent candidates who just want to disrupt elections, but we must enable serious candidates to run. I'm not just referring to people who represent major political parties. I'm also referring to candidates who are independents, but who care deeply about their communities, as well as candidates from small political parties. Of course, we don't want to prevent such people from running. But the goal here is to prevent someone from signing a number of different application forms. I think these rules offer an appropriate middle path. keeping the ballots from being too long, but also enabling serious candidates to run. There are also a number of new protections in this bill. For example, preventing new technologies from being used to disrupt elections. With everything we're seeing recently, such as AI, we're seeing that increasingly it's easy to, for example, engage in identity theft online. One can, for example, create videos where you make it seem that a candidate, for example, is saying something they didn't. This can be extremely harmful. You can make a video of the person saying whatever you want. You can put it up on social media. Then people might decide not to vote for that person. Or someone will make a deep fake and pretend to be the chief electoral officer or another elections officer and give the wrong instructions for voting. That again could disrupt the democratic process. This is why we want to ban these types of deep fakes. We also want to tighten the screws on the sale of election information and other disruptions to the IT systems involved. As I said, technology is changing quickly, and so we want to make sure that we're up to date in order to protect our elections. We also want stricter political financing rules.
Canada already has amongst the strongest system in the world, but we can always make things better. So we want to add a few extra rules to prevent foreign interference, an issue which has drawn some attention in recent years. There was a formal inquiry on the topic. As such, we want to close off all possible paths for foreign funding to interfere in Canadian elections. For example, we would prevent political parties from taking anonymous or untraceable donations. For example, donations made from prepaid cards or cryptocurrency. Because with those donations, it's impossible to figure out where they originate from. And as such, foreign agents could use them to channel cryptocurrency to a political candidate anonymously. We also want to prevent third parties, for example, businesses or anyone who is not related to the political system, from organizing political activities or partisan activities. We would also prevent these third parties from accepting untraceable donations. Because currently there's a risk that someone might accept cryptocurrency and use it to fund partisan activities. So we would close off that path. We would also prevent foreign entities from funding regulated activities via a third party. For example, any advertisement, any partisan activities, all of that would need to be funded either by Canadian citizens or permanent residents. Also, another part of our electoral system is nomination and leadership races. These play an important role. Leadership races can determine a new opposition leader or even a new prime minister. These races have concrete races. Nomination races are also very important because in some ridings there are various candidates who want to represent a given party. As such, there's a nomination race. And we want to strengthen the rules to protect these sorts of electoral races. We will apply certain rules, which up till now have only applied to general elections, to these other sorts of races. For example, bans on anti-foreign interference measures. We would expand the existing ban on third parties from using foreign funds for partisan activities linked to elections. We would extend the ban on accepting or offering bribes. Things like that, which are already rules for general elections, will be applied to nomination and leadership races. The measures in this bill are well thought out. They are based on expert advice. They will make our democracy stronger, even though it's strong already. And I think these changes will help preserve Canadians' trust in our electoral system. which is an important and necessary thing to do. I think most colleagues here in this House would agree with me, and I hope we can send this bill forward to royal assent.
Reprise du débat des members for Cam Shuswap, Central Rockies. Oh, questions and comments. Apologies. I almost skipped over it, colleagues. My apologies. I'm too used to private members' hours. Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentide Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I get it. You know, we were sitting till midnight. We're getting tired. There's all sorts of votes and time allocation motions, but we're all in the same boat. So we're all with you, Mr. Speaker. But I have a simple question for my colleague. The Procedure Committee had an opportunity to do a study. How come they didn't look at the funding of political parties? My colleague knows well that for a long time now, this problem has been fixed in Quebec. You can there's strong regulations. Someone can't donate $100 twice, and yet there's still these big gaps at the federal level. Canada has one of the strongest systems in the world. If you look at other democracies, you can see that we already have strong measures to make sure that donations come from Canadian sources. We want to close off any path to foreign interference. When donations are made to political parties, they must come from Canadians. So we already have strong measures, and now we are coming forward with C-25, which is based on expert advice. This will make our system even stronger. The Honourable Member for London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate my colleague's speech. We all know that we already have a strong system and strong institutions in Canada, and my honourable colleague touched on that. Could he say a little bit more about what Canadians can expect from this bill? And could he also talk a little bit about the cooperation that we will need in order to pass this bill quickly? The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. It is essential to maintain trust in our democratic institutions. We already have a strong framework here in Canada. However, if that framework is to remain strong, it needs to be adapted to current realities. And through cooperation here in this House, we will be able to preserve trust in our democratic system. We will be able to make the necessary changes to our system. Not all democracies are healthy. Some are backsliding. When people lose trust in their electoral system, the consequences are severe. And Canada is lucky enough to have a high level of trust. We need to work to preserve this, and to do that, we must work together to strengthen our democratic institutions by passing C-25. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague and riding neighbour for all of his work. He talks about how strong Canada's electoral system is, but soon we will be passing a bill that will ban offering and receiving bribes. For example, the brownies that we talk so much about in Quebec. The Canadian Federation has been around for 150 years. How come this provision isn't already in place? The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, there are already measures in place to protect the integrity of our elections. When I run as a candidate, in order to receive donations, I need to register and I need to adhere to certain rules. Now, we know that some loopholes have been talked about, not necessarily at the federal level, and this is inspiring us to move forward to further strengthen leadership and nomination races. We already have some measures that apply to general elections, but not leadership or nomination races, so we would be expanding those to include leadership and nomination races. And as I noted in my speech, I think that's an important step forward because these races are important to our democracy. They have real consequences, consequences that affect the people sent to this House. And I think it makes sense to take the strong rules that apply to general elections and apply them to leadership and nomination races.
Member for Ponoka-Tisbury.
Well, thank you, Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak on this government legislation, again, Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. I'm a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee and have scrutinized this proposed legislation in my capacity there, and I've also spoke about this bill a couple of months ago in mid-April. In that speech, I highlighted that this is a much-needed piece of legislation, one that Conservatives have been calling for since before the 2019 election. There are some good things, Mr. Speaker, in this bill, some much-needed tools to help handle foreign interference in our elections. However, as I noted not even 2 months ago, it doesn't go far enough, especially with how it pertains to third-party fundraising and foreign contributions. As we heard clearly from expert witnesses at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, Bill C-25 will improve the protection that Canadians have with respect to the electoral process, including from dangers posed by hostile foreign actors. However, it does leave some major holes, primarily regarding foreign contributions outside the election period. Well, how do we know this, Mr. Speaker? we know because we as Conservatives are the ones who've been advocating for changes to the Canada Elections Act to deal with this very issue for quite some time now. And I'll take some of the folks in this room way back with me to May 8th of 2019. And that's the day that my private member's bill, C-406, was voted down at second reading in this very chamber. The bill was entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act regarding foreign contributions, and its goal was to deal with exactly this problem then. The same problem we're talking about now, 7 years ago and 3 elections before the one that we've just had. So this bill that I had proposed, Bill 406, was a bill that amended the Elections Act to prohibit foreign contributions to third parties for election advertising purposes. Now this is very important to me because third-party funding certainly comes in the form of advocacy and is used by third parties in campaigns to campaign against what I would consider to be the financial interests of the people that I represent and the financial interests of my home province, which is Alberta. I also understood at that time that just out of a matter of principle, Canadians and Canadians alone should be the ones funding and debating and voting in a Canadian election, a general election. And it does make sense. Foreign entities and countries outside our borders likely should not be able to fundraise or spend money for political purposes here in Canada. That in itself is a breach of public trust, and I think by the very definition is, of course, a semblance of foreign interference, whether it's happening covertly or not. If we don't know about it, it's a problem. My private member's bill would have stopped that foreign fundraising that influences our elections from taking place here in Canada. It addressed the very issues that Bill C-25 claims to address. Here we are nearly a decade later. But you'll never guess what happened, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals voted against this bill, including the Liberal MP from Scarborough-Guildwood Rouge Park, who is now the Public Safety Minister. The same Public Safety Minister who is now overseeing a new foreign agent registry that was recently introduced by the Liberals, despite being rabidly opposed to such a registry when it was the Conservatives, my colleague Kenny Chiu, former colleague Kenny Chiu, who proposed it. Things that make you go, Mr. Speaker. It's almost like the Liberals will only support a good policy once they've been dragged through the ringer to actually get to see that it's a good idea. It's I don't know what it is. They just genetically oppose every idea that we pose to them until their ideas start to miserably fail and afflict Canadians some 4 to 8 years later. Then all of a sudden they see the light and do the things that we've been telling them that they should be doing all along. And it doesn't exactly breathe confidence into the issue of dealing with foreign interference now, does it, Mr. Speaker? We know that this is a theme. The Liberals often chastise Conservatives for big sweeping policy ideas, but give it half a decade. And once the chickens come home to roost on the cabal of bad ideas across the way, you'll see that Liberals will eventually adopt Conservative ideas and rebrand them and package them as their own. The Prime Minister did it at Oxford with his thesis, and he's doing it here as well in the House of Commons. I only wish they'd have adopted my idea of banning foreign nationals and entities from donating and supporting third parties for election advertising purposes a long time ago. Seems like common sense to me, but that might not be such a common thing across the aisle. We studied this issue at length at committee, where we heard from several witnesses, including most recently Gerald Shapira, that this bill does not go far enough. It needs to crack down even harder on foreign monetary contributions. In other words, there is still a gaping hole that allows foreign entities to send money to third parties, which could end up influencing or affecting or being spent in our general elections. It cracks down, but it doesn't prohibit. It doesn't go far enough. There are still wide open loopholes for foreign funding to pour in to Canadian elections. Foreign contributions for political purposes are still allowed in Canada. This bill, C-25, does not change that. And there's lots of witnesses that came before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that testified that in their opinion this is completely unacceptable. And I think most Canadians, if they knew that money was coming in from third parties, from outside, to third parties from outside of Canada, and that money was being spent on elections advertising, I think they would be quite concerned. So what came out of our foreign interference study at committee, perhaps most notably, was also our former candidate Joe Tay's testimony. Mr. Tay was our Conservative candidate of record in Don Valley North, whom former Liberal MP Paul Chang put a bounty on during the 2025 election. Chang encouraged folks to turn Mr. Tay into the Chinese consulate in Toronto for a cash reward. Mr. Tay already had an arrest warrant issued by the communist regime in Beijing for making pro-democracy comments about what's going on in Hong Kong and China from here in Canada. And this was a Liberal MP at the time, encouraging basically the kidnapping of a political adversary. Goodness knows what would have happened if Mr. Chang actually would have got his way. We also know, based on testimonies at committee from volunteers on Mr. Tay's campaign, that they were stalked, followed, intimidated, and harassed by individuals. These are campaign volunteers, for crying out loud. It's hard enough to find people to come out and participate in our elections. The last thing we need is foreign entities and foreign funds coming in to discourage, intimidate, and harass campaign volunteers, regardless of the political party that they're helping, Mr. Speaker. This is just wrong. It's wrong across the board. It's not just wrong when it happens to Conservatives. It's wrong when it happens to Liberals, NDP, Bloc, and everybody. And since these incidents, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has praised Paul Chang as a person of integrity and has also strengthened Canada's ties with the People's Republic of China through trade and security partnerships. Just over a year ago, on the debate stage during the 2025 election, the Prime Minister, who was then admitted that the biggest threat to Canada's security is the communist regime in China. Now, I'm not sure, but I'd like to know where that Prime Minister went. And they, across the aisle here, expect us to believe that they're serious about halting foreign interference. Well, they'll have to give me a bit of a break sometimes, Mr. Speaker, because I'm just not. I'm not buying what they're selling. I try to make it make sense, but it just doesn't. These are the individuals who are interfering in our elections and meddling in our campaigns. They're targeting our people, and they're suspending money on propaganda campaigns which endanger Canadians, especially those in specific diaspora communities. And this bill does nothing to solve these problems. Sure, the bill cracks down on foreign spending during the RIT period, but it leaves a massive hole for foreign entities to pour money into political advertising outside the RIT period. Now, for folks that are watching at home, you wonder what the RIT period is. There's a RIT period, and when we have a fixed election, there's a pre-RIT period, and then there's the 3 years in between. Well, during those 3 years, Elections Canada will not be counting third parties will not be required to separate the molecules per se. So any money that comes into those third parties from foreign entities during that time frame will not be scrutinized by Elections Canada. So they can just bankroll all of these things in the pre-RIT period and then spend as much as they want during the RIT and RIT period during a fixed election. So, but if you don't take my word for it, this is coming directly from constitutional legal experts who gave their testimonies at committee, who said that they agreed with the exact interpretation that we had when we read the bill. So it still leaves that gaping hole. So Conservatives have been talking about foreign interference for nearly a decade. After 2021, our leader at the time brought up the issue of foreign interference in our elections. He was supported by our former colleague Kenny Chu from Steveston Richmond East, who warned for years about foreign interference before being a victim of himself. So these are the issues that we've had. We've had a public inquiry into foreign interference, Mr. Speaker. That was the government dragged their feet on that, and finally subdued to the mountains of pressure that were put on them at the time. They seem to be reluctant the whole time. It's almost as if the foreign interference regime that was being orchestrated for the last couple of elections had a blind eye turned to it, because I'd obviously benefited somebody in this chamber, but I'm glad to see the government has, at least it looks like they're trying to change their ways and is presenting this bill. Conservatives still have massive concerns with it, but we'll be supporting this bill and making sure that the Canada Elections Act is, if not perfect, at least better than it is today.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I find interesting from the member opposite, who also sits on the committee with me, is the fact that, he said he's not buying what we're selling, but yet we worked in collaboration with their team to bring this bill as quickly as possible. So maybe he can help all of us in this House to let Canadians know what part of this bill does he support and does not support.
The honourable member for Ponoka-Disbury.
So, Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of issues that are certainly a bit problematic. I laid it out in my speech. I trust my colleague who sits on the committee was also there when we were asking specific questions about just how third-party funding is still allowed to happen in the general elections of Canada. And our position as Conservatives is that we should be clamping down on that even more. Is it being clamped down on a bit more than it was before? Yes. Has it gone far enough? No. Are there still issues with the Commissioner of Elections potentially having a little bit too much power and authority now before having a second set of eyes like a judge or somebody? The amount of administrative penalty that can be levied right now is certainly a bit problematic. Obviously, we're happy with what's happened with the longest ballot committee, but we think more could have been done there as well. And, it'd be nice if we could finally get that foreign interference registry stood up.
Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de Laurent.
Question and comments, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had many meetings of the Procedure Committee to study this legislation, and I'm thrilled that we have this great result with this legislation. But here's my question to my colleague. What is missing in this bill to further improve it, not to make it perfect, but to make it even better?
So some of the things that, and I want to thank my colleague, she's not on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee anymore, but we spent years there, particularly in the previous Parliament, where foreign interference was front and center and prevalent, not only at the committee, but also in the national spotlight. And I want to thank her for her work there. Look, the Bloc Québécois has some issues with this bill. The Conservatives have some issues. Some of those are the same, some of those are different. But we broadly support the measures contained in the bill. Disappointed that the government voted down certain important amendments that we put forward, mandating better security at ballot boxes, closing third-party advertising loopholes, for example. And we're going to continue to call on the government to strengthen the Elections Act, to make sure that we can have confidence and trust in the institutions of the Government of Canada, and particularly the institution that is responsible for delivering the election, which is the foundation of our democracy, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I'd like to applaud my colleague for his speech. I know third-party advertising and its involvement, foreign governments in our elections is a big problem, and it's reared its head back in 2015. I'm sure the member remembers back in the day. This is an article from 2017. Controversial lead now active in BC politics, Vancouver City Affairs. And we originally brought the evidence forward that this was occurring. Claims filed last week with Elections Canada and reported this week by the Calgary Herald that foreign money spawned Lead Now and helped fund an elaborate campaign to oust the ruling Conservative Party. I just would ask the member to speak to this issue. It's a big deal, and we even see our colleague across the way from Toronto affected by shenanigans in elections. Maybe you can just speak to what happened back in 2015.
Member for Ponoka-Disbury.
Well, I want to thank my friend from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies for asking me that question. Look, he and I think, would have very similar constituencies. We have hardworking, honest, patriotic, law-abiding Canadians who love going hunting and fishing. They work in forestry, they work in mining, they work in oil and gas, agriculture, you name it. These are folks that are very concerned that foreign money coming from foundations and folks at home that want to just go look this up, if you go take a look at what some of these foundations have, like the Gordon Betty Moore Foundation, the Tides Foundation, I mean, these organizations are not, they don't just have a few $1,000s, they don't have a few $100,000, they don't have a few $1 million. They actually have assets worth billions of dollars, and they're able to create organizations like LEAD now in another country and then fund them with this massive foundation that they have to influence policies in another country. This is very problematic. A good friend of mine, Vivian Krause, actually has exposed much of this, how this money gets brought into Canada to fund various organizations and groups to block resource development in Canada. It's very frustrating.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The honourable member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise today and as the elected representative for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies. As I've previously stated in this place, all of us have a solemn responsibility to provide representation and voice to those citizens that voted for us and depend on us to be their voice here in Parliament. Canadians need us to be vigilant, and they depend on us to be their voice. We have to be ready for the challenges and dangers that emerge, and I take that responsibility, accept it with sincere dedication to the amazing people of Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, and the people of Canada. We must all take actions to prevent, mitigate, and overcome challenges and dangers, including the unintended consequences caused by the actions or the inactions of levels of government. In these times of global uncertainty, Canadians need our vigilance and actions more than any other time. As I begin to speaking to this bill, Bill C-25, the Strong and Free Elections Act, I would like to thank all of the Elections Canada workers, from the electoral district returning officers to the poll workers to the volunteers and the ever-important scrutineers that are such an important part of our democratic system here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I will speak to components of this bill, C-25, and how parts of it are overdue while other parts need further debate and consideration for what is best for Canada and Canadians' interests. After the 2011 election, after the 2021 federal election, Canadians were alarmed to hear of foreign interference in the election of candidates and members sent here to represent and defend this country's interests. The Liberals say they care about democracy, yet they have allowed foreign actors to brazenly interfere in our elections. It was only after the Liberals got caught turning a blind eye to Beijing's interference that they finally introduced legislation to establish a foreign influence registry in Canada. But 2 years after passing that bill into law, there is still no registry. So far, we have had date after date promised and date after date missed. After years of opposing a foreign influence registry, including conservative efforts to create one, the Liberals' latest tactic appears to be one of endless delay. It is time for the Liberal government to finally take foreign interference seriously. It's time to get a registry up and running today. Mr. Speaker, I must say that this is uncannily similar to issues dealt with in my role as Associate Shadow Minister for Fisheries, and that is the issue of foreign ownership and licenses and quota on the West Coast. The last Conservative government put in motion policies to stop the issues of controlling agreements between processors and harvesters on the East Coast, where processors were limiting harvesters' choice of where they land their catch and how much they received for their catch. In following years, legislation and regulations were put in place to end those controlling agreements and protect local fish harvesters and their communities on the East Coast. In May of 2019, the Standing Committee on Fisheries tabled a report titled Sharing Risks and Benefits. In that report, there were 20 recommendations to government that would have helped meet the aspirations of fish harvesters, especially young fishers, to carry on their career and family traditions and contribute to building economically, socially, and culturally vibrant West Coast communities. In 2023, that same Fisheries Committee, in 2023, 4 years later, that same Fisheries Committee undertook another study to produce yet another report titled Foreign Ownership and Corporate Concentration of Fishing Licenses and Quota. Mr. Speaker, the testimony we heard during that second report was alarming, in that after 4 years, the government had taken almost no action to identify who the beneficial owners are of licenses and quota on the West Coast. In fact, what we basically heard was they have no idea. It is now 7 years since that first report on the issue was tabled in this House, and yet the Liberal government has yet to address the issue and put in place any significant measure to protect our independent harvesters on the West Coast. That is why I say that this bill, C-25, and the West Coast fisheries issues have something in common. Delay, delay, delay. If the Liberals can't find it important enough to create a foreign influence registry or to investigate whether foreign entities own licenses and quotas and who controls catches and processes our Canadian seafood, then Conservatives will hold them accountable, and we hope that Canadians will expect that accountability from their government. Another component of this bill I want Canadians to be aware of is the third-party financing loophole. Bill C-25 creates a wide-open loophole through which foreign money could still be used by third parties for partisan activity, partisan advertising, and election surveying. Specifically, if contributions to a third party amount to 10% or less of its annual revenue in the year prior to a fixed election year, they could use their own funds to pay for, among other things, partisan activity and advertising. A third party's own funds do not have to come from Canadian citizens or permanent residents and do not have to be reported in the same way. In fixed election periods, it's very easy for third parties and foreign interests to predict when an election may be. A foreign interest could funnel money into a third party for 2 or 3 years ahead of schedule, which would then be treated as part of the third party's own funds. Further, 10% sounds like a small number, but it may not be. There are third parties that have a lot of money. What constitutes 10% or less of a third party's revenue coming from contributions may in fact be millions of dollars. This means that very large third parties would be able to use their own funds for election-related expenses. Disappointingly, the Liberals voted against our amendments to close these wide-open loopholes in this bill. Mr. Speaker, I raise these points as part of this debate because that is what we as elected representatives are sent here to do, to scrutinize legislation, to make it the best it can be. Because what we've seen from this government since I first came here in 2015 is not the best legislation it could be. Conservatives will continue to call on the Liberal government to strengthen Canada's position against foreign actors which seek to influence our economies and our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague for his speech. Earlier, his colleague who sits on my committee was talking about the fact that he feels that, we're not listening. And I did talk about the fact that we did an extensive collaboration. This is actually one of the most fast-tracking bill that I personally have witnessed since I've been a member of Parliament because of the expert input that we brought on and the collaboration that happened between all parties in this House. Can the member comment on what exactly in this bill they think that they cannot support and what can they support?
Now, member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if the member had actually been listening, I spoke about the third-party financing loophole. This could be millions of dollars spent by foreign entities to affect the nomination, the election of candidates and representatives who are elected to ensure the security and safety of our country. If there's anything, this has got to be one piece that should have been addressed, and the government should recognize that. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Now, we're talking about democracy and making our democracy healthier, which is positive. We feel that political party financing should be restored because who has $1,700 to donate to political parties? What's my colleague's opinion on restoring political party financing, especially given that a former Conservative government eliminated it?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that question on political financing. Prior to when I was elected, there was what was known as a per-vote subsidy, and if a member got a certain number of votes in the previous election, they got that subsidy from the taxpayer. What has changed now is there's a maximum amount that individuals, and they must be individuals, not corporations, a maximum amount any individual can contribute to an election candidate. That levels the playing field. The candidates have to work for the funds that they need to use for their campaign to be elected. They can't just run on the money that they raised in the last, because of the votes they got in the last election. It puts the incentive into the candidates to work hard for their constituents so they can be recognized and have the support behind them from individuals in their riding. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Berthier.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by mentioning a dear friend who will celebrate his 60th career anniversary this weekend, Normand Branchot. Since he was very young, he was active in the village. At 17 years old, he performed for the first time at his school, Rinfret School, in Sainte-Ursule. He started off his career on the right foot. Then he played with the Sonics, the Jags, and the Cousin Branchot. And now his prolific career continues with the Fadok Band. And he's also an honorary member of the band that his son is a part of. He has a lot of music ahead of him still. He says he'll stop playing when he can't use his eyes anymore, when his life ends, but I bet you that from above he will find a way to keep playing music. Congratulations, Tinor, for 60 years of great music. Now, on to C-25, the Strong and Free Elections Act. We worked very hard to be in favor of this legislation. It's all well and good to limit foreign interference because, of course, that's very dangerous. We're also against misinformation, which we've seen in previous elections. For instance, there were fake messages sent to voters with the wrong address for voting, which discourages them from going out a second time to the right address. The member for Terrebonne, I see her across the way from me. In the by-election, she experienced a rather unique situation. I can't remember how many candidates there were, 48, I think. This bill would counter that. Elections Canada, how they handled it was to distribute a ballot on which the voter had to write the name of the candidate they were voting for. But that can lead to misinterpretation of the procedure. It can lead to mistakes. So people with lower literacy levels could make mistakes. So we must ensure that that specific procedure does not reoccur in future elections or by-elections. We don't want the leadership race brownies, but apparently what they did was legal. We need to take action. There's one measure in this bill which bothers us. Removing the possibility for voters to sign more than one nomination paper. I think they made that we're making a mistake here. The Bloc Québécois signaled this issue. We moved an amendment, but it was not accepted. There's a problem here. The voter who agrees to sign a nomination paper will know that they can sign but one. But that goes against the secrecy of the voter, and the voter should be able to preserve the secrecy of their decisions. Some candidates in some areas, sometimes we have very large areas and it takes a long time to get signatures, and now people are being limited. Voters will only be able to sign one nomination paper. Mr. Speaker, you'll be proud of me as a Democrat. I have already signed the nomination paper of an opponent because that's proper democracy, and I want my fellow citizens and the constituents to have many options. So I think we're going in the wrong direction on this. Now, accepting anonymous donations, I'm glad that we are cracking down on that. I don't understand why that was legal before, because that's a huge issue, so I'm glad we're taking action on that.
Increasing administrative monetary sanctions. Yes, we agree with that in some cases. Changing some riding names. And there are 3 Bloc Québécois ridings, of course, that are held by the Bloc Québécois right now that will be changing their names. But these members have been re-elected over and over, and these MPs have consulted their communities. And there is a consensus, a good faith consensus. And we believe that other politicians from other parties are doing that. For example, we're going to call Salaberry-Soulard-Chanteudine Vallée du Haut-Saint-Laurent. Jonquière will be changed to Jonquière-Éberville Pays des Bleuets, a lovely name. And Rimouski-la-Matapédia. Unlike the general trend, the proposition is to make the name longer because it's a gigantic riding. So the idea is to help people feel recognized in that riding. And so it has been made a lot longer. Now, there are other possible questions. I'm sure you heard the question I had from my Conservative colleague. For example, passing legislation about political party funding. It is limited. This spending is limited to $100 per person, no tax credit. So that removes pressure, unlike the federal system, where the maximum amount can go up to $1,750. Not many ridings have the means to give that much money, which means that even if the elected official doesn't necessarily want there to be corruption and so on, Still, the person might think that if they do give that much money, they might think that at some later time they'll have more influence on the elected official. So I think we should reduce those amounts. I think that would be key. Earlier, my colleague for Gaspésie was speaking about the size. I just mentioned the Rimouski riding. I can barely get through the whole new name of the riding. It's very long. And that becomes a problem when people feel that in order to represent people, you must know them. And in order to know them, you have to meet them frequently. And in order to meet with them frequently, you have to move around the riding. I'm lucky. In Berthier, Masquinongé, even though there are 37 municipalities, it's a fairly concentrated place. I can get through my whole riding after about an hour or two of driving, but that's not the case for everyone. But even to drive for 90 minutes, say, that's already a fairly long drive. For me, I often end up just driving one to the other. It takes me 3 hours out of my day. And even though I live in the same riding as my riding office, I'm a 50-minute drive away. There could also be the consideration of adding something proportional to our system. I think that would be a good idea. Because, yes, we want the percentage of votes to be better represented in Parliament, and we'd like more marginal parties to be represented. But we also need to ensure that elected officials are nonetheless not too far from the people they represent. So that's what I wanted to say about this. We are nonetheless in favor of all this, but there is the matter of the limited signatures that is still very important to us. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honorable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Berthier Masquinongé for his speech. He referred to the fact that some ridings are very big, and I know that, in fact, in his riding, he's known for being very good at getting to different parts of his riding. And he spoke about political financing. Is it not time to improve our system of political financing? It's not a particularly fair system. I'd like to hear from my colleague what he thinks about this matter. The honorable member for Berthier Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my distinguished colleague. And I will use the future name of his riding. The colleague for Jonquière Héberville, Pays des Bleuets. I don't know if my colleague was there earlier when I was saying that it's a very poetic name. Blueberry Country, very poetic name. So I'd like to congratulate my colleague. Now, of course, we know that not many people have the means to give the maximum amount, $17.50. And when they do, perhaps they're hoping to influence the process in an undue manner. I'm not saying that everyone does this. And for those who do give that much without hoping to have an influence, I mean, I appreciate them very much, but it is a risk. That is why Quebec has set a limit at $100. Mr. Speaker, I think we should be doing something about this in order to ensure that we have a healthy democracy. Thank you. The honorable member for Europe-Pontigny. I'd like to thank my honorable colleague for the speech. And this matter of public political financing is very important. We know that at the federal level this used to exist and doesn't anymore. So how could the federal government take inspiration from Quebec on this? The honorable member. I'd like to thank my colleague Philippe Pontigny for his interesting question. Well, Canada tends to take much too long. Look at the issue of childcare. we can see that Quebec is often at the forefront. And I'm sure my colleague agrees with me. Because Quebec already exists, and there are major differences. We have our more social, democratic, progressive measures. Childcare is a good example of that. So I would like to propose that we should have a review committee about political party funding. And also, there's the issue that we want more representativeness in our democratic system. I think we need a discussion on this. So I'm hoping that there will be collaboration on this. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in his speech, my colleague referred to the size of the territory. And so when we have new riding boundaries, there's the two matters. There's the matter of the quotient and the matter of communities of interest. But all too often, that is not respected. Sometimes you see groups that have no shared economic interests find themselves in the same riding. For example, in my area, there's a real distinction. Either you're from the Saguenay or from the Lac Saint-Jean area. But some small communities have been placed in the Saguenay region, even though they're from Lac Saint-Jean. Of course, we will represent them. But nonetheless, the idea of these communities of interest and having to support them, I feel that that's important. The Honourable Member. It is unfortunate that Canada doesn't consider these kinds of matters when it's reviewing electoral boundaries. We do speak to the Election Commission about this kind of thing. And in my case, I ended up with having my riding Saint-Sulpice, which is a beautiful, beautiful area. I'd like to say hello to people from there. It is a lovely area, and I'm really enjoying learning more and more about this magical part of the country. But it is yet another regional county municipality. Now, I'm a very versatile person, so I'm happy to be representing these people. But it does mean that there needs to be a lot of flexibility. Because Saint-Sulpice is actually in the Montreal metropolitan region. And of course, there are also areas of my riding with very different realities and perspectives. So it means we need to be even more versatile. So we should be considering these kinds of things more carefully. We should be considering the administrative divisions of Quebec next time that there's a review of riding boundaries. Unless by then Quebec has become an independent nation, which I think we all hope. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, as the representative for Repentigny, well, I totally agree with my colleague. In Repentigny, there are 3 towns in my riding. And in fact, Saint-Sulpice was there too. And Saint-Sulpice is part of the Assomption Regional County Municipality. And Assomption is one of the towns in my riding. So it has a real impact for these communities if they're suddenly switched to a different riding. On another aspect of what my colleague said, we need to consider proportionality. We need to try to maintain regional representativity. So I think we need to constantly be considering this. I'd like to hear from my colleague about what he thinks the best thing to do would be here. Well, I would just say that I now have the people of Saint-Sulpice in my riding, and I will be keeping them. They're great. But it does mean that my colleague for Repentigny and I need to work together, which is very positive. But it can be difficult if the members are not necessarily parts of the same political party. But in this case, we're very happy together. Now, on proportionality, people need to be able to feel that their vote counts for something. Because sometimes people vote for a party, but they know that they're never going to be able to win. There are certain fortresses. We see that all over the place. We see that it's always the same political party in some cases. Because some parts of the party, I can see a colleague here who's from a riding like that. There's some portion of the population who have very strong feelings. But there are some people who might want to vote for a different party because they never have the privilege of meeting that member. So the problem is they may feel like their vote doesn't count, which is why proportionality is important. Because then people will be able to feel that perhaps there could be an impact. Thank you very much.
Débat, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't born in Canada, but Canada is my adopted home. It's a place that I am very, very loyal and committed to, and as a member of Parliament representing the beautiful riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, that is so diverse with over 43 languages that are spoken there, I can really talk about Bill C-25 and the importance of not just the perception of having free and fair elections, but also the actuality of it, and making sure that Canadians have the faith within our democracy. Canadians depend upon free and fair elections. They need to be confident in our electoral process, confident that they can choose leaders who will prioritize our communities here in Canada, including Mississauga, Erin Mills. This is the importance of Bill C-25, the Strong and Free Elections Act. As a member of Parliament in Mississauga, Erin Mills, I'm proud to represent one of the most diverse communities in this country. One fact that unites all of us citizens, and in my riding, is that democracy depends on trust. Canadians want to know that our elections are fair, that the information they receive is real, and that ill-intentioned actors cannot manipulate our system, and that the people who participate in public life can do so with confidence. This is why this bill matters. In Mississauga, Erin Mills, families, newcomers, students, seniors, small businesses, they all bring different experiences, different perspectives to our democracy, but they share a common expectation. And that is that our institutions will protect the integrity of our vote and our democracy. They expect that laws that keep pace with modern threats, whether those threats come in the form of foreign interference, digital deception, dark money, or intimidation aimed at political candidates. One practical problem this bill addresses is the issue of unduly long ballots. In any riding, including mine like Mississauga, Erin Mills, with a large and busy electorate, a ballot that is intentionally overloaded does not strengthen our democracy. It creates confusion for voters, it increases the burden on election workers, and it slows down the counting process. That is why Bill C-25 proposes measures to reduce unduly long ballots, including allowing voters to sign only one candidate nomination form and requiring each candidate in a riding to have their own official agent. These may sound like technical amendments, but for constituents who simply want an election process that is orderly, accessible, and credible, these are important protections. This bill also responds to a newer and growing threat, which is digital impersonation and deepfakes. In so many Canadian communities, especially in Mississauga, Erin Mills, where residents are highly connected, receive information across many platforms and languages, and often rely on digital communication to follow public affairs, the spread of false content can be especially damaging. A vital aspect of Bill C-25 is the creation of a new offense against these impersonations. It also creates a new offense against intentionally spreading false information about election processes or the voting process when someone knows it is false and intends to disrupt the conduct of an election or affect its results. This is not about limiting legitimate debate. It is about protecting the public from deliberate deception. This bill also closes important gaps by extending key election-related offenses beyond the formal election period and into nomination and leadership contests. This matters because democratic integrity does not begin once the writ is dropped. In ridings like mine, where many people are politically engaged long before Election Day, these earlier stages of the process also deserve protection and scrutiny. Bill C-25 will extend existing offenses such as undue foreign influence, offering or accepting a bribe, intimidation, impersonation, misleading publications, unauthorized computer use, and broadcasting outside Canada, so they also apply to nomination and leadership contests. This is a crucial reform because vulnerabilities in those contexts can undermine confidence in the entire democratic process. The bill also strengthens political financing rules because Canadians want to know that their democracy is not being distorted or by hidden or foreign money. Constituents expect transparency, accountability, and fairness. They do not want anonymous or untraceable financial channels that are used to influence politics behind the scenes. Bill C-25 will prevent political parties from accepting anonymous or untraceable contributions such as cryptocurrency, prepaid gift cards, money orders, and other prepaid products. It will strengthen restrictions on third parties and foreign entities involved in regulated political activities. It will further ensure that third parties can pay for regulated political activities only with contributions from Canadian citizens and permanent residents or with their own money under limited conditions, while also barring foreign entities from contributing property or other services to those activities. That matters, Mr. Speaker, because confidence in democracy is weakened when people believe money moves government illicitly. This bill also responds to the need for stronger enforcement. Canadians across the country want to know that election law is not only well written, but also actually enforceable. This legislation will expand accountability to include those who are party to a violation, as well as those who conspire, attempt, advise, or act as accessories after the fact. It will expand the administrative monetary penalty regime, increase maximum penalties, and provide the Commissioner of Canada elections with stronger tools to summons witnesses, compel evidence under oath, and require the production of preservation of relevant documents. These measures are important because a law without effective enforcement is not a real safeguard. Mr. Speaker, there is another aspect of this bill that is especially relevant to public life today, and that is physical security and personal information. In an era where harassment can spread quickly online and personal information can be misused in harmful ways, many people are understandably hesitant to participate in politics. That concern is real in every aspect of our country. People in my riding want a democracy that is open, but they also want one that is safe. They want candidates, volunteers, election workers, and community leaders to be able to take part without fearing that their home address, their personal information, or that their security will be carelessly exposed. Bill C-25 takes tangible steps in that direction. It will limit the publication of personal address information for returning officers, remove the requirement for a 5-day advance notice of regulated fundraising events, limit the location details in post-event reports, increase reimbursement for eligible personal security expenses, and establish stronger privacy policy requirements for federal political parties. Those privacy measures include requiring safeguards proportionate to the sensitivity of the information, appropriate steps in the event of a breach, equivalent protection when information is transferred, and prohibitions on selling personal information or providing false or misleading information about why it's being collected. For citizens who care deeply about privacy, about security, and responsible public institutions, these are not minor administrative details. These are essential to our democratic confidence. Mr. Speaker, this bill is also important because it is grounded in expert recommendations. The measures in Bill C-25 respond to recommendations from the Public Inquiry into Foreign Interference, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Commissioner of Canada Elections, and build on measures that had previously been proposed in the former Bill C-65. That matters because protecting democracy should not be a partisan reflex. It should be a careful, evidence-based effort for us to ensure that our laws remain responsive to evolving threats, which are very real. Our constituents understand that democracy is strongest when people trust both the process and the institutions that are behind it. They want to know that ballots are manageable, that disinformation will be confronted, that foreign influence and foreign interference will be kept out, that personal information will be protected, and that those who break election law will face meaningful consequence. Bill C-25 advances that work. It protects the vote, it protects the process, it protects participants, and it helps protect the public trust that holds our democracy together. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to support the Strong and Free Elections Act, Bill C-25. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Is the House ready for the question? Question is as follows. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Ms. Hodom, proposes that Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to enact an act to change the name of certain electoral districts 2026, be now read a third time and do pass.
Participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, would indicate to the chair. Is it agreed that it's carried? Agreed. I therefore declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill. Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I have the honor to inform the House that messages have been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bills to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-219, an act to establish Judicial Independence Day, and Bill S-221, an act to provide for the recognition of the Canada jay as a national bird of Canada. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act.
Mr. Anand Dasangari for Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves that the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, be now read a second time and concurred in. Debate. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, I would like to have unanimous consent to share my time with the member for Hull-Elmer.
Is there unanimous consent that there be 2 spots, both 10 minutes and 5 minutes of questions and comments? Is agreed? Agreed. So, L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-9 is back from the Senate today, and I would like to take the necessary time to talk about what it means for Black communities in Canada. Not in general, in detail, because this bill contains 2 elements that ought to be understood for what they really are. The first is a provision at the heart of the bill, a separate hate crime offense. The second is an amendment that has come to us from the Senate, the explicit inclusion of the noose among the list of symbols used to promote hate. These 2 elements do not do the same thing, but they complement one another, and together they constitute a serious, tangible response to anti-Black hatred in Canada. I would like to start with the noose, because this symbol represents something important about what this bill is trying to do. It's a symbol with a history, a long, specific history that Canadians do not know as well as they think they do. For centuries in the United States, lynching was used as an instrument to terrorize Black communities. There were thousands of documented lynchings between the end of the U.S. Civil War and the mid-20th century. These acts were not committed in secret. They were committed in public, sometimes announced in advance. Entire families migrated, attended. They took photos. Photos were sold as souvenirs. We are not talking about ordinary violence here. This was violence on stage in order to send a message to a community to say that you are not protected, you can do nothing against us, and your lives do not matter. The noose alone embodies this message. It did not need words to convey its message. It was enough to terrorize people, to remind people what was done to people like them and what could still be done to people like them. It was enough to convey to us that we had no place in society. And this history did not stop at the border. It traveled across the border. It lives in the memories of Black families in Canada, many of whom lived through that terror directly or inherited it through the generations. And the symbol is still out there. Nooses left in workplaces, on construction sites, in factories, in police bureaus, on doors, on desks, on social media. Black Canadians who show up at work in the morning have to deal with things like this. When you see a noose, there's no possible confusion about the message. It's not a mistake. It's not a poorly timed joke. It's a deliberate statement that you are not safe here. And for too long, our criminal law system had no clear answer to acts like this. They were in a gray area. They were addressed in different ways depending on the context and the facts. But Black communities don't have the luxury of living in ambiguity. We deal with the real consequences of this symbol, and we deserve better than maybes. The Senate amendment fixes that. By explicitly naming the noose as a hate symbol, the Act will say that this symbol used to promote hate or intimidate is a clear violation of Canadian law. No ambiguity there, no space for doubt. That matters for Black communities, not because this bill will undo history, which it can never do, but because this bill will recognize history. And when the law remains silent about something so specific, that silence speaks for itself. It says this issue is not serious enough for us to mention it explicitly. Our government will not be sending that message. Confronting anti-Black hate begins with naming it, recognizing the specific forms it can take, including some of the oldest, most well-documented forms of it can take. But the noose is not the only form of anti-Black hatred. And the second element of, which brings me to the second element of the bill I would like to talk about. Having a hate crime as a separate offense is at the very foundation of C9, and its importance is more than merely symbolic. Under the existing system, hate is an aggravating circumstance during sentencing, when someone might be found guilty of assault or a threat, and then during sentencing, courts can decide that hate was a factor and adjust their sentence accordingly. So hate is recognized, but it's recognized late, as almost a footnote, as one element in a list of circumstances. This is out of line with what victims of hate crimes go through. When someone is attacked because of who they are, because of their skin color, their religion, their identity, the crime does not just target that person, it targets an entire community and sends a message to everyone who shares that identity saying, you are not safe here. This collective dimension, this intention to intimidate more people than just the immediate victim, is what distinguishes hate crimes from ordinary crimes. And our legal system ought to reflect this from the get-go, not at the end. That's what a separate offense would do. It would put hate at the center of the charges. It would say to victims, we know what happened. We are calling it out for what happened. It's not an add-on. It is the very essence of what happened. And for Black communities, this has special meaning. Anti-Black hate can take on many forms: threats, physical violence, repeated acts of intimidation. Actions which, taken individually, might be hard to handle legally, but which are part of a pattern that people who experience it can recognize. A separate offense would give prosecutors, police officers, and judges the tools to capture that reality. It sends a signal that hate is a distinct crime with distinct consequences, and we refuse to tolerate it in our society. Now, these two provisions will not fix racism. They will not make centuries of history disappear. No one is claiming that. But they are doing what laws can do and what laws ought to do. Naming the right things, recognizing the right things, and protecting all Canadians. Black Canadians deserve to know that their government recognizes their reality, not just in speeches, but in acts, in legislation, with concrete tools to protect Black communities. That's what C9 does, and that's why I ask all of my colleagues to support it. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Terrebonne for her speech. Now, a number of people have been objecting to Bill C9 because people said it would violate freedom of expression and things like that, but I think that we've struck the right balance by preserving a central role for the Attorney General. By having the Attorney General preserve certain influence, we can prevent frivolous charges from being laid. So could my colleague speak on this a little bit? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. People who commit hate crimes will be judged and held accountable for their actions. And I think having a central role for the Attorney General makes the bill stronger. Communities are asking for the government to name the crimes that they are suffering, and for this expression to be front and center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech and for her overview on the history of racism in North America. This is important because we need to call out racism for what it is before we can address it. I would like to hear my colleague's opinion on the fact that today, in 2026, Canadians face systemic racism. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. As for the systemic aspect of racism, well, that can be harder to put a finger on because it is sometimes patterns that have been in place for hundreds of years. Of course, we can always work to address systemic racism. But what this bill allows us to do is name something specific that is used to intimidate Black Canadians. No Black Canadians are sheltered from racism, no matter who we are. And I think it's important that our legislation should be able to call out these patterns and protect all Canadians. Questions and comments?
Oh, sorry, before I go to the point order, Honourable Secretary of State combating crime on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78 1 or 78.2 with respect to the consideration of the Senate amendment to Bill C9, an act to amend the criminal code on hate, propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78, subsection 3, I give notice that a minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at said stage.
So noted. Resuming debate, the prise de débat, the honourable member for Hull Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today not just as a member of Parliament, but as co-chair of the Parliamentary Black Caucus, a role I share with my colleague from Terrebonne who just gave a very good speech. And allow me to talk a little bit about Bill C9, because the Senate amendment would identify the noose as a recognized hate symbol, and that is highly important. This is real progress, and it deserves our support.
To what this bill means to Black communities. In the Black communities I speak with every week, and about what this bill means to us, and what it means that Parliament is finally doing it. And Mr. Speaker, the word that comes back every time I have a discussion about this is the word finally. Finally, we are going to be dealing with an issue which is of great symbolic importance and is a real symbol of hate for our communities. I've been in and around public life, Mr. Speaker, for a long time. And for as long as I can remember, Black communities have been telling governments the same thing. They have described the noose left on a workplace, the drawing on a wall, or an actual noose being held at a construction site, for example, and what this means to them. The threats that police have had trouble categorizing, the incidents reported and then quietly filed away because the law had no clear box on how to categorize them in. They told these stories to commissions, they told the stories to committees, to ministers, to members of Parliament from every party. And they've told them with the patience, frankly, that these communities should have never have needed. For most of that time, the answer that they got was sympathy. Sympathy is welcome. Sympathy is appreciated. Sympathy also costs nothing. And communities know what the difference is between a government that feels for them and a government that legislates for them. Bill C9 legislates, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, as co-chair of the Parliamentary Black Caucus, I hear from Black Canadians from across this country, parents, workers, students, children, elders. And when the subject of hate incidents come up, the pain in those conversations rarely centers on the incident alone. It centers on what happens afterwards. Because it's not what happens to you, it's what happens afterwards that's really the most important. And the legal process would take what is a racist act and change it into a generic file. People can carry a great deal, Mr. Speaker. What wears them down is carrying it while the institutions look away. So when this bill names the noose explicitly in the law of Canada, I want this House to understand that what and how that lands in our communities. Because the noose has a very specific and painful history for Black Canadians. My honourable colleague talked about the symbol of lynchings. Monsieur le Président, je ne veux pas être...
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say this too explicitly, but hanging and lynching doesn't just happen just like that. It's usually an act following another act. Torture, which follows terror.
Perspective. The symbol appears at a Canadian worksite, Mr. Speaker, and it appears, and the person who finds it instantly understands what this means. They know that they could never hold into themselves in terms of what the law doesn't do to protect them. And this bill changes that. Now the law of this country will say in plain text that this symbol, used willfully to promote hatred, to promote terror, has no place in this country. It is now a message for Black Canadians that this sentence in the criminal code is recognition that decades of telling the truth about their experience registered somewhere. It registered here in this Parliament. And confronting anti-Black hate means naming it. And this Parliament is about to name it. The noose is a symbol everyone recognizes. It's the daily reality of anti-Black hate, and this daily reality of anti-Black hate, I should say, is usually quieter. It looks like threats, harassment, vandalism, intimidation, and it builds over months. The standalone hate crime offense at the heart of C9 is what gives the justice system the mean to treat those acts as what they are. I will leave the legal mechanics to the colleagues who have covered them, who will cover them, and I just want to talk, and I just want to say is that communities have learned to measure laws by whether anything changes. That is, if they call the police, will actions be laid and be taken? That's how you measure if there's really justice in this country. This bill is built to change what happens when they call. Parliament, Mr. Speaker, as you know, moves slowly. And in moving slowly, often there is wisdom. But also, sometimes it's the symbol of avoidance. It's an act of avoidance. And the question of hate-motivated crime, I believe, we have been slow in the second way. The evidence has been in front of us for years, if not generations. Statistics Canada has documented the rise of anti-Black hate crime, police-reported hate crimes, year after year. Community organizations have produced report after report. The gap between what communities experience and what the law could capture was identified long ago. And it was identified by people far less powerful than any one of us in this chamber. But they kept on raising it anyway, Mr. Speaker. It should not have taken this long. I say that as a member of the governing party. And I say that because communities who are watching at home know this to be true. And we need to be honest about what this legislation will do. But I've also learned, Mr. Speaker, that the second best time to act is now. So let us all support this bill. Mr. Speaker, C9 finally catches up to where people are. I will end with what I started with. Somewhere in the country tonight, there may be a worker who is going into his workplace and seeing that symbol of the noose being displayed there, or a drawing of it. Right now, there's a parent explaining to their child what these various symbols of hate represent, having that difficult conversation that so many Canadians have to have with their children, with their family. There's a family that's deciding, or there are people who right now who are deciding whether or not in their place of worship, whether it is a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a gurdwara, their holy place, whether it needs to have security equipment that should be installed to ensure the safety of the people who come to worship. These Canadians are owed many things by their country and by their parliament. And one of them is a criminal law that sees what's happening to them clearly and responds firmly. Black Canadians deserve to know that their government sees that reality and is taking it seriously. So do all the communities that hate has touched. And this bill is how we show it to them. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Black Caucus, on behalf of Black Canadians around this country, I ask every member in this House to please support this bill. Je demande à tous les députés.
I ask all members to please support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And I also thank the minister whose bill this is. The Bloc Québécois will support this bill. We are supporting it because many essential amendments were made. We thank other parties for their collaboration. The religious exemption was removed from the criminal code in cases where it willfully promotes hatred. That was incredibly important to us. We were very worried about the fact that people were invoking religion to willfully promote hatred, because that can't be used as an excuse in all cases, especially not if it infringes on the rights of others. This bill does not prevent anyone from practicing their religion, but only prevents willful promotion of hatred. Now, beyond this bill, what does my colleague think we should do more of to educate people and make people more aware? Because he seems to have great ideas about that. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. First, I thank the Honourable Member for Repentigny for his question. Mr. Speaker, education is under provincial jurisdiction, but educating society is for everyone to do. This legislation gives us the opportunity to explain to Canadians what hatred is. This will help us live together in harmony in society, and that's for the greater good of Canada. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague, the member for Repentigny, mentioned an amendment which was removed from the bill and mentioned that he supports that. It was very important for us to have the support of the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say that that did not change the scope of the legislation, because the threshold that one needs to cross if one is willfully promoting hatred has not changed, regardless of whether the exemption exists or not.
Mountain.
Speaker, I was very moved by my friend's speech. I will tell you, he was my first mentor in this place, and I have learned so much from him over the last 5 years. I would like him to reflect on the amount of mis- and disinformation that has spread across this country in relation to this bill. Thank you.
Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Yes, I'd like to thank my honourable member from Hamilton, my honourable colleague from Hamilton, for this question. There has been a lot of information and disinformation with regard to this law. One of them clearly is one that we're taking away the rights of people of faith, people such as myself, who attend church regularly, weekly, and would feel that this somehow impedes them from speaking openly about their faith. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing that could be further from the truth. I can speak about the words in sacred text. For me, it's the Holy Bible. For others, it could be the Torah, it could be the Quran, it could be whatever text that they have. But Mr. Speaker, the fact is that I still have no right to preach for hate. And that is a very high level by which we'll put. Just quoting the Bible is not one that would put any sacred text at all in danger. It is when you call for the eradication of an identified group. That, Mr. Speaker, is a problem. That remains there regardless of the...
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour, as always, to rise on behalf of the people of Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. And it is in the same vein, with a heavy heart, that I have to rise once again on one of the most dangerous pieces of legislation that this government has ever introduced. Bill C-9 is a bill that has been litigated in the media. It's been litigated across kitchen tables. It's been litigated in town halls across the country. It's been litigated almost everywhere except in this House and in committee, where the Liberals have availed themselves of a myriad of parliamentary tricks to shut down debate, to silence the voices of Canadians. Now, we are at this exact moment, I believe, about 25 minutes into the debate on the Senate's amendment to Bill C-9. And a little over 12 minutes ago, the Secretary of State for Combating Crime walked in and said that there had been no agreement on this bill and the government would be moving to silence debate once again on this motion. Less than 15 minutes into the beginning of this debate, the Liberal government is already trying to shut it down. And it is perhaps very poetic that they are once again censoring debate on their censorship bill. Now, let me repeat in this House, Mr. Speaker, what I have said in this House and in committee and across the country multiple times. Hate is real, and it is a scourge on this country. I come from London, and just the other day we had the 5-year anniversary of the heinous and hate-motivated murder of the Afzal family, killed for no other reason than their Muslim faith. We have seen the absolute despicable hate on Canadian streets and streets around the world targeting the Jewish community. Synagogues, day schools being shot up, the posters trying to find a missing Jewish girl being ripped down. We have also seen, and I say this as a Christian, 123, I believe, Christian churches in the last 5 years that have been burned or vandalized. Now, interestingly enough, when Justin Trudeau was the Prime Minister, he was asked about this, and he said it was, quote, understandable. Some would say that is hate from someone who is supposed to be a unifying figure in this country, the Prime Minister. And then we have, of course, the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, who literally said at a meeting of the Justice Committee. Now, this was before he was promoted to cabinet, so this gives a pretty good indication of what the Prime Minister welcomes among his closest advisors. But that minister said that you should be criminally prosecuted for quoting certain verses of Holy Scripture. He mentioned Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Romans. Two of those are books in both the Bible and the Torah, but he said it could extend to other things as well. He said, and I have the direct quote, if any of my Liberal colleagues would like to call this misinformation, as they so often do, that some verses of Scripture are so inherently hateful that they should warrant criminal prosecution. Now, some Liberals may say, oh, no, that's not actually true. That's not how it's going to be unfolding. But if Liberal members can't even agree on what constitutes hate, how are police, prosecutors, civil society groups, and others that are going to be responsible for implementing what is in Bill C-9 if and when it receives royal assent and becomes law? Now, why this is so important, that same minister just yesterday introduced Bill C-34, sweeping reforms to internet regulations. I haven't read through the entire bill myself yet, but I will point out that one of the things that this Liberal government has tried to do with its two previous online harms bills is weaponize the state against what they view as hate speech. Not actual criminal hate speech, but what the Liberal government views as being speech that should be banned and restricted. Yeah. So this Liberal government does not deserve the benefit of the doubt on anything to do with speech or conscience. And Canadians see through that. And that is why Canadians have been so resoundingly clear that they do not want Bill C-9. That is why Canadians have, through hundreds of thousands of phone calls, contacted these Liberal members who have, in some cases, listened to the concerns, but clearly not taken them to heart. Because these Liberals have not only forced through Bill C-9 at every stage, but they have silenced debate and silenced the voices of Canadians. And in the Senate, we saw this on full display within the last week and a half, when 240,000 postcards urging senators to reject Bill C-9 were sent to members of the Senate. And what happened? The Senate mailroom said there are too many. We can't deliver these to senators' offices. We're going to send a couple of samples your way, and the rest we'll put in a warehouse in Gatineau. Now, eventually, due to public pressure, and I thank my colleague, Senator Denise Batters from Saskatchewan, for her efforts on this, they had the postcards moved to a Senate office room. But even so, senators were told, if you want to get your postcards, come on down. Most didn't. The very same senators who then voted through this bill without seeing the scale of response from Canadians who do not support this. And these are coming from Canadians of a very diverse array of political, religious, ethnic, philosophical, ideological background. And I'll just share one of the things I found so fascinating as someone who had the opportunity to meet with so many Canadians about Bill C-9 is how the strange bedfellows, as the old saying goes, were forming here. We had evangelical Christians, we had Orthodox Jews, we had devout Muslims, we had non-religious civil liberties actors. I can't say I've had many opportunities in this chamber where I've been able to link arms metaphorically with my colleagues in the NDP and my colleague, the leader of the Green Party. But on Bill C-9, both the left and the right saw that this Liberal government cannot be trusted with matters of civil liberties. This Liberal government, when facing any of the criticism, of which there has been many, of which there has been much on Bill C-9, they resort to the same old tired lines. This bill can't affect your charter rights because the charter protects your rights. And if that sounds familiar, it's because that was the same argument, the identical argument they used to insulate themselves from criticism when they invoked the Emergencies Act back in 2022. They said it can't violate your charter rights because the Emergencies Act says it has to be charter compliant. And what happened in the aftermath of that? Bank accounts of political protesters were frozen. The mobility rights of people engaging in peaceful protest were banned from doing so. It was so Orwellian and draconian that the federal court said it was unconstitutional, that it violated the civil liberties of Canadians. The government appealed. It went to the Federal Court of Appeal, which said, once again, it violates the civil liberties of Canadians. And then in the last hour of the last day on which the Liberal government could seek leave to the Supreme Court to appeal that decision, they appealed it. Once again, telling Canadians that we will defend our right to violate your rights. And that's what the Liberal government is doing on Bill C-9. Perhaps someone will be wrongfully charged under Bill C-9, they'll avail themselves of the legal process, and they'll be exonerated. But as we've seen in the Emergencies Act case, that is likely to take years. But in anything to do with freedom of expression, the issue is not what decisions the state will make in totality. It's also a question of what chilling effect will this legislation create. Faith leaders who all of a sudden are not confident about their ability to preach the totality of their holy book and to themselves be the arbiter of what scriptures mean what and not the government. No faith leader should ever have to vet their sermons through the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, which is effectively the benchmark that we are told must exist, because it's the minister that decides what verses of Scripture are hateful and what verses are not. And we look at the bill, and we saw the Liberal government removing long-standing protections for religious speech, what's often called the religious defense. Now, this was an agreement between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. It removed long-standing protections that have been on the books for over 50 years. Protections that say good faith religious expression is not hate speech. It is not a get-out-of-jail-free card for expressing hate. You can't rob a bank, run down the road, and yell, "God is good," and expect that the religious defense will save you. And I don't recommend anyone tries. what the religious defense says is that if you are making a good faith religious expression or citing a religious text, that cannot meet the definition of hate speech. Calls for genocide, calls for violence, calls that are themselves criminal, were illegal, are illegal, and will always be illegal. The religious defense does not protect against criminally hateful speech. It simply sets out what is not and should not be construed as hate speech, to protect against authoritarian censors like the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, who wish to say that good faith religious expression can and maybe is hateful. So why Canadians are so alarmed by this is because when you remove good faith protections that only apply to people who have made good faith expressions, the only people you're protecting are those who were engaging in good faith debates, whether it was on a religious matter, on an academic matter, and whatever else may come about from it. But the removal of the religious defense was not the only problem with Bill C-9. It certainly became a flashpoint in the discussion. It was one of the most significant for people of faith who, I would note, have already seen a litany of attacks on their rights from this Liberal government. Going back a couple of years ago to the threat of removing their charitable status, an endorsement that was given by Liberal and New Democrat members. Going back years earlier to the ideological and religious litmus test that the Liberal government put on organizations that wanted to receive Canada Summer Jobs funding, as though your ability to hire a summer student to help out should be contingent on their religious and moral beliefs. So this is not new. And it's why people were rightfully so concerned about it. But in the end, we also had the process before us truncated. Efforts to bring in the testimony that the Minister of Justice claimed he would listen to and didn't were stymied. Efforts to read letters from faith leaders from very ecumenical backgrounds were not permitted. And I wonder why. And even now, I wonder why just a few minutes into our discussion, the Secretary of State for Combating Thought Crime decided to rise and try once again to shut down debate on Bill C-9. The Liberal government lacks the courage to even defend the totality of what it's doing. Now, this is not, I repeat, a rejection of the existence of hate and the need to respond to it. And I'll specifically recognize hate against the Jewish community. You know, one of my colleagues, the member for Mount Royal, who's been very outspoken in standing up for the Jewish community in his riding, I remember at one time he was entertaining leaving the Liberal caucus because of the Liberal caucus's anti-Semitism problem. Erwin Collar, a renowned human rights advocate, was urging my colleague from Mount Royal to leave the Liberals because they were not standing up against the hate facing our Jewish community. Now, this is why I do not take the Liberals seriously when they say that they have the solution to a problem that they have allowed to fester. And it's why Canadians don't trust them. And interestingly enough, one of the fascinating conversations I had in the course of our deliberations on C-9 when it was before this House was with the Rabbinical Council of Toronto, a group of Orthodox rabbis, not just in Toronto, but actually across the country in many parts of it. These are men that I met with who face tremendous discrimination and hate, who don't even feel safe walking around parts of Toronto looking visibly Orthodox. And what did they say? Hate is real, anti-Semitism is real, but we are not going to be protected by laws that limit our ability to preach our faith and to read our scriptures. Religious freedom for one is religious freedom for all. It's why the Evangelical Fellowship of Canada, the United Church of Canada, the Primate of the Anglican Church of Canada, the Church of Latter-day Saints, the National Council of Canadian Muslims, the Canadian Muslim Public Affairs Council, all of these faith groups, some more liberal, small l, some more conservative with a small c, representing different faith groups, have all found problems with Bill C-9. In some cases, the entirety of it, in others, simply the parts that are dealing with removing long-standing protections for religious speech. But we do not protect anyone from hate. We do not protect anyone from persecution if we take away their rights. And that's why Bill C-9 and the Liberal government's insistence on forcing this through has been such a clarion call for people across this country. And I'll speak specifically about the section of the bill criminalizing hate symbols. Because this is what's at issue in the amendment that has been returned to us from the Senate, an amendment adding a noose, a symbol with a tremendously hateful history that actually didn't get much exploration when Bill C-9 was before the Justice Committee. And it wasn't part of the original list that Liberal members put forward. I don't actually recall whether there were any questions from witnesses or from Liberal MPs or any MPs on this. I could be wrong on that point, but I certainly know it didn't take up any substantive amount of time in our committee's study on this. But the problem that did arise on the hate symbols section was twofold. One was a question of redundancy. You see, displaying a hate symbol in Canada is already a crime if you are doing it for an illegal purpose. And I can give you a very recent example of this. Back in the fall, there was a man that I find to be utterly despicable, actually in my part of the province, sadly, who decided to inflict hate on the community by mowing a Nazi Hakenkreuz, often referred to as a swastika, into his front lawn. He lived on a main highway. It was very jarring for people, certainly those in the Jewish community who had to see it. Police investigated. They did amazing work. They determined it did meet the standard of willfully promoting hate, an existing criminal code offense. The evidence was the fact that he was displaying a hate symbol in a manner to willfully promote hate. The law worked. So the idea of needing to ban hate symbols is utterly redundant because it is already illegal, as is much of what is in Bill C-9 in general. When we're talking about the offenses relating to obstruction or intimidation, blocking access, these are things already covered by existing laws. If we have a problem with existing laws not being enforced, we need to deal with that, but new laws are going to fall victim to the same cultural attitudes, which again, I would attribute to a lack of political leadership more than anything else. But the problem when you do prescribe specific hate symbols is that now all of a sudden you've introduced a new layer of ambiguity into the law. You've introduced a new problem, which is, does the display of what the Liberals say is a hate symbol alone constitute a criminal act? The Liberals claimed this wasn't the case. The Justice Minister claimed this wasn't the case. But the testimony actually said otherwise. For example, the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group said that the offense is written in such a way that the simple display of one of the symbols included would in and of itself be considered a willful incitement to hatred. A plain reading of the offense by police or the courts could reasonably be that it is the simple display of an image that in and of itself promotes hatred. Intent doesn't matter, the simple display is all that matters. We also heard something very similar from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, pointing out the redundancy, that public display of a hateful symbol can already be part of a broader pattern of behavior that leads to criminal conviction. And they give another example in 2010 where someone was convicted of public incitement of hatred for burning a cross. In 2012, an individual was convicted of mischief for, among other things, drawing symbols associated with the KKK in front of a black family's house. So existing laws being used to go after, in that case, anti-black racism, which is very real and does warrant a response and should be prosecuted as all other illegal forms of hatred in this country. So the problem when you start enumerating hate symbols is that you're going to end up with this never-ending process of people wanting to add more symbols onto it. If you are going to go down that road of enumerating these symbols are illegal and these ones aren't, you have to be prepared to look at all the symbols that cause people hate. And we actually explored this at the Justice Committee in the House of Commons. I moved an amendment to add the hammer and sickle to the list of hate symbols. This is a symbol associated with communism, responsible for claiming 100 million lives. The Liberals voted it down. They're only interested in some types of hate. They're only interested in going after some types of violence. The logo for Antifa, again, a network, a philosophy, a belief system, an organization, however you want to refer to it, responsible for demonstrable violence and threats of violence and hate. Where's that on the list? In the list of terror entities that the Liberal government has put as the main focal point of the hate symbol section, this is a list that is subject to change, that the government could effectively change unilaterally. There were issues raised by witnesses about, I don't want to say the veracity, but certainly the integrity of that list. And I think getting into that would be probably something that takes up more time. Well, I guess I have unlimited time, but takes up theoretically more time than the House would like to spend on the technicalities of it. But again, it was a point that we didn't get the opportunity to really interrogate much further because of the Liberals' desire to shut down debate on this bill. And fascinating, as a lot of Canadians, I'm sure, find the inner workings of Parliament, I wish that were the case, it's actually quite frustrating. And I go back to the reason I came here. One of the things I said in my maiden speech, that I came to Ottawa, I came to Parliament to make Canada a freer place. And I was so focused on things that the Liberals have done to erode these freedoms that need to be undone. It was shocking to see how many more they continue to heap on. How many more bills and pieces of legislation have come that attempt to once again put government more in control of things as fundamental as what Canadians say, what scriptures Canadians read, what religious beliefs Canadians can share and exhibit with each other. And this idea of control is so deeply ingrained in the Liberal ethos. And it's shameful, because I remember many years ago, freedom of speech used to be a nonpartisan concept. I remember the great Senator Jerry Grafstein, a Liberal senator who was one of the champions of freedom of expression, one of the champions of opposing the Canadian Human Rights Act as it was used against people for their opinions, Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. Where are those Liberals? Where are the freedom of speech loving Liberals? I see Liberals that love censorship. I see Liberals that love silencing people. I see them all the time. Where are the Liberals that are prepared to stand on principle for freedom of expression? And interestingly, when the Bill C-9 debate was first going on in this House, I heard from a number of Liberal MPs very quietly that were supportive of what we were saying on C-9. They were hearing from their constituents from the Muslim community, the Christian community, constituents from all communities that were raising issues with this. And those Liberal MPs seem to have been even silenced by their own party, silenced by their own whip or their own prime minister. When push came to shove, they were whipped into voting for this bill, which their communities and constituents did not want. I will say, just as an aside, I'm very interested in seeing, when this particular motion goes to a vote, how my colleague from Southwestern Ontario, the member for Sarnia-Lambton-Bickwinong, is going to vote. Because I stood in this House with her as she eloquently railed against Liberal assaults on civil liberties. She stood up and talked about how Liberals want to send her in, put her to jail for her religious beliefs. Will there be room for that member to stand and vote her conscience in this Liberal Party? I don't know. History would indicate no. But I know people of faith are watching. Perhaps they're praying for a miracle. I don't know. But I look at the discussion that took place in the Senate. And I will say, as someone who's been a member of Parliament for a little over a year, I think there's a lot I need to learn and a lot we all can learn about how the procedures and mechanisms work in this place. I haven't had the opportunity to delve too much into how Senate procedure works, but I was watching some of the debates that took place on the Senate Human Rights Committee, which was reviewing Bill C-9. And I was actually heartened that they had many witnesses testifying there who were barred by the Liberals from testifying when the bill was before the House. People like Lisa Bildy, a tremendous human rights lawyer from the Free Speech Union, people like Professor David Millard Haskell from Wilfrid Laurier University, a great many others as well, the Democracy Fund's Mark Joseph. And these people all said something very similar, which was that as the bill is written, the only assurances we can take that the wrong people won't be charged are the government's assurances that that's not what they're trying to do. And even if we take them at their word, which I realize we're getting late into the evening, but I don't think people generally do with Liberals, certainly not these ones. Even if we take them at their word, we're relying on every single person in the country reading the definition of hate the same way. We're relying on every police officer, every provincial attorney general, every civil society group, every faith leader, that they'll all read this the same way. And they'll all understand hate is a subjective concept. And one of the changes I'm glad took place in Bill C-9 was an amendment to the original Liberals' definition, which everyone agreed significantly lowered the threshold to charge someone for their speech. I'm glad we were able to change that. But there were other amendments that the Liberals rejected. One of them was, I was actually quite shocked that they rejected it. It was an amendment to remove the applicability of the Liberals' new standalone hate offense to all federal laws, to limit that just to the criminal code. Because the new standalone hate offense is a criminal law. It's a criminal law. And as Bill C-9 is written, that law will now apply to even non-criminal statutes, like, for example, the Canadian Human Rights Act. So someone could be criminally charged with a Liberal-defined hate crime for breaking a non-criminal law. And they had no interest in fixing what many people assumed might have been an accident, a drafting error. They had no interest in fixing that. And then you look at some of the other arguments that were put forward in the Senate. Now, the Senate Human Rights Committee originally added more amendments than just the one that we're discussing today. And some of these attracted a great deal of swift response from people across the country. For example, they added a specific criminalization of residential school denialism. Everyone who, by communicating statements other than in private conversation, willfully promotes hatred against Indigenous peoples by condoning, denying, or downplaying the Indian residential school system is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, or is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction. Now, this is an amendment that passed the Senate Human Rights Committee. It almost passed the Senate, but was rejected at report stage ultimately. This is an amendment that's actually been denied and decried by a great many Indigenous leaders who fear that something like this would actually bar them from even telling their own stories and discussing their own approach. And interestingly enough, we heard from the Senate's, the government's representative in the Senate. And I'm not just saying, a Liberal senator because Justin Trudeau appointed her, but she actually bears the title of government representative in the Senate, saying that the reason she voted against that amendment was because it didn't go far enough. She thought it didn't go far enough, and she said the government was instead working with, I believe her riding is Winnipeg Centre, but a member from the NDP who has a private member's bill that attempts to do something very similar. So the only reason the Liberal government's representative in the Senate said no to that amendment because it didn't go far enough. So that's worth noting. The original amendment that deals with the noose issue was an amendment that would have actually prohibited a noose, a burning cross, or a white pointed hood, or any other symbol that is used or associated with the promotion of ideological violence based on race, ancestry, or ethnic origin. Nobody wants to see hate in this country. No one wants to see hate symbols. No one wants to see the proliferation of burning crosses, of nooses, things used to traumatize and terrorize people, associated with very real historical harms. I remember some years ago, there was a Liberal member of Parliament, I believe from Vancouver Centre, who spoke. It ended up being completely made up, but she spoke about some rash of cross burnings in her community that ended up not being accurate. But I do think for people that have actually experienced these things, it is horrible, and we should condemn it. And we should use existing laws that deal with hate. But then I look at when the discussion came to the Senate Human Rights Committee on the religious defense, the most contentious part of the bill. The part of the bill that was responsible ultimately for the hundreds of thousands of phone calls to Liberal MPs, for the hundreds of thousands of postcards, for the emails that I've gotten and still continue to get about this bill, the conversations that in my riding real people have with me because they have heard what the Liberals are doing and can't stand it. It was the removal of the religious defense. The Senate Human Rights Committee voted against reinstating the religious defense. They were focused more on adding more restrictions, more layers, and less on preserving the fundamental nature of freedom of expression and freedom of religion that should underpin all work we do here, upholding the fundamental values that are enshrined in our charter but definitely predate the charter. And then when those amendments were rejected at report stage, we had another discussion at third reading in the Senate. Conservative Senator Yana Martin tried a much more modest way of telling faith communities in this country that their rights would not be targeted. And that was to take the liberal pablum that was inserted to try to pacify people. And I'll read that because what the Liberals offered up, this was after the Justice Minister said he was going to canvass faith communities and said he was going to listen to their concerns, and some of them called us and said, hey, great, we won. The Justice Minister said he's going to fix it. And then they saw the text and realized that once again, a Liberal had written a check that couldn't be cashed. But the line that the Liberals put into the bill was this: for greater certainty, nothing in subsection 319.2 or 2.2 of the Criminal Code, that's the section to do with willfully promoting hate, shall be construed as prohibiting a person from communicating a statement in good faith on a matter of public interest, including an educational, religious, political, or scientific statement made in the course of a discussion, publication, or debate, if they do not willfully promote hatred against an identifiable group by communicating the statement. Now, to put that in plainer text, what the for greater certainty clause says is that you are not willfully promoting hate if you're engaged in a religious or political or educational discussion unless you're willfully promoting hate. I'm not sensing the clarity there. It was circular reasoning, if ever there was some. And we had lawyers, we had scholars, we had faith leaders that weighed in on this, that said, okay, fine. I know how we can salvage this. We can take off that last line. Take off the circular line. Take off if they do not willfully promote hatred against an identifiable group. That was rejected when we tried to do it at the House Justice Committee, and it was rejected when Senator Martin tried to do it in the Senate. And again, the government representative in the Senate refused to budge on any of this, refused to even give an inch on sending a signal to faith communities in this country that their rights and freedoms will be protected. And it was interesting, and I mean no disrespect to our colleagues in the Senate, but it was interesting hearing the debates both on the Senate floor and in the Senate Human Rights Committee when none of the thorny issues that you'd think would have to be addressed when dealing with these definitions was actually asked about. For example, when the amendment on criminalizing residential school denialism or downplaying was being discussed, nobody that I heard asked what that means. Nobody asked how you define it, how you define academic inquiry on a subject of historic significance from downplaying in a way that is, as the legislation defines it, hateful. Even when talking about the noose, no one actually interrogated the point of what a noose means. And that may sound silly to some people because we could all in our minds imagine what that is. But when we're talking about at what point a symbol becomes illegal, it's a very different question. At what point a symbol becomes illegal needs to have a very clear definition, especially if we weave it into the dialogue we heard from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, from the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group, and others, that a display of a symbol is inherently hateful regardless of intent. And I don't wish to sound glib here. I don't wish to do what the Supreme Court does, which is concoct all these reasonable hypotheticals to try to rewrite law. But I'll point out that there have been stories where someone has thought something was a noose and it was not. I could see situations in which someone sets up a really terrifying Halloween display on their home, for example, and someone may misunderstand intent and call the police. And this is the problem when we're enumerating symbols. When we're enumerating symbols and we are separating out intent, which is what lawyers have said the standalone hate symbol ban does, we are going to have a chilling effect on discourse, which is precisely the problem. Just as when we remove long-standing protections for religious speech from the criminal code, we are sending a signal. We are sending a signal to people of faith that their sermons, their beliefs, and their scriptures are now fair game for prosecution. That's the message that we're sending. That's the message that's being sent when the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture says some verses of Scripture are so inherently hateful they should attract prosecution. That's the message we can draw when Justin Trudeau says it's understandable that someone would want to burn a Christian church. So all of this is part and parcel of why Canadians were so alarmed. And if I try to find the silver lining in this all, I've had the opportunity to have discussions with people that I would not find myself on the same side as politically. I've had a great many discussions with people where we can disagree on 9 out of 10 other things, but on this, we're united. And I don't actually think that's any testament to my, ability to attract friends and whatnot. I think it's a testament to how well the Liberals have mastered the idea of creating enemies. Because the Liberals do not have the goodwill from these communities either. The Liberals know they don't have the benefit of the doubt. And we've seen this in the context of other legislation too. Liberal Bill C-8, Liberal Bill C-22, both of which were subject to their same preemptive defense that they had at C-9, which is that, don't worry, you can trust us. And Canadians look at that and say, oh no, we can't. And I agree with those Canadians. The Liberal government has to make its case that it is trustworthy, that it is not going to abuse its power and abuse its authority. But even if, let's imagine a parallel universe here in which the Liberals don't want to weaponize their authority against political dissidents. I know that seems like a very fictional hypothetical scenario, but let's just imagine that world for a moment. What's to say the next government won't? And this is the problem, to look at the Emergencies Act, for example, that we get from laws that give government power that is only supposed to be constrained by their goodwill. It's why we're so concerned about other legislation in which ministerial discretion is so central to the powers and authorities vested in the laws. Because we don't trust these ministers. I mean, quite frankly, earlier today in oral questions, we had a very influential, powerful minister, the minister responsible for the public service, the Treasury Board president, who was asked a simple question about his file. And he looked through his papers for 30 seconds to find the answer and couldn't. And in the end sat down and let someone else answer the question. Now imagine a minister like that put in a role where they get to decide what Canadians say online. They get to decide what telecom companies have to do. Imagine the power that other people in the Liberal government would have for a minister that will just read whatever's on the page, and if it's not there, will just sit down. So this is why we have to restrain government power. And it isn't just because of a distrust of this Liberal government. It's because of a distrust of the state in general that Canadians have. And we should not be happy giving the Liberals any power that we wouldn't want Conservatives to have, that we wouldn't want the Bloc to have, that we wouldn't want New Democrats to have, that we wouldn't want the Greens to have. Not that all of those parties have an equal likelihood of forming government, but I'm just using them as an example here. And all should agree with that. All should understand that. And just as with the Emergencies Act, does anyone honestly think that the Liberals would be as gung-ho to use the powers that they themselves use that act for if a Conservative government was doing it against a group of protesters that they felt were more aligned with the left? So all of this is speaking to what I believe is the most central reason why C-9 was so vociferously opposed by so many Canadians. Not because of all these dog whistles that the Liberals like to use. Conspiracy theories, obstruction, certain people want a license to hate. No. People want freedom in this country. They want to know that their rights and freedoms are protected. They want to know that the Liberal government is not just going to pay lip service to the Charter, but is actually going to live and embody in all it does the values of freedom of speech, of freedom of expression, of freedom of the press, the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure, the right to privacy, all of these things. These are not just slogans that the Liberals can discard at their whim when they run up against a policy the Liberals want to champion. These are central things, not just to Canadian identity, but to the human experience. You know, freedom of expression is in many respects the most important freedom. This is not my thought, but it's one that I've shared a great many times. If all other freedoms were stripped away, give the Liberals time, but if all other freedoms were stripped away but one, freedom of expression, you could use that to win and fight for all the others back. And I'm standing up today in what will more than likely be my last opportunity in this House to address Bill C-9. To say that we cannot let our freedoms be eroded. We cannot. And it isn't just about whether you believe your faith or your beliefs or your values to be hateful. I do not believe that the majority of people in this country are hateful people. I believe it is a small minority, and I believe that small minority needs to be addressed. And when their expressions and their actions rise to the criminal level, they need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But I also believe that the issue is not whether you yourself want to use your freedom to spread hate. It's about whether those who disagree with you will agree to not use that word hate to malign you or to silence you. And I'm so grateful for the leadership of some people who now find themselves in the Liberal Party. I mentioned, for example, my colleague, former colleague from Sarnia-Lambton-Bicquejewanong, who was a fierce crusader against Bill C-9. I also have to recognize the Liberal member for Nunavut, who herself was a tremendous crusader against Bill C-9. I applauded her second reading speech when she spoke about the powers the Liberal government was trying to give itself. And I hope that member will remember her roots and vote against this. I hope she will remember and actually respect the core fundamental freedoms and values that led her to give such an impassioned speech previously. I think many Liberals probably wanted Bill C-9 to skate through. I think several Liberals are probably quite unhappy that it has come back to the House. And once again, they have to address this. But they have the opportunity to do the right thing. And I'm actually about to introduce an amendment to this bill. And this is actually an olive branch to my Liberal colleagues. My amendment will give the Liberals, and will give all people in this House, one final opportunity to do the right thing, to end the division, to end the assaults on liberty, to end the attacks on people who just want to live their lives free of government intrusion and censorship. This amendment will end this charade once and for all. I move, seconded by my colleague, the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The order for the consideration of the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, be discharged and the bill withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Mr. Lawton, seconded by Mr. Ruff, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. That the order for the consideration of the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, be discharged and the bill withdrawn. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Terranova Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, when I was around my riding and hearing concerns from people, a lot of people would defend the Liberals and say, well, clearly that's not their intent to ban religious texts. We're just trying to prevent hate here. But yet what was interesting was we seen a Liberal cabinet minister say the words, there are clearly passages in religious texts that are clearly hateful. And I mean, this came from a Liberal cabinet minister, so obviously that is the intent of this government. Now, I'm wondering if the member could explain, should we make a list as governments to give to pastors and people of religious faith so they have examples and verses that they know they're not allowed to speak in churches and synagogues without getting handcuffs? Thank you.
Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his important work on this. I actually had the opportunity to meet with people in his riding, including faith leaders in Newfoundland back in January, who were very concerned about what the Liberals are doing. And one of the questions that one of them at least asked me was very much in line with what he just said there, from a place of fear, saying if we have Liberal government ministers saying that certain verses of Scripture are not allowed, what am I allowed to preach? What am I allowed to do? And that was, interestingly enough, before he was a minister. He was just the chair of the Justice Committee at the time, and he was promoted after making those comments. And I go back to how it's clear that the Prime Minister welcomes that sort of very divisive and anti-free expression thinking in his team.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his passionate speech, his very clearly thought presentation and understanding of the bill, and I certainly hope that the Liberals will follow through with this motion. But what I want to say is that I received a call, my wife and I received a call a couple days ago from a relative of the pastor of the church I've been going to for about 25 years, and she was very upset about this bill. And I wanted to give her, I wanted to soothe her. So what I said, I told her, I said, you know what, I don't believe they're not going to be taking people out in the next few days, few weeks, bring them to prison. I just try to calm her down. But at the same time, I said, you know, this is leading somewhere. We don't know where it's going to go. It's going to be interpreted. So I wonder if the member could just tell us how this is going to be impacting the human rights courts.
Yeah, I'm a member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? I will say just to my colleagues and constituents that there is one saving grace in all of this, which is any law that can be passed by the House of Commons can be repealed by the House of Commons. And a Conservative government will repeal every single Liberal censorship law at the first opportunity.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his great speech and really his great work across this country on C9. You know, the Liberals across the way, and maybe there's some well-intentioned Liberals across the way, but we made these same arguments around medical assistance in dying, that there was going to be pressure on seniors to end their lives, there was going to be pressure on mental health care issues, ones are people that are affected with mental health issues, being pushed, made onto them. And that's exactly what's been happening. So I'd just like to ask the member, if C9 really becomes law of the land, where does he see this going? How could it actually affect pastors and preachers at Christian churches across Canada?
Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague very much for his support on this and the work he's done standing up for freedoms. I'll say two things on this. The first is that where the bill is coming from, or where the problematic parts of the bill are coming from, is itself a signal. It shows that this Liberal government does not fundamentally respect the role that faith plays in society and religious freedom. And when that is the frame they've already established for their outlook, we have to be very concerned about how that's going to unfold in other ways. The second is that all of us see in our constituencies, or should see, the work that faith groups do. From food banks, from homeless shelters, all of this, people from across the faith spectrum. So if we take away the right for faith communities to live out their values and beliefs, we also have to be prepared to give up that philanthropic benefit that gives us so much in this country.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciated so often in this speech from my colleague, he talked about the various faiths right across the country that are supportive of this. When we had the opportunity to speak at committee, and I did, I said that everyone has faith. It's just a matter of where they put that faith. And I had an individual who is actually an atheist contact me and say, Kathy, thank you so much, because what this is about is freedom. And so I would like the member to just make a comment on that.
Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
I'm so grateful to be able to work alongside my colleague from Yorkton Melville. And I will say, I believe I said it in my remarks today, but it bears repeating. Religious freedom, for one, is religious freedom for all. It includes the right of people of all faiths to live out their values. It also includes the right of people of no faith to criticize religion. Sometimes I may find that hurtful, but I do not trust the government, nor do we want a society in which the government is the arbiter of values and beliefs. And often people will bring up this idea of separation of church and state. By opposing Bill C-9, we are actually protecting that sacred separation by keeping the state out of places of worship. And I hope my Liberal colleagues will support our amendment to this motion to get rid of this bill once and for all.
Question and comments. Now, member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for his knowledgeable comments and speech on Bill C-9. I spoke for this bill. And as an Indigenous person coming from the Indian Act, knowing that Natives did not have rights until the last 50 years, I was shocked at this. Not only on the potential attack against faith leaders, but the fundamental principle of freedom in all manners. And I can't understand why this House has not taken the Charter seriously. We're actually playing politics with it. So the motion that my colleague has put on the floor here, is there any chance that the Liberal government will come to a sensus and support it? And if not, what are the options for us as Conservatives on behalf of Canadians?
I'm a member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
You know what? It's such an honor to work alongside my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley. I've been such an admirer of his work for a great many years. I look across the aisle, and the eye rolls and giggles I see make me think that perhaps we don't have a huge amount of faith that this motion will succeed, but I hope that the Liberals who aren't perhaps listening to this right now will do the right thing. And I will say that, you know, my colleague has made some tremendous observations in and out of this chamber about, you know, the government's history with Indigenous peoples, and this is something I value learning more and more about. And I think the takeaway is that regardless of your beliefs, regardless of your identity, the very worst thing the government can do is impose its value system and its belief system on you. And that's what we need to stand up against quite firmly and irrevocably. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Questions and comments? The honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and ask a question of my honourable colleague who has spoken so eloquently on C-9 from the very beginning. And I want to commend him for being one who saw C-9 for what it is. It's the government's attempt to censor what you say and do in this country. And I want to ask him, does he believe or does he see a pattern in the behavior of this government, where whatever social problem seems to exist in this country, their response is not to let Canadians make decisions for themselves, think for themselves, speak for themselves, but to tell them what the truth is and to tell them that if they don't believe their truth, that they're a bad person. Does he see a pattern here?
Yeah, I'm a member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recall in one of my earlier interventions in this House, I wanted to do a history of Liberal censorship, but I only had 20 minutes and I knew I would run out of time. You know, we have seen in the course of the now 3 iterations of the Online Harms Act, Bill C-8, Bill C-22, Bill C-11, Bill C-18. I mean, these may sound like I'm just rhyming off numbers in a bingo game, but all of these are bills that will restrict the rights of Canadians. And I mentioned censorship, and the Minister of Public Safety appears. I don't know if it's like Beetlejuice, but at the end of the day, we all have to stand firm for freedom in this House and in this chamber, and that is exactly what we need to fight against 10 years of a Liberal record pushing against that on.
Hear, hear. Or I'm not sure if that touches on the acknowledging the presence or absence of a member, but we'll let that go. The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, you might find a consensus to call it 12:14 at this time.
Is it agreed to see the clock as 12:14 a.m.? Agreed and so ordered. It being 12:14 a.m., in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House to now adjourn. The honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I rose in the House previously in question period, I asked the Minister of Public Safety about the issue of charges being stayed against 2 fentanyl traffickers who were arrested and who were in court in Swift Current. They had 17.5 pounds of fentanyl found in their car, and their charges were stayed. Now, 17.5 pounds of fentanyl, that is about just under 4 million doses that could be. So effectively, 17.5 pounds of fentanyl could kill close to 4 million people. That's enough fentanyl to kill all of the people in Alberta and Saskatchewan just about combined in one traffic stop. And those individuals, their charges were stayed, they were released on bail, and out they are in the general public. And this is getting ridiculous. This is getting out of hand. So let's look at the tone that this government has set over the years with their soft on crime approach, and that's Bill C-75. Earliest reasonable opportunity and on the least onerous conditions is kind of the main theme of what Bill C-75 has meant for people like these drug traffickers. But let's take a look at a few other cases that are going on in and around Saskatchewan. April 8th, another individual with 51 grams of fentanyl, not nearly as much as 17.5 pounds, but deadly nonetheless. April 16th, 282 grams of fentanyl and 556 grams of cocaine. May 15th, 227 grams of methamphetamine. These are deadly amounts of drugs that people have in their possession, and they're just generally released out to the public. Just yesterday, here in Ontario, an individual who was out on bail was arrested with 30 grams of cocaine, 22 grams of fentanyl, which is worth about $5,200 on street value. Now, this person was out on bail from a previous drug possession and trafficking charge that had a street value of $125,000. This is getting insane. This is the kind of things that people are seeing on the streets. This is what Canadians are getting sick and tired of seeing, is that people who have large amounts of fentanyl, a deadly, deadly drug that can kill tons and tons of people. And we've seen it, we've all seen the headlines. And people are getting so sick and tired of it. It's getting into our high schools. It's getting into many places where it just never should be. We're seeing people overdosing in parks, in public spaces. The drug epidemic is getting out of hand, and people are getting so sick and tired of it. So my question through you, Mr. Chair, to the Parliamentary Secretary is, when on earth is this government going to actually do something to make sure that these people who are trafficking 17.5 pounds of fentanyl will not be allowed to be back out on the streets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention and the concern of the member for Swift Current, and want to acknowledge the deeply troubling circumstances that have prompted this debate and that I think have rightly raised his concern. The seizure of a significant quantity of fentanyl near Swift Current is a stark reminder of the lethal impact this drug is having on communities across Canada. I've seen it even in my riding in West Toronto. And I recognize the anguish and anger that people in Canada feel when organized crime exploits communities and fuels violence. And because organized crime is evolving, our legislative frameworks need to address emerging forms of advanced online globalized crimes while protecting our communities. And we've been doing this with a series of pieces of legislation through reforms designed to enhance community safety and increase confidence in the criminal justice system. Our proposed reforms aim to strengthen bail and sentencing for violent repeat offending, improve protections for victims, and modernize lawful access and other criminal code tools to better address serious and organized crime. We have been part in this House of the debate on Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. The Honourable Member referred to criminals who are out on bail. And that's a central part of our government's efforts to improve community safety and keep criminals off the street. We campaigned on this in the election campaign. Our proposed reforms would amend the criminal code to strengthen bail and sentencing responses to serious and organized crime, including those connected to the production and trafficking of illicit drugs. The bill would make bail more difficult to obtain in certain cases, including for individuals involved in organized crime, through a very important new measure, new reverse onus provisions, something the party on the other side has been calling for. This is a critical step forward. In these situations, detention is the starting point, and the onus is on the accused to demonstrate why they should be released. Reforms would also require police and courts to place greater weight on public safety, victims' needs, and witnesses when making bail decisions, and would mandate closer scrutiny of bail plans, including in cases involving random or unprovoked violence, again making bail harder to get. Bill C-14 would also create tougher sentencing provisions for organized crime offenses, ensuring that sentences better reflect the serious harms caused by the illicit drug trade, while discouraging others from participating in these activities. We also have Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act, further strengthening the criminal code so that dangerous offenders are held to account and victims are better protected. Notably, it creates a new offense for recruiting youth into crime, directly targeting the way organized crime draws young people specifically into drug trafficking and other serious offenses. And finally, a subject of great interest to this House, Bill C-22, the Lawful Access Act, modernizing Canada's lawful access framework so that law enforcement have the tools they need to investigate serious organized crime networks, including those that drive the fentanyl trade. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these measures demonstrated a very strong commitment to public safety, the strongest set of criminal justice bills proposed by the party on this side of the House in generations, by dismantling organized crime and addressing the significant harms caused by drug-related offending in communities across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Mr. Speaker, the common theme that we see with this government is that they go easy on criminals, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're going to introduce all these other new laws that are going to try to make up for their own previous undoing of previous laws that were in place that would have actually helped deal with a lot of this. But there's more other chronic issues that are at play here. 6 out of 10 provinces have requests to have more judges appointed to the King's Bench. There's a shortage, particularly in my province of Saskatchewan, which led to this individual at 17.5 pounds of fentanyl having their charges stayed. They made a commitment in the last election to hiring 1,000 more police officers. We've yet to see them follow up on that at all. I don't think any new officers have been hired, let alone dealing with the people who are retiring. The borders continue to be a sore spot for drugs coming in. They scan basically 0 containers coming into Canada, so all kinds of drugs and who knows whatever else are pouring into our country, and it's putting our citizens at risk and in danger. How else do we end up with 17.5 pounds of fentanyl getting on the streets down the #1 highway?
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the investments that we've made, including those commitments of 1,000 RCMP officers and 1,000 CBSA officers, have the promise to really make a dent into this. You know, I had the pleasure of touring a CBSA facility last summer in the Windsor area, and hearing from the frontline leaders of the CBSA telling us how important this was and how the advanced scanning that is available through the CBSA is making real inroads. Those operational things, reforms, those things that are happening on the ground, combined with the legislative reforms I mentioned earlier, I believe reflect the government's determined and balanced approach to protecting community safety while bolstering confidence in the criminal justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I'll give the floor to the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. I'll just note that the Sergeant at Arms is going to deal with the noise in the atrium. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a certain amount of rowdiness in here, but probably outside. But I'm pursuing a question I first asked on April 14th. I've been concerned for some time that the new Liberal government has less respect for science than previous governments. We recently mourned the death of colleague Dr. Kirsty Duncan, who, in all of the eulogies, people remembered her as the first Minister for Science in Canada. I think we may note that she, I hate to say this, I think she'll be the last Minister of Science in Canada because there isn't one now. And the gravitas, the importance of scientific briefings and scientific advice from core government departments that are science-based is sorely lacking. And it's reflected in the cuts that we're seeing in environment and climate change, cuts in Agriculture Canada to basic scientific research. We're seeing whole branches of science shut down in this country. A scientific expert, an entomologist and taxonomist contacted me because the whole national collection of insects in the Diptera are shut down, and there are no scientists to pick up this work. They've all been laid off. An international petition was launched. 495 scientists from 47 different countries are raising the alarm about Canada dropping the ball and saying, it may seem to people that it's obscure to keep track of what species of insect we have in our collection, but it can cause enormous economic damage when you lose the brain power to know which insect is which, and if it's an exotic species that doesn't belong in that particular forest, you need to know about it soon and you need to take action. We're seeing cuts across the board. There's an open letter that was just sent today to the Prime Minister's office of 425 scientists from many jurisdictions, also internationally, concerned that the cuts to the Ocean Protection Plan mean that we simply won't be able to understand and protect our marine environment. These are serious matters, and when I asked the question of the Prime Minister back in April, I asked, has the Prime Minister ever consulted his chief science advisor about these cuts? Now, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary made a good go at it and said that in general people appreciated the advice of Dr. Mona Niemer, who's the Prime Minister's chief science advisor. But since I asked the question, had it verified that the Prime Minister has not once sat down and met with his chief science advisor. This is deeply worrying. Changes are being proposed, as in the massive discussion documents issued May 8th, that have profound impacts, endangering endangered species, and also we're losing the precautionary principle. If you look buried in the Omnibus Budget Bill C-30, there you find the single biggest assault on getting evidence and science brought to bear on the dangers of pesticides to human health and the environment. But buried in an omnibus bill, it'll only be studied by the Finance Committee, and they had no time to hear from witnesses really concerned about this issue. With that, I ask this government again, will it please rethink, stop, and be concerned? The precautionary principle has been recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada as fundamental to our legal jurisprudence. In this country, we do not want to find ourselves once again with decision-based evidence-making. We need to look at the science first, do our research first, before we decide we've got to build whatever fast, and not be concerned with what the scientists are warning us will occur if we fail to think first, plan well, and then build. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague from Saanich Gulf Island's concern about this and her longstanding advocacy for evidence-based approaches to public policy. I can say that with respect to the Chief Science Officer, she's somebody that I engage with, that the Minister of Industry and her department engages with regularly. That is where the Chief Science Officer is based. And also she has significant engagement with parliamentarians, including through the Standing Committee on Science and Research. I did want to join my colleague in paying tribute, and I think we've each done this in different forms in the last few months, to the late Kirsty Duncan, who has significant responsibility for helping have the existence of the Standing Committee on Science and Research. And I think when we think about the ways to honor her, it is in the ways of and continuing those ideals and principles for which she stood. I see those actually quite well reflected in the recent actions of this government. You know, in the 2024 budget, we made historic investments in tri-council agencies. Those are the agencies, National Science and Engineering Research Council, Canadian Institutes for Health Research, and the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, as well as Canadian Foundation for Innovation. Those are the federal government's main mechanisms for driving scientific discovery, all from the discovery phase into the application phase. And we made historic investments, making up after a significant period of relative underinvestment, billions of dollars of investment into those agencies. And then we followed up on that in 2025 with another new major set of investments towards the Impact Plus Chairs program. We just announced almost 700 new doctoral and postdoctoral fellows coming from outside Canada to help support the next generation of scientific research. And these funds, as well as our forthcoming Impact Plus Chairs program, are not only crowding in other private and philanthropic funds, but they're generating excitement around the prospect of doing leading-edge research in science that, yes, does do the translational piece, does result in policy advice, does help inform government in very significant ways. Those investments in the 2024 budget and the 2025 budget are informing Canada, Canadians, the public policy community, and I would say parliamentarians with new information to help tackle some recent challenges. I'll also note a number of our new major strategies, whether it's the National Food Strategy that was launched today, the AI strategy that was launched last week, our Critical Mineral Strategy, our National Electricity Strategy, and a number of other strategies. Place at the center evidence and research and innovation that derives from that research. And so you see sprinkled across a number of different recent actions of this government, investments in science. I'll also mention, that the honourable member is a champion of a very particular set of institutions that are very important. And I would say that we're very proud on this side to be hosting the World Ocean Conference in 2027. And I know the health of the oceans is of particular concern to this member. And we have committed through our nature plan to protect 30% of Canada's lands and waters by 2030. And that, too, is evidence-informed, evidence-based, and scientifically informed. And we believe the investments that we have made, yes, there is some attention to be paid on government direct research, But if you look at the full set of research interest in which we're investing and the full set of science in which we're investing, we are saying that we are the place to do this scientific research. And I think the results in terms of the interest outside Canada to come to Canada to do this work speaks for itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and he is a friend, my parliamentary secretary, but let me give him an example right now. This is not hypothetical, and none of the wonderful press releases he's mentioned has done a single thing to allow the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada to have a budget sufficient to hold the meetings they're required to hold by law. They're supposed to assess and monitor species that are at risk along a continuum from threatened to critically endangered, but they have to meet to do that. Top-notch scientists. They didn't have a budget to meet, so they've gone from 2 meetings required a year down to 1, and they're not going to have enough time to plow through the backlog of species that need attention. They need recovery plans, they need habitat attention, and at the same time as the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada can't meet, we see a discussion paper that says maybe it's okay to lose the southern resident killer whales. It's not acceptable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the intervention, and although I can't speak to the specific circumstances of that specific committee, I know that as a government we try to resource all the activities that we say we are doing as effectively, as efficiently as possible. And I want to reiterate that the status of science in this government, that the status of science as represented by the investments we are making, the status of science as represented by the image we are projecting to the world of the kinds of investments we are seeking, and the science of science in the public spirit that we are trying to share, whether it's the Artemis mission or whether it's some of the leading work that is being done by some of our leading scientists that we try to elevate on this side of the House, I think speaks very strongly to the status of science overall in this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.